Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 156, Haru's Family 5. Come on then, just stretch carefully. You can do this, Song said. Sokka swallowed hard and leaned backwards on the couch. You can stop if it hurts too much. I'm fine, hurts. He shouted, but instead of stopping, he kept leaning back. Sokka! Azula shouted, eyes wide as she darted a hand towards him. Just then, a loud crack snapped across the palace's room. Sokka's eyes flew open as his jaw dropped, and he breathed sharply, rubbing his back as Song and Azula were stunned in horror before him. Ruishi stood further back. He had been witnessing the scene quietly, but he couldn't help but flinch at the loud sound, too. Okay. I think that's fixed now, he said, with a silly smile. Azula huffed. Fixed? Maybe you broke it some more, instead. She exclaimed. Sokka chuckled as Song shook her head in his direction. I guess you'll feel uncomfortable for a few hours, but if it's all fixed you should be better by tomorrow, she said, inspecting Sokka's back once more. It was bruised, but she didn't sense any other signs of injury beyond that. Your recklessness will be the end of you one day. You know that, right? Azula asked him, with a skeptical glare. Sokka smiled dorkily. There's a lot of things that will be the end of me, apparently, he said. As long as they don't catch up to me I'll be fine, no need to worry. PSH, no need to worry. Azula repeated, shaking her head in disbelief. Sokka smiled warmly at her, unsurprised to see her as paranoid as ever over his well-being. He hoped she might relax and cheer up if he behaved as carelessly as he ever did, so he reached towards her hand to reassure her gently. She still tried to glare at him, but she couldn't conceal her relief upon seeing he was feeling better by now. Her fingers squeezed his ever so slightly. Well, other than that, he only has a few scrapes, nothing that can't be tended to, Song said, smiling at them, impervious to their little shared moment. That's a good start for a tournament like this, isn't it? Truthfully, yes. It was an intense fight, Azula commented. Her hand moved to cup Sokka's face gently, and he turned his face into it, humming in pleasure at her touch. Can't I take a break for a week or two, though? I feel so sore. He said, with a sigh. Azula huffed. You know you can't. I know your back hurts, but this is hardly anything compared with the shape you were in during the last tournament, she said, raising her eyebrows. He smiled guiltily at her. You've had way worse than this. I suppose I just got used to winning more easily, he chuckled. All right, I'll stop asking for the universe to go easy on me, it'd probably just do the opposite thing to spite me, after all. But I really could use a nice break either way. You'll get one, when we're on our way home. For now, you'll rest here, and you'll go back to the ring in the morning, Azula said. I don't know who your next opponents will be, but if the Ruthless Hero and the Lady of Laogai were anything to go by, clearly you're up against serious rivals in this contest. I'll try not to worry too much about that, though, said Sokka, shrugging as Azula pulled her hand back. The less stressed I am about my opponents, the better I'll perform. Hopefully, said Azula, raising her eyebrows. As they spoke, Song was busy putting away her bandages and ointments in the traveling bag she had brought with her. Ruishi, ever helpful, picked up her utensils with her, and tucked them away in the large bag in an orderly fashion. I take it things have gone well with your mother? Azula asked Song. The healer smiled brightly as she nodded. I really will never be able to thank you enough for this, she said, standing upright again to face Azula. Talking to her through hockey was good, but seeing her again. I'm just so glad she was taken in by Governor Tien. Jin is very nice, has been all along, and she makes sure all slaves are treated with dignity. She's a lot like you, in that sense. Like me. Azula said, blinking blankly. Song shrugged and smiled. You are the princess, but I've never felt mistreated by you, and of course, not by Sokka either. And you've even allowed me to meet my mother again, nothing I ever do will be enough to repay you. Azula's eyes darkened, as her gaze moved to the floor. Song was smiling still, although the princess's response hadn't been quite what she had expected. Angela swallowed hard and shook her head. You were torn away from your family, that's bad enough as it is, she said. You should have never had to depend on me to find your mother again. I'm glad I could provide that opportunity for you, but it's no less than what you, and all other slaves, deserve. I mean, for starters you shouldn't even be slaves at all. You certainly shouldn't be, said Ruishi, nodding and looking at Song warmly. She smiled at him now. But hopefully that can still be amended someday, Angela said, her hand reaching up to stroke Sokka's hair. He gave her a goofy grin. In the meantime, we'll do whatever it takes to make your lives a little easier. Easier? Here I thought you'd been complicating mine, instead, Sokka teased her. Angela smirked down at him as he wrapped an arm around her waist. You're the one who complicates his own life, mind you, she said. She pulled away from him just instants before hearing footsteps approaching the room. She put more distance between herself and Sokka, casually but warily. They were in a private room, and there had been no potential lurkers nearby when she chose it, but they would do best to be careful all the same. Her anxiety eased a little when Ty Lee came through the door and, behind her, Haru. Angela could recognize the redness in Ty Lee's eyes as the sign of tears, but her smile was genuine all the same. The princess raised an eyebrow, surprised to see the two of them in such better moods, with Ty Lee's hand was locked around Haru's. Hey, guys, we were told you were in one of these rooms, Ty Lee said, beaming at Angela. Did you bring Haru for another health checkup? Angela asked, gesturing at Song. The healer blinked in the earthbender's direction, but Haru smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No, we came here to let you know we've figured things out, said Ty Lee, with an unusually shy grin. Angela raised her eyebrows. And, well, we've made a decision. A decision? Sounds big. Angela said, feeling slightly uneasy upon hearing those words, but Ty Lee nodded enthusiastically. We'll finish the tournament with you guys, of course, she said, smiling still as she gestured at Angela and Sokka. But after that, we'll stay behind in the Earth Kingdom. You'll do what, now? Sokka said, standing up and looking at Haru with confusion. How come? Well, I told Ty Lee I'd like to try my luck with finding my family, Haru confessed. Song's success inspired me to try to do the same thing, and I don't know if it will work out or not, but Ty Lee wanted to come with me all the same. I do, Ty Lee said, smiling happily at him before turning towards Angela again. So, yeah. I know it's sudden, and you're probably really confused, but that's what we'll do. Huh. Well, that's good, said Angela, with a small smirk. I guess all your problems are behind you now. Well, something like that, I guess, said Ty Lee, with a shrug. Angela raised an eyebrow. Either way, you don't have to worry about any of this anymore. We'll find our way back home once Haru has his answers too, no need to worry about that either. Good to know, said Angela, shrugging as well. Though I am curious. How do you plan on finding them? Will you stay in Ba Sing Se, ask Tien for help, or that? I doubt I can do that, said Haru, frowning. I'm not that important, am I? Sure you are. Ty Lee declared stubbornly. Haru smiled as he blushed, but Ty Lee's common sense, or what little there was left of it, kicked in eventually. Though, I guess Tien may not want to spend his resources on tracking down Haru's family, huh? It's not likely, Angela admitted, nodding. So? You don't have a plan yet? Not really, said Ty Lee, grimacing. Do we need one right away? You know, Angela, we've only just decided this. The lack of preparation certainly gives that away, Angela smirked. I'm merely wondering because you two shouldn't waste years of your lives searching for people in Ba Sing Se if they might be at the other end of the continent. But of course, if that's what you want to do. Well, I guess there's a few places we could start at, said Haru, frowning. The best way would be to find the merchant who sold me, and try to ask him if he remembers who he sold my mother to, if he sold her at all. What market did he sell at? Angela asked. In the Western Earth Kingdom, at the bay, said Haru. It's not that far from my home village. I'd guess he's the best clue for tracking down my mother. Very well, then, that's a start. If you can point to that bay on a map, we can give you both a lift there, at the very least, Angela said. Ty Lee gasped in surprise. What? You thought you'd just travel there on foot? I know you have a very wild sense of adventure, Ty Lee, but trust me, it's not nearly as fun to travel across the Earth Kingdom on foot as you may think it is. I just didn't want to impose, said Ty Lee, with a happy smile. You'd really do that? It'll be better if I do, Angela said, with a shrug. Both for you guys and for my peace of mind, I suppose. Either way, is your mother the only one you need to find? Did you have any siblings, or a father? I was an only child, Haru answered. As for my father, he was taken away long before me or my mother were. The Fire Nation soldiers knew he was an earthbender, and they singled out all earthbenders for, well, I don't really know why they took them, but they did. And you weren't taken away along with him? Sokka asked. You're an earthbender too. Were you so young you couldn't do it yet, or? My mother forced me to hide my skills until we became slaves, Haru said. She didn't want me to be taken by the soldiers, like my father was. By the time we were both enslaved, though, she thought that if my skills were known I could be sold to a rich nobleman who might make me his gladiator. Things didn't turn out quite as well as she hoped, not right away, but still. Earthbender prisoners, you said? Angela muttered, staring down at her feet for a moment before raising her eyes again. And the Western Earth Kingdom. Yeah, said Haru, looking at her with uncertainty. Is something wrong? Well, yes. Other than all the obvious things that are wrong, of course, Angela said, breathing deeply. I heard about a settlement in the Earth Kingdom in one of my first war meetings, a rather gruesome settlement, I'd say. It was called the Prison Rig, and their prisoners were forced to repair Fire Nation ships or even build them from scratch. From what I understood, the place was manned specifically by earthbenders, who were kept in the middle of the ocean, in a metal contraption, working on metallic objects. Also they couldn't bend any earth at all to fight back. Haru's eyes widened. The rest of the room stared at Angela intently, as she tried not to feel particularly responsible over this. She'd had nothing to do with it, but she'd done nothing to stop it, either. She wouldn't have been hurt if she had tried, but she hadn't even thought there was anything wrong with this back when she was only 13 and eager to bask in the exploits of war. It's, technically, the precedent for the current slavery system, Angela said. That's where everything began. Then, Haru's father could have been sent there. Sokka asked, frowning. Is that place still functioning right now? As far as I know, it is, Angela said. My father hasn't shut it down. There's a chance that your father might still be there, I suppose. Haru lifted a hand to his forehead, his eyes lost in the horizon now. The chances to find his mother weren't so good, but finding his father? Suddenly it seemed to be a possibility, if the princess's words were true. Perhaps he would still be there. If he was, then Haru would find his way back to his father. Even if he couldn't find anyone else, he could reunite with him. I'm not trying to give you false hopes or anything, said Angela, grimacing. I can't promise you'll find him. But that you know anything about earthbenders being imprisoned like this is more than I could have hoped for, said Haru, shaking his head. Well, we need to check the base market for my mother, and then we'll go to that prison rig. You wouldn't get any help from the rig's soldiers, though, said Ruishi, shaking his head. They won't cooperate willingly with an Earth Kingdom man, let alone a slave. Would they listen to me? Ty Lee asked. Ruishi sighed. Doubtful. I'm sorry to offer such little hopes, but it may be difficult to find a way inside that prison rig. It would be, if they went on their own, Angela said, folding her arms over her chest. But if I demand to see Haru's father, they'll have no choice but to comply, wouldn't they? Angela. Ty Lee exclaimed, a surprised but pleased smile spreading over her face while Angela shrugged. Why not? She said, smiling a little. If it helps you both. That would be, I'll owe you more than you can imagine, Haru said, smiling in disbelief. Angela sighed, looking at Sokka, who smiled at her. You slaves, seriously, constantly grateful for the smallest displays of decency, she said, shaking her head. Obviously, we'll only do this after the tournament is over, so make sure to focus on that before jumping up and down in joy because I agreed to help you. Yeah. I will, Haru said, smiling brightly. It's just, well, you barely know me, but you're willing to help this much. I mean, I know it's surely because of Ty Lee, but... Well, on great measure it is because of Ty Lee, said Angela, raising her eyebrows at her friend, who smiled guiltily. But, like Song, you deserve this chance. I can't promise you'll find what you're looking for, but at least I can help you try. And it's more than I expected to get. You say slaves are grateful for small displays of decency, said Haru, chuckling. When the truth is we never see much generosity coming from anyone. But Ty Lee is so kind, and you're so helpful. I'm just really grateful to have met all of you. Well, that's nice to hear, Angela said, taken aback slightly by Haru's heartfelt words. She bit her lower lip and nodded. Anyways, make sure to focus on the tournament. We'll take care of all this once that's over. Right, said Haru, smiling warmly. Thank you again, Princess. Ty Lee grinned brightly at Angela, who nodded in her direction now. The difference in her friend's behavior was palpable. After being so insecure and miserable, finally Ty Lee's smiles felt genuine and cheerful, the way they always used to be. Angela didn't know for sure what had happened between her friend and Haru, or how they had settled their problems, but it was a relief to know they were on the right track once more. Their performance in the tournament had already started off strong, but it only improved over the course of the next battles. The Slithering Shadow and the Behemoth had a very unusual fighting style. The Behemoth attacked with maces fitted with sharp spikes, and the Slithering Shadow fought by using sand as a quick whip, constantly buffeting both Sokka and Haru with his technique until Haru wrestled the earth out of his opponent's control. Sokka's sword eventually cut through the maces, leaving the Behemoth to fight with his large fists, but at that point Sokka had already obtained fighting superiority and he had defeated him before long. Nightmare Trigger and Growing Fire Blast were next. Growing Fire Blast proved rather weak, but Nightmare Trigger was a force to be reckoned with. Sokka found himself wondering if female firebenders were, perhaps, more gifted at bending than men, as most the female firebenders he'd found were unbelievably talented, though none more than Angela. Still, even if he hadn't signed up to fight with Wolfsbane, Sokka had enough experience against firebenders without the white sword. Nightmare Trigger succumbed to chi blocking from a distance once Sokka's boomerang struck the nape of her neck. Growing Fire Blast had already been defeated by then, taken down by Haru's powerful glass attacks. Their last opponents were the Wall and the Unbreakable Pillar. The two proved to be amongst the most ruthless earthbenders Sokka had ever faced. Fortunately, Haru remained level-headed through the fight and kept them at bay for the most part, successfully defending Sokka and saving him from the worst skills their opponents had in their repertoire. The ring was a crazed struggle of earthbenders who built and destroyed contraptions, who fought ruthlessly and overwhelmed the non-bender in their midst, as he tried his best to outdo his rivals nonetheless. Sokka's opportunity to seize triumph arrived eventually, when he cut across a sturdy shield with his sword and knocked the Wall unconscious with a savage blow of his club. The Unbreakable Pillar fought valiantly until the end, but she couldn't fight nearly as well without her partner. She was strong enough to keep fighting until the time was fully spent, but she was worn out and defeated, regardless of how exhausted both Sokka and Haru were, too. So, against their expectations, Sokka and Angela found themselves champions of another pairs tournament. Ty Lee had been thrilled, hugging Haru eagerly as he held their trophy. Despite Ty Lee's behavior was the same as it used to be, there was a warmth to Haru's smile these days that had been absent before. Angela had a good guess about where that had come from, but she wasn't going to give Ty Lee the satisfaction of prying into her friend's love life unasked anymore. The Imperial Palace celebrated their success on the night before their departure. Ty Lee had enjoyed the evening thoroughly, both in Jin and Haru's company, but Angela and Sokka had snuck away as soon as it wasn't rude to do so. Despite what Song and Ruishi suspected, though, they weren't taking off to sneak around in dark corners, or, at least, it wasn't only about that. You're feeling okay, though? For real? Angela had asked him once they were in his room. They had been wary about any onlookers before slipping inside his quarters. Sokka had locked the door quickly, and by now he cradled her in his arms while lying across his bed. It was a fierce tournament, harsher than most fights I've faced lately, he chuckled. But heck, I'm alive and we won, so yeah. I'm feeling fine. You've taken a few wounds these days, though. Nothing quite as bad as the last tournament, but still. Angela said, touching his bandages warily. I'm sorry if I'm being too twitchy, but... It's endearing, Sokka said, with a smirk. My princess, so worried about my well-being. That's my natural state, mind you, she said, raising her eyebrows as he chuckled softly. And you're so cruel you actually enjoy making me worry, I can tell. I don't enjoy making you worry, I enjoy that you love me so much that you freak out about every tiny wound I sustain. It's a nice change of pace, he said, kissing her lips softly. I've been quite injury-prone, ever since I was a kid. It reached a point where nobody even batted an eyelash when I got hurt, but granted, it was often because of stupid reasons. Like tiger seals eating your pants? She asked, smiling. Sokka chuckled. Or fishhooks stuck in your thumb. You know it, he said, as she laughed and lifted his hand to her lips, kissing his thumb softly. Well, then, we'll be leaving tomorrow, she said. Sokka nodded. I did promise you I'd get you an audience with the king, though, and I'll be damned if I won't keep my word. Are you still up for that? Yeah, said Sokka, frowning a little. Will we do it tomorrow morning? Or tonight, right away? I'm not sure, Angela said, sighing, and sitting up. I doubt it will be a good idea for everyone to know you're talking to the former Earth King, though. Considering there's a spy on our trail, even spending a couple of minutes in here with you is too big a risk. So, do you think they'll be less likely to notice if we do it now? Sokka asked, propping himself up with an arm. Most of your guards will be busy with the feast and all, it might be easier to do it right away instead of waiting until tomorrow. Indeed, said Angela, biting her lip. As for wasting chances for privacy, we'll be back on the barge starting tomorrow, so we'll get back to our usual routine soon, right? Right, once Renkai's out of the way, said Sokka, with a knowing smirk. Angela smiled too as she made to stand up. But wait. She glanced at him just in time for Sokka to push himself up all the way. His hand cupped her face and he kissed her passionately, eagerly. The overwhelming power he put into the kiss brought her to melt in his arms, her tongue flicking against his as she slid closer to him, as though magnetized towards him by extraordinary forces of attraction. His lips worked on her knowingly, steadily, until they parted breathlessly, smiling warmly. Okay, now I'm ready to go, he said. Angela laughed and pressed her brow against his. Such a clever gladiator, she said, stroking his cheek. They walked side by side silently, but with certainty. Angela led Sokka towards the basement's staircase, where the prison block was located. Her stance and semblance gave away that she didn't believe she owed any answers to anyone about what they were doing. She was merely fulfilling a promise, after all, and she trusted her gladiator wouldn't do anything too stupid, at least. All right, he should be down these stairs, Angela said, once they reached a stone archway. I don't know for sure what you want from him, but, like I told you, you'll have a better chance to talk to him properly if I don't go in there with you. I know, he wouldn't be too happy to meet the Fire Nation princess, Sokka muttered, nodding. It's for the best, I believe, said Angela, with a shrug. Just, please don't make me regret this. If you do break him out, or if you do something equally stupid, I'm going to face a pretty steep punishment for it. I wasn't planning on doing that, not yet, anyways, said Sokka, smirking. Angela scowled at him. Now, relax. I won't do anything that outrageous. I'll be back in a bit, then. Good luck, said Angela, eyeing him warily as Sokka breathed deeply and marched past the archway. Sokka wasn't sure where he had to go after climbing down the stairs. Angela hadn't given him any specific directions regarding where to find Ki. He remembered Tien had said the king was in one of the best cells, close to the entrance of the prison block. The stairs didn't go as far down as they seemed to at first, though, as he reached a small corridor. Taking a turn at the first door available led him directly a cell block, and then, in the very first cell, Sokka's eyes widened. The cell was surprisingly spacious, with furniture too luxurious for a common prison cell. The bed was large, and it looked soft. There was even a small closet in a privy. Sokka's eyebrows rose as he took notice of the books and scrolls scattered across the stone floor. The commodities were surprising, especially considering the kind of prisoner who resided in this cell. But while his clothes were of high quality, his appearance, in general, wasn't much good. The man looked pale, weak, his hair in disarray. There were food trays lying about inside the cell, several of them still sporting dishes that had long grown cold. The man's arms were folded across his chest as he sat on his bed, and his green eyes leered at Sokka, judging him quickly even though he hadn't been in the man's line of sight for longer than a few seconds. Sokka swallowed hard and knelt before the cell door. He bowed his head towards the man, as respectfully as he could, but Ki remained unresponsive. "I assume you're the Earth King," said Sokka, glancing about the cell again. "I can't imagine there's another highly prestigious prisoner here. Well, other than Long Feng, but I don't think he'd get this sort of treatment, considering." "Long Feng?" Ki spoke. His voice sounded broken, raw, as if he hadn't used it in years. Perhaps he hadn't. Sokka blinked blankly. "He's imprisoned. You weren't told?" "Well, I have no idea where he is, truthfully, but I heard he's under heavy security," Sokka admitted. "He was your advisor before, wasn't he? He was caught conspiring to take the throne again. For himself, though, there didn't seem to be anything to it other than a personal pursuit for power. At any rate, that's probably not how I should have started this conversation, huh? Greetings, I'm Sokka." "Sokka," Ki repeated after a moment, frowning. "You're Water Tribe, aren't you?" Your eyes." "Yeah. I'm not from around here," said Sokka, nodding. "Why is there a Water Tribe man sitting at my cell? How would a man like you reach Ba Sing Se?" Ki asked, frowning. "Why would they let you come talk to me? You're not an ashmaker, or a blood trader, or are you? Have you joined the Fire Nation, like so many of my people did?" "I," said Sokka, gritting his teeth. "If you're talking about becoming an honorary Fire Nation citizen, then no, I'm not one of them. I'm a slave. A gladiator." "A gladiator," Ki repeated, his eyes gleaming suddenly. "How did you get here? Is your master someone important in the Fire Nation? Someone who demanded to stay in my palace?" "That? I wouldn't say demanded, but I suppose you could say so, yes," said Sokka. Ki raised his eyebrows inquisitively. "My sponsor is Princess Azula." The Fire Lord's daughter?" Ki asked, raising his eyebrows. "Why would she involve herself in gladiatorial affairs? That's lowly." Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. "I'd say it's a political tool for her. It's helped her gain acknowledgement as her father's heir. That's why she does it. And instead of choosing the strongest firebender of all, she chose you." Ki asked, frowning. Sokka sighed. "Yeah, that's exactly why she chose me. I'm not what anyone expects." "Doesn't stop me from winning more often than not," Sokka said, looking at Ki skeptically. Ki scoffed. "Then are you a waterbender?" he asked. Sokka shook his head. "A non-bender? And yet you? Can you really fight properly against any opponents?" "Well, that's interesting. Yet I can't say I understand why you're here. If your master is someone that important and dangerous, surely you had to sneak in here to talk to me." "I did, to some degree. She helped me, though," said Sokka, with a shrug. Ki frowned. "You jest," he said. "Helped you? That's impossible." "Sounds impossible, no doubt," said Sokka, smiling a little. "But she's full of surprises, you could say. Not a lot of people understand her way of thinking." "Do you?" Ki asked, before scoffing. "Slave or honorary citizen, if you think highly of any of the Fire Nation royals, you're as good as a traitor too." Sokka gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He had known that was the likeliest route this conversation would take, yet some naive part of him had hoped otherwise. I suppose you'd think that, said Sokka. You refuse to accept any kindness that may come from the Fire Nation, don't you? What sort of kindness would that even be? Ki growled. Conditioned kindness? Am I to be treated as a foolish cub, berated with one hand while fed by the other? Am I to accept a life spent ruled by those who dared dethrone me? Do you have a choice? Sokka asked, looking at him with uncertainty. This room is rather well furnished, isn't it? And that food looks good, even if you don't want to eat it. The fact that you're allowed to live in better imprisonment conditions than most is already a form of kindness, even if one that's being forced on you. I'd sooner be dead, Ki scowled. Sokka smiled. Do you think it's funny? I think you're lying, he said. Ki scoffed. What would you know? Do you have any idea of what I've suffered? What I've been through? You've just become a princess's pet, enjoying the conditioned kindness that you will be denied as soon as you step out of line. But I will not bow my head for them. I suppose you won't, Sokka said, looking at him with what Ki identified as pity. The king's stomach churned with rage at the sight. But I wanted to die too, you know? Back when I was in the amateur league. When I had to fight for my life constantly, killing people who didn't deserve to die merely to entertain a group of sick bastards who enjoyed the carnage. I started wanting it when I was dragged away from my people, dreading that they would be slaughtered once I wasn't there to help them. The feeling only intensified when I was lucky to eat twice a day, and when my clothes were worn and falling to shreds, when I was granted no respite other than a drink or two every 6 months. Yet, once it came down to it, I couldn't stand by and wait for my opponent to kill me. I couldn't stop eating. I hated myself for both those things, but I couldn't do it. Truth is, I was afraid of dying, still am. And you've been here for almost 10 years, haven't you? If you'd truly prefer being dead, you already would be. I know it from experience. Ki fell silent now, the harsh truths he hadn't wanted to acknowledge hitting him square in the gut. The Water Tribe visitor sat with legs crossed now, his face a stern mask now. Angela was the reason why I ended up in the amateur league. And, just so, she was the reason why I got out, too, he said. She damned me and then saved me. She gave me a choice, the choice to stay in the amateur league for however long I'd survive, or to leave with her and maybe return home if I helped her achieve her personal missions. Hoping I might find my way back to my people, I joined her. And I don't regret it at all so far. You'll tell me her kindness is genuine? A Fire Lord's child, having a generous spirit? That seems likely, said Ki, scoffing. Sokka raised his eyebrows. How much would you know about Fire Lords and their offspring, anyway? Sokka asked. Excuse me for being blunt, but I heard you barely even knew there was a war happening, and it had been raging for around 100 years before you were locked in this cell. I'm not sure just how much you understand about the Fire Nation, their true horrors and their unexpected virtues. Virtues? Seriously? Ki asked. You've been forced to become a slave, and you expect to enlighten me about their virtues. Do you truly believe the world is split in good and evil, as cut and dry as that? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Ki frowned. You were betrayed by your own. An Earth Kingdom man you trusted with your life was brokering deals with the Fire Nation, all in a quest for power. Your people, at this very moment, are living safe and sound under the rule of a Fire Nation governor, settling into it like sheep who simply changed masters. Long Feng was also helping torment and destroy the minds of your own people. I know for a fact that he hypnotized 2 men and turned them into gladiators, effectively supporting the Fire Nation's gruesome systems that way. If the Fire Nation is what's rotten in the world, how do you explain the evil your own people are perfectly capable of committing to? There. Ki growled, shaking his head. Traitors. They're just traitors. Instead of fighting back. Under whose leadership? Sokka asked. Ki closed his eyes tightly. Your people didn't stand a chance, King, and I'll say, I don't blame you for it. Just as I won't blame Angela for the wrongdoings of her forefathers. Her father, Heh, he's quickly outdoing all competition in the worst Fire Lord in history contest. But even if Angela had been hell-bent on following on his footsteps in the past, she sure isn't anymore. How do you know this for a fact? Ki asked, his voice nearly a hiss. How can you be so certain that she's somehow not as rotten as the rest? She could be tricking you, playing you into believing that, and you'd be none the wiser. I know it for a fact, because she hasn't broken my spirit. Ki frowned, confused. Sokka breathed deeply as the king gestured in an exasperated way, waiting for Sokka to elaborate. I could have been just another slave. Just another tormented soul, beaten black and blue every day, fed poorly, tortured upon my every failure, Sokka said. That's what I was in the amateur league. But that ended when we struck our deal. And it was a deal, on equal terms. I made my demands, she made hers. We had an agreement, and that agreement has endured for the better part of 2 years. She has carried me on her back when she didn't have to, she has saved my life on more occasions than anyone ever expected a sponsor to save their gladiator in. She has stood by me at my worst points and forgiven my most dreadful mistakes. And she has listened to me, too, even when it came to matters she shouldn't defy her father over. She has become a better leader than her father could ever hope to be, by far. She respects me, even if she could easily look down on me and treat me as scum. That she chose to treat me as an equal, regardless of the obvious social difference between us, speaks lengths about why she's the best royal to come out of the Fire Nation in decades. You speak vaguely, said Ki, his face a mask of skepticism. And I truthfully don't know whether I should believe any of what you've said. You accuse Longfang of brainwashing, but I see no difference in what's happened to you. Which proves you don't know anything about real brainwashing, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. At any rate, if you don't want to believe me, don't. But what exactly do you expect to achieve by starving yourself gradually, stuck in this cell for however long you may remain in here? Achieve. Ki repeated. Sokka shrugged. Have you given up, then? He asked. Or are you waiting for a rebellion that will set you free and reinstate you as Earth King? I don't. I have no such hopes, Ki growled, but the display of nervous emotion brought Sokka to frown slightly. Are there enough loyalists out there still? He asked. I mean, I wouldn't be too upset if you were set free, truthfully I'd prefer that, but if I helped you now, Angela would know I had something to do with it and, it wouldn't end well for any of us. And heck, I don't know if I should want you free at all, truthfully. You'd likely run off to join the White Lotus at first chance and... The what? Ki said. Sokka huffed. A resistance group, extremists who were willing to even kill me just because they, like you, assumed I was a traitor, he said. Ironic that they were eager to kill a Water Tribe man, while the Fire Nation princess went to incredible lengths to keep me alive, instead. Kind of makes you wonder. Wonder what? Who's the lesser evil? Ki spat, shaking his head. You seem to have all sorts of opinions and ideas, Sokka, but you are blind to your own condition. You are a slave, and as such, they will never think you're like them. She treats you as her equal. Nonsense. The princess may claim or pretend as much, but you will always be lesser, always be meaningless in her eyes. Okay, fine, said Sokka, shrugging. Let's say I am, and always will be, worthless scum. I mean nothing to her. I'm disposable, both to her and her father and everyone in the Fire Nation's highest circles. I think it makes sense, then, that I use whatever opportunities one can get, disposable as I am, to change the world for the better before they get rid of me. Wouldn't you agree? You couldn't possibly have any such opportunities, said Ki, shaking his head. What say could you have upon their matters, truly? I've demanded that the Fire Lord withdraws his troops from the South Pole, Sokka said. Ki's eyes widened. Yeah, I did, and as far as I know, he complied with said demands. I also stopped him from torturing White Lotus agents, regardless of my opinion on their resistance and behavior. I stopped the fabrication of bombs in the Northern Air Temple, which Ozai wanted to use to destroy the North Pole. I helped Angela on her mission to capture Fire Nation criminals who had been pillaging your people's villages, and after dismantling their entire operation, which involved the Daily, we helped return everyone's belongings. So, sure, I've been a very disposable bastard who's just scum in their eyes. Yet as scum I've helped save people, even if they'll never know it was me. Can you say anything of the sort for yourself, stuck in this cell as you are? Ki's eyes darkened with rage. Sokka sighed and shook his head in defeat, knowing the Earth King wouldn't accept many more slights against him. Look, I didn't come here to make you miserable, he said. But the truth is, you're not going to do anything for your people by staying in this cell, fuming and hating everyone who dared accept the Fire Nation rule instead of rebelling fruitlessly. You are a lucky man, you know? You're a king. They still think you're too valuable to kill even if you try to defy the Fire Nation. But you also won't change anything, you won't become Earth King again, if you just wait for the perfect rebellion to spring up spontaneously while staying in this cell. I'm not saying you need to break out and find freedom right away, but I won't go anywhere. This is my home, Ki growled. Sokka gritted his teeth. I suppose it is. Yet another privilege you're allowed to keep, he said. Some of us were torn away from our homes. Some of us don't ever get the chance to go back, or to even catch a glimpse of our loved ones again. And some of us are caught between serving the Fire Nation or dying, too. If you truly don't believe Angela can be a good person deep down, then that means you expect her to kill me if I ever piss her off beyond measure, don't you? If you're right, it means the Fire Nation's harshness remains just as unyielding as it was during the war's heyday, and while you stand here in your rage, resenting all of those who don't act against their tyranny, you're not considering that the few of those who do usually pay for it with their lives. Can you truly blame the rest of us for simply trying to survive? Ki's rage only seemed to grow as the gladiator continued speaking. Sokka lowered his gaze, guessing there was no way to salvage this conversation by now. Nobody had any power to fight back when the Fire Nation was in the heights of its strength. Not you, not your people, not your soldiers, Sokka said. I had no power to fight back when I was turned into a slave either. But as I am now, I'm fighting back in my own ways, no matter if it's not the way people expect me to. If I can save people, if I can keep the Fire Nation's worst ambitions at bay, then I will. And if I can help Angela find a better path, so that one day she'll become the first worthwhile Fire Lord in centuries, I'll do that too. For all we know, she might even get you out of. I have told you, getting out of here, by the kindness of some Fire Lord, is the last thing I'll ever accept, said Ki. Sokka sighed and shook his head. I had a kingdom of my own, it was stolen from me, and I will not accept any backhanded, conditioned displays of mercy from the thieves who are responsible for it. You should understand this, Gladiator. I do. I just disagree entirely, said Sokka, shrugging. I won't ask you to change your mind, but you should want to take back this nation for a bigger reason than your pride and birthright. You should want to take it back so you can rule your people properly, no longer sheltered and kept in the dark by the likes of Long Feng. If your main motivation to rule is that you're sure you deserve a throne just because you were born to a royal bloodline, then maybe you wouldn't make that good a king. Ha. So, you're saying the Fire Lords, who have taken over lands and people who should owe them no allegiance, are allowed to believe they're entitled to everything, but I'm not. Did you seriously just compare yourself to the Fire Lords? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Ki froze. It's obvious why I'd expect better from you than from those assholes. You're the Earth King, you should love this city and these lands with your entire being. You should be attached to your people, people who saw you as a god, if what I've read is true. You should want what's best for them, and not just what's best for yourself. Oze doesn't have it in him to give a shit about most his people, and he's proven it enough times as it is, and that's exactly why he's such a dreadful ruler, why he's destroying the entire world, his nation included, without batting an eyelash. He doesn't care. If you're supposed to be better than him, then it's because you do care. Am I wrong? Said Ki, frowning and shaking his head. I don't think that's fair. I never wanted to conquer anything. I never wanted to force myself on anyone. I just wanted to be a good king, and I thought I was. You say that I should care about my people, but how many of them care about me? If you think all kinds of love are supposed to be reciprocal, you may not have experienced enough love to know better," said Sokka. "Some things you just love, King Ki, no matter how many times they reject you. No matter how many times it hurts you to love them. No matter how hard you have to fight to protect them. Because when you truly love something, you believe it's worth every effort you can make for it. And if your last breath is for their sake, so be it. At least you gave your life to doing right by that which you loved, regardless of how well you were thanked for it." Ki stared at him in confusion now. Sokka swallowed hard, guessing that was the best he was likely to get as it was, and stood up again. He had tried not to be too forthright regarding his obvious feelings for Azula, but if he kept talking this way, Ki might figure him out in no time. "I'll be leaving tomorrow," Sokka said. "Something tells me I'll meet you again one day, though. Maybe by then we'll see things more similarly," said Ki. Sokka raised his eyebrows. "Will we? Sounds like we're both really stubborn," he said, smiling a little. To his surprise, Ki smiled back, if only weakly. "I will not bend to the Fire Nation. And I will resist however I can. But I suppose you're the first visitor I've had who has posed an enigma of any kind. The only one worth talking to, if just to disagree with," he said. "Do think twice before giving your soul to them willingly, Gladiator. You sound like too smart a man to lose yourself to delusions of how kind the Fire Nation may be. And you sound like too strong-willed a man to stay confined in this cell instead of thinking of smarter ways to resist their rule," Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. "And yet here we are," said Ki. Sokka nodded, regret in his eyes. "And yet here we are," he repeated, before bowing his head curtly towards Ki. "Have a good night, King Ki." The king closed his eyes, and Sokka took his leave. He breathed deeply as he walked up the stairs, his heart uncertain. Ki's words hadn't fazed him, not truly. He hadn't said anything others hadn't said before him. Yet there was something about the man. He didn't know for sure that Ki had listened to him, or that he respected him at all, but Sokka couldn't help but think that the king was a man who needed a push in the right direction. Still, what would be the right direction? What should King Ki do, in his condition of war prisoner? He reached the top of the stairs while still pondering such thoughts. Azula's silhouette snapped him out of his thoughts, and he instantly felt better upon looking at her. He had played Ki's game at times, pretending to accept that he was disposable for Azula, but he smiled at her now, fully aware that that wasn't the case. The princess turned towards him quickly upon hearing his footsteps, concern aglow in her gold eyes, but she loosened up slightly when she saw the small smile on his face. "Well, that was faster than I expected," she said. Sokka shrugged. "Did he refuse to talk?" "No, we did have a conversation, believe it or not," said Sokka. Azula smirked. "First, you go toe-to-toe with me. Then you make my father acknowledge your existence, and now you're the first person to hold an actual conversation with King Ki in months, if not years, from what I hear. You have a way with royals, looks like." "Do I?" Sokka asked, amused. "Well, I wasn't aware of it until you pointed it out, but I guess I do." "What did you talk about, then?" Azula asked, as Sokka led the way through the palace corridors. "What you'd expect, really." He seemed surprised to know Longfeng was imprisoned. I guess nobody bothered telling him that. "Possibly out of fear that he would have been the true mastermind of their whole operation," said Azula, shrugging. Sokka looked at her skeptically before she explained herself further. "While it's well known that Ki was Longfeng's puppet, it's always been a latent theory that he wasn't quite that submissive, and that Longfeng's attempts to consort with the Fire Nation were part of some sort of elaborate plan to overthrow Tien eventually. It's far-fetched, no doubt, but part of the Fire Nation's success through the war came from never taking anything for granted and rooting out threats long before they could blossom." "Sounds like it," said Sokka, grimacing. "So I suppose I don't look like much of a threat, huh? Not to you, or to your father." "Oh, you don't to him." "You sure do look like one to me, always have," she said, smiling a little. "I suppose that's why you seemed worthy of respect, after all. Either way, I hope you didn't talk about the wonders of Fire Nation royals to him, or else I figure your entire conversation must have derailed into an argument. It nearly did, Sokka admitted, with a weak grin. I let him think I actually could believe you were just playing me, and that I was being naive about you, though. I figured it might make it sound like I wasn't, well, you know. Sensible, said Azula, nodding. Hopefully he bought it. I think he might have, on some measure, Sokka said, shrugging. Still, I'm not sure I made any progress. It really sounds like he had no idea what he was supposed to be king for. Like he resents not only the Fire Nation, but also his own people for not fighting his battles for him. What's worse in his case is that he's not completely wrong to feel that way, said Azula. Long Feng betrayed him, his army wasn't strong enough to fight ours, his people settled complacently into the Fire Nation's rule. He was no good as a ruler, of course, which reflected directly on how his people would behave, but his life was chosen for him long before he could live it, from the sound of it. I suppose, but I don't know if he realized as much until he was imprisoned, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. He's probably a good man, but he's the first royal I've met who seemed to have absolutely no power over his own life and decisions. He wants to be more than just a puppet, and he genuinely thought he was more than that. It can't be easy for him to accept otherwise. I wouldn't expect it to be, said Azula, as they reached their bedrooms again. At any rate. I suppose you didn't do anything that bad, then. Such as antagonizing him beyond measure. Sokka asked, playfully. Nah. I save all that for you. So thoughtful. I definitely want to hoard all your capacity to irritate people, she said, her words ringing with sarcasm. It brought a smile to Sokka's face. I don't know if that's better or worse, though. On one hand, I'm glad you didn't make yet another enemy, on another, I'll probably worry on a daily basis about you potentially betraying me to join forces with King Ki. I'm dying to do that, of course, Sokka said, smirking. As is obvious, I just can't take one more day under your orders, princess. I suppose I have made your life that unbearable, haven't I? She said, with a dramatic sigh. I shall live with your resentment, Gladiator, if I don't decide to bolster it instead. Sokka chuckled as she walked to her door. She gave him a genuine smile as she slipped inside the room, and he mouthed good night to her before she closed the door. He sighed once she was out of sight, relieved that they would have more opportunities to be alone together starting tomorrow. It would do better to focus on that than to dwell on his conversation with Ki, at any rate. The man was as stubborn and close-minded as most others who had accused Sokka of being a traitor, and he might just become just like them if he were to ever break free. As it was actually convenient that he would want to stay locked in his palace. There was no telling what the White Lotus factions would dare do if they had the support of the rightful Earth King. Yet Sokka found himself thinking there was more to Ki than met the eye. Maybe he was too hopeful, too naive, as the king had claimed, but he wanted to believe his words had reached the man somehow. He wanted to hope that, if Azula had been able to change her views on the world, Ki might change his own in time, too. Expecting it to happen over a single conversation would be too foolish. But perhaps the next time they came to Ba Sing Se, perhaps by then he could visit the king again and, with any luck, the man would have reconsidered his position. Perhaps by then Ki would be closer to understanding what it truly meant to be a king. Take care of yourself, my dearest, Mayung had said, smiling warmly at her daughter as they stood at the palace doors. Song's eyes were tearful, but her smile was as bright as it could be. She held her mother's hands in her own while they said their goodbyes. The entire royal procession and their guests were already in the front yard, with only Ruishi standing near Song and her mother. I will. You have to look after yourself too, Mom, said Song, giggling softly. I'll be back, though. I'll see you again whenever the princess comes to Ba Sing Se, for sure. I shall wait as patiently as I can until then, Song, said Mayung, cupping her daughter's cheek with a hand. She glanced at Ruishi now, smiling at him too. The Imperial Guard smiled, a slow blush reaching his cheeks. His helmet was off, since Azula wasn't going to give him any grief for breaking etiquette right now. Take good care of each other, both of you, Mayung said. Ruishi and Song grinned brightly and nodded. Have a safe trip back home. We will. Thanks for everything, said Ruishi, bowing his head towards Mayung as Song moved in for a tight hug. Despite they were far more ready to leave than Song was, the others were finishing their goodbyes as well. Ty Lee was happier than she had been in weeks, but she still wasn't too pleased about leaving the city and a brand new friend behind. I'll write to you, Ty Lee said, hugging Jin, who smiled and patted her back. I'll write back, don't doubt it, she said. You'll be welcome in the palace whenever you want to come to Ba Sing Se. Both of you. Haru smiled and nodded gratefully, while Ty Lee's grip around her friend tightened. Jin chuckled. Who knows, maybe the next time you drop by I'll have convinced Tien to bring a circus into the city. Oh. That would be wonderful. We could all see it together. Ty Lee exclaimed, clapping happily as she finally pulled away. Jin nodded and smiled. It's a promise, then, she said. Ty Lee laughed and turned to Haru, happily. Would you like to see the circus, Haru? She asked. He chuckled and shrugged. I can't see why not. It should be fun, he said, to his sponsors Joy and Bliss. As they made their plans, Ajula was speaking with Ba Sing Se's governor. Tien bowed his head respectfully towards the princess before seeing her off. It was my pleasure to host you, Tien said, smiling. Ajula smirked. I suppose it must have been a pleasure this time around, considering how chaotic my first 2 visits were, she said. Sokka, beside her, snorted. Yeah, we didn't have enough life or death situations for a trip to Ba Sing Se. No crazy conspiracies to uncover, next to no conflicts outside of the arena, that's beyond wrong, Sokka said, shaking his head while Ajula rolled her eyes. If you think it's boring, I'll just toss you into the ocean once we're on our way home and then you'll have to swim after the barge for the rest of the trip. It should keep you entertained. Hey. Well, I, for one, am glad you could finally have an uneventful stay in Ba Sing Se, Tien laughed. I hope you'll come by again soon, too. If the opportunity arises, we will, Ajula said. Tien smiled and nodded. My men will escort your people to the barge safely, he said. Have a pleasant trip home, princess. Thank you, governor, said Ajula, bowing her head curtly towards him while Sokka simply waved goodbye dorkily. Everything had gone surprisingly smoothly during their stay in Ba Sing Se, and it seemed all would remain peaceful as they traveled across the Earth Kingdom, on their way back home, yet thoughts about Ki still rounded Sokka's mind. He made sure to enjoy his chances for privacy with Ajula, but if they couldn't be together, he would often be found deep in thought on the main deck reflecting on that conversation, still wondering how Ki's confusing situation should be handled. Would it make any sense to help him out of prison? It didn't look like the man could handle being a fugitive, living on the edge of a knife every day, and Sokka certainly didn't want to risk him joining the White Lotus, but not releasing him left him uneasy either way. The memory of King Bumi's coffin, suspended in midair, made him wonder if the old man might still be alive today. Would the same fate await Ki if he tried to rebel in any significant way? Would he be chained, restrained, held out in the cruelest form of humiliation, teetering on the barrier between the living and the dead? He hoped not. But hopes hardly amounted to anything in a world torn by war. Yet it was hope that guided Haru in his quest for his family, and hope what made him anxious as they neared the Western Earth Kingdom's main port, a week after they had left Ba Sing Se. Ty Lee always stood with him by now, and in truth, neither of them had looked this happy before. Whatever they had talked about had settled their differences properly, and everyone was pleased for that. But, regardless of his hopes, Haru couldn't help but fear that things might not go so well once their search began properly. It's fine to be nervous, Haru, don't feel bad about it, Ty Lee was saying, smiling warmly at him as the barge slowed at the docks. His mouth was dry, his eyes were wide and his hands twitched anxiously. We'll find the merchant first, he said, nodding promptly. And then, once we know about my mother, we'll find her if she's nearby, right? If she's not, then, we'll go to the prison rig. And then my father might just be there. My father. Ty Lee smiled fondly and pressed her head to his shoulder. Haru bit his lip, clasping her hand in his, hoping that would ease her too. She was remarkably empathetic, he knew as much, and his anxiety was easily contagious for her. Ty Lee's natural enthusiasm had returned after their frank conversation, and the two of them felt far more stable than ever before. While Ty Lee hadn't been too happy to leave Ba Sing Se after having bonded so quickly with Jin, she still seemed determined to give her all to this new mission. She constantly chatted with Haru about what places she wanted to visit in the Earth Kingdom, but nowadays she also listened intently as he told her about his hometown, and the few places he had been able to travel to before the war tore his family apart. "He was your hero, wasn't he?" Ty Lee asked. "Your father, if he raised you, he must have been a wonderful man." He was," said Haru, with a warm smile. "I just hope, I don't even know what to hope for. But I hope he's proud of me, at least. He should be. I mean, look at you," she said, laughing. "You're a brilliant earthbender, Haru, and the best man I've ever known. So yes. He has to be proud." Haru laughed as Ty Lee hugged him again. Instead of being startled by her gesture, he simply wrapped an arm around her waist and tucked his face into her neck. "Thank you," he said, surprising her. "Regardless of the outcome, I'm really glad you wanted to do this with me. We're a team in every way we can be, Haru. At least, we should be," Ty Lee said, as she pulled away. "I want to be here for you. And you are." "I'm really glad that you are," he said, laughing, and holding her hand gently. He still wasn't as openly affectionate as Ty Lee was, but a lot had changed in him since their thorough conversation. Her heart couldn't seem to beat at a normal rate anymore, constantly speeding up whenever he held her hand, or embraced her, or smiled at her. They had shared rooms at the palace again, and although they hadn't indulged in sex so far, it had been even more intimate to lie down together and talk about their lives, discovering everything they had ever been too hesitant to share with each other until now. The ship pulled up, and the sailors ensured to anchor the large vessel safely. Angela showed up after a few minutes, exiting the ship's tower while projecting the expected image of perfection she ever did in her golden armor. The deck was crowded, as all her assigned guards and guests were there at the moment. "Are you ready to go?" she asked Ty Lee and Haru, who nodded promptly, hand in hand. "Very well, then. I'll go to the market with you, even though you might be able to do this on your own, but my authority might just yield you some answers faster, right?" That would be really helpful, Princess," said Haru, nodding again. "All right, then. Sokka," Angela called, startling him out of his daze. "Will you stay there, staring into space, or would you rather come with us?" Sure. I guess I'll go," said Sokka, blinking blankly but speeding his way towards them. "You're free not to come along if you don't care to, I'm just accustomed to dragging you with me everywhere by now," Angela said casually, with a shrug before turning to her guards. "Anyways, Captain Fei, Haoran, Chiang, Taro, you'll come along too." Oh, sure," said Fei, stepping forward nervously. "But why not Rui?" "He's staying behind, in charge of the ship's security," said Angela, with a curt grin. Fei seemed surprised, but he nodded anyways. "I won't fail you, Princess," said Ruishi, ceremoniously. Angela nodded as she gestured at the selected group to accompany her down the ramp. "Good luck," Song called out from the deck, once they were halfway down. Haru smiled warmly at her and waved as he followed Ty Lee towards the wooden docks. The split between the guards surprised one of them, and not pleasantly. Renkai quickly considered protesting, demanding to be allowed to follow the princess, but he knew that wouldn't go over well. He'd only earn himself more of her enmity, and he'd already had enough of it for a lifetime as it was. So he glared after them, still pondering if the gladiator was the weak link to be exploited to take down the princess. Xiao Feng was certain the princess was hatching treasonous plans, and if the gladiator was as close to her as he seemed to be, he just might be part of them, or perhaps he was the mastermind, even. As it was, he couldn't know. But he intended to unravel as much of this mystery as he could before the trip was over. The Earth Kingdom harbor was similar to the one Angela and Sokka had visited on their latest trek through these territories. It stood at the foot of a tall mountain and it was bustling with activity. Still, the people in the port didn't have the best appearances, the poor mingled among themselves, It seemed to Angela, and the richest people around would have to be the merchants, who still couldn't seem to afford better clothes than the common ones they were selling on their stalls. She didn't intend to spend the whole day detailing the area, though. "Lead the way, Haru," Angela said, glancing at the earthbender. He nodded. The earthbending gladiator and his sponsor helmed the group while Angela walked with Sokka and her guards. Ty Lee's voice drifted all the way to where they were, though. "It mustn't be very comfortable, being here again and all, but I'm here to support you if you need me, okay? I know you are." "Thank you," Haru replied softly, clasping her hand in his as he took a left. The merchant's post he was looking for seemed to be located past the most winding and confusing paths in the Bay's market. Heads turned towards them as they walked, for even Haru, the most modestly dressed member of their party, looked remarkably well-nourished and healthy compared to everyone else nearby. Angela caught her guards scrutinizing their surroundings quite boldly, watching for pickpockets. "It's not like anyone could steal anything of value from you, so no need to worry," Sokka said, upon noticing Angela's eyes were straying towards the people who lined the streets, their vacant eyes stabbing at her soul like daggers. "What's that supposed to mean?" Angela asked, glancing at him with uncertainty. He chuckled. "I seem to remember a princess doesn't carry pocket money with her, or did that change when I wasn't looking?" he teased. Angela smiled and shook her head. "Amusing as ever, you dork," she said. Sokka only chuckled further. At last, Haru stopped. The entire group moved towards the stall he was standing at, but it was empty. Haru's green eyes were downcast by now. The merchant had probably closed shop barely a few moments before they got there. "Oh, well, we can always come back after the prison rig visit, right?" said Ty Lee, rubbing Haru's arm gently as he glanced around himself with uncertainty. "Haru. Maybe someone can tell us where to find him," he said, gritting his teeth and looking over his shoulder. "Maybe," he gasped, as his eyes saw several figures trekking up through the mountains. They walked on the winding roads that led to the community settlements where most people lived. The settlements where Haru himself had been forced to sleep at several times before being sold. If the man had closed up for today, he'd likely be there. "He's bound to be in those huts, up there," Haru said. "If I can't find him now, we'll come back and look again later. But for now, I guess this couldn't be that straightforward," Angela sighed. "All right, let's go then. The sooner we're back in the barge, the better." They wasted no time in climbing up this new road, this time with the guards distributed around the gladiators and their sponsors. The hike upwards was difficult, but they succeeded at reaching the first huts in the area. Haru seemed more uncertain about which hut to look for this time, but eventually he led them towards a small one, to the left. There was no door, nor was there a curtain, so they could see the silhouette of the man inside the rugged building, shadows draped across his hunched shape. Haru swallowed hard and tried to still himself before sliding through the open doorway and speaking to the man. "Hello. Do you remember me?" he started off, uncertain. The man raised his head warily, and his eyes widened upon looking at Haru and the rest of the group. He probably wouldn't have been too responsive if he had been dealing with commoners instead. "You," he said, detailing Haru again before frowning. "Huh. I sold you, didn't I? Oh, the days when I sold slaves, blah. What a waste of money." A waste," Haru said, eyes widening. "I mean, yes, you did sell me, I was an earthbender and that good-for-nothing nobleman wanted you, yes," said the man, rubbing his nose carelessly. "I should have charged him more, but I was desperate. Selling people's a waste of time, I tell you." "Of course it was," Haru said, in an unusual outburst of anger. "But leaving that aside, what happened to my mother? Did you sell her too?" "There was a woman with me, her hair was gray and—" "Do I remember?" the man said, with a small smile. "Why you gotta help me out here, kid, and I don't mean with descriptions." He stretched his hand out, his eyes gleaming with desperation. Haru grimaced, but to his surprise, Ty Lee stepped forward and handed the man a few coins. A soft, disbelieving laugh left the man's lips. "Do you remember now?" Tai Li asked, skeptically. About this boy's mother? Heh, she was the last one I had left and nobody'd buy her, said the man, waving a hand carelessly. I just told her to go. What was the point? She was too old, and around these parts slavery's a bad business, makes no money. It's almost never good business for the slaves either, but I doubt that kept you up at night, Sokka growled, unable to restrain himself. Angela reached out her hand, at first to appease him, but on second thought, she stretched it before his body as though to hold him back. Touching him too casually, even if in front of guards she trusted, wouldn't be a good idea. You just let her go, then. Haru repeated, perplexed. What do you? What do you mean? Where did she go? Beats me. Probably somewhere better. Maybe to a farm. Then at least she'd get something to eat, that's more than I got when she was here, said the man, seemingly impervious to anyone's judgment of his dreadful life choices. So, she's free. Haru said, eyes wide. I said so, didn't I? Said the man. Unless some poor idiot tried to make her a slave after I let her go. Tough luck selling her at all, if they tried. Is that all you know? Tai Li asked, unwilling to keep listening to the man's unpleasant, casual rambling about slaves. He shrugged. Can't say I remember much else, though if you want to spare a few more coins. I might spare them if you give me something more, Tai Li said, stubbornly. The man sighed. I don't have more. I'm old and I forget things. Well, I suppose you'll enjoy whatever you can buy with what we already gave you. Maybe you'll find a decent business for yourself instead of selling people and complaining about it, Tai Li said, glowering at him. You should be ashamed of yourself. The man shrugged, as though he couldn't care less for her words. Perhaps he already was ashamed enough without her reprimands, perhaps he couldn't care less for them, too. Then, my mother's free, said Haru, looking at the group in disbelief. My mother's still alive. And out there, somewhere, said Angela, frowning. I suppose the question would be where? Perhaps your old hometown? Would she have returned there? Possibly. It's the best place to start looking, if nothing else, said Haru, smiling a little. Angela nodded. Then we're ready to leave. We're still heading to the prison rig first, aren't we? It's what we had decided, Sokka agreed. Though, what's closer? Do you think it's better to look for your mother or your father, Haru? I think my father should be easier to find, he said, with an awkward smile. If the princess's information is correct, at the very least. Tracking down my mother won't be easy, so I guess it's better to start with my father. We can discover if he's really there before searching for my mother. As you'd have it. Let's get out of here, Angela said, gesturing at them to follow her back to the bay. Haru nodded, glancing one more time at the store owner. The man was giving him a groggy smile as the rest of the group filed out of the small hut. You made it, though, boy, look at that kind of company you've got, he said, chuckling. Good to know you got something good out of everything, in the end. I did, Haru said, with a weak smile. Thanks for the help. What are you thanking me for? I took your girl's money, didn't I? He laughed, waving a hand at Haru and moving towards a small bed. Good luck, Earthbender boy. Haru nodded, leaving without another word. His search was only beginning, but finding such an early clue was a good sign, or so he hoped. The prison rig was bound to be a different story, though. They returned to the barge as quickly as they could and started the journey towards their next destination, but a sense of foreboding filled all who set eyes upon the large structure, once they spotted it in the horizon. It was the epitome of the Fire Nation's worst industrial undertakings, and the water around it looked dark and polluted. A ship in poor shape was being fixed. It was visible even at a distance, for it was immense, just as the many holes in its keel. Everything looked to be metallic, and the smoke rising through the building's chimneys was thick and dark, reminding Sokka of the accursed ships that used to plague his homeland. That's the one. Haru asked Angela, who frowned and nodded solemnly. That's the rig. And as you can probably tell from here, it's a very nasty place, too. Don't do anything stupid, she said, before glancing at Sokka specifically. You, in particular. Okay, I know I nearly went off on that guy, but he was saying some pretty disturbing crap, Sokka grumbled, shaking his head. What that man said is probably nothing compared with what these soldiers might say, Azula declared, glaring at the tall structure. We have a very specific goal in mind here, and I advise you all to focus on it. Fair enough, said Sokka, pouting as the ship stopped by the rig's own docks. The same group of guards was to join Azula, Sokka, Haru, and Ty Lee in the prison rig. This time, however, it was Azula who led the march. The soldiers who caught sight of her gasped and made clumsy reverences, but she hardly acknowledged them. Only once they were inside the central building did she finally address one of the soldiers before her. "Where's the warden?" Azula asked. "I would like to speak with him." He's surely busy, but he should be here shortly." "I can look for him, if you'd like," said the soldier, nervously. Azula nodded. "Be quick about that. We have no time to waste," she declared. The soldier bolted away quickly and returned 5 minutes later with a pale man, with wrinkled skin and gray hair. His greedy, eager eyes spoke for themselves. Perhaps he hoped for a promotion, or a raise. "Princess Azula, I am so honored to." "I have come here looking for a prisoner," Azula cut him promptly. The man's monologue was interrupted, something he didn't seem to take kindly to, yet something he couldn't possibly complain about either. The princess wasn't someone to trifle with. "Where can I find Haru? What does he look like?" "What's his name?" "His name is Tyro," Haru clarified. "He's tall, well-built, well, at least he was when I last saw him. His voice is deep, and—" "I'm sorry, princess, but that's a very vague description," said the warden, with a derisive smile. "Surely you don't expect me to know if—" "Oh, do I take this to mean that you don't know your own prisoners?" Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. "Well, that's eye-opening. Perhaps you shouldn't be a warden at all, if that's so." I only mean, there are many prisoners. And there's enough of them that we're always busy, so I hardly see them." "You hardly know them because of your responsibilities, then?" "Of course," said Azula, rolling her eyes skeptically. "If that's so, you're of no use to us." "Where are the prisoners?" "They should be working, princess. Some may be in the resting area by now, but—" "Good, that will do," said Azula. "Where is this resting area, then?" "I suppose my soldiers can lead you there," said the man, droplets of sweat rolling down his face. Azula raised her eyebrows. Am I to assume you don't know where the resting area is, just as you don't know your prisoners?" she asked. The man jumped. "And not at all. I mean, my men could guide you, but if you prefer. As you'd have it, then. Send for your soldiers, if that's how you want it," she said curtly. The warden tensed up before nodding and bowing before her. "You shall be guided to the resting area briefly, princess," he said, dashing off to choose any soldiers who could fulfill the princess's demands. Her harshness stemmed from many sources, but the main one was the man's initial arrogant smirk. He was proud of himself, of everything he'd done here. Of everything he had been doing over the course of decades now. Her father had found inspiration in him when developing the basic concepts of slavery in the Fire Nation, and surely this warden thought that was the greatest honor of all. The cost of such glory didn't faze him, did it? "Is it all right with you if I don't accompany you to the resting area right away?" Azula asked suddenly. The whole group looked at her in surprise. "It seems there are many matters I'll have to straighten out with this warden once he gets back here." "You'll? What do you plan to do?" Sokka asked, surprised. Azula's eyes narrowed. "What no one has bothered to do so far. Whatever I can do, with the power I currently have," she said, sighing and shaking her head. "You can go with them, if you want." "I'll stay," Sokka decided, immediately. Azula rolled her eyes. "Hey, you said if I wanted to, well, I don't, so." "You're unruly even when people are trying to be nice to you," Azula said, looking at him skeptically. "Do what you will, then." "I intended to," Sokka said, with a small smile. The warden returned with a soldier, an anxious smile on his face. The soldier with him was younger, and he appeared uneasy about working with the princess. "I'm glad you were quick, at the very least," Angela told the warden before looking at the other soldier. "You'll take my companions and guards to the resting area, if you would be so kind. I believe I must have a word with the warden in the meantime." "As you wish, princess," said the man, bowing respectfully as Li, Haru, and the guards followed him. The warden frowned upon noticing that one of Angela's companions wouldn't leave with the rest of the group. He thought to ask the tall foreigner to go as well, but the man's cold blue eyes were set on him with such fierceness that the warden didn't dare speak. Not until the princess spoke first, at least. "I would like a full report on the current state of this facility," Angela said. The warden's eyes widened. "Specifically when it comes to the workforce, if I should even beautify these prisoners with such a name." "Well, princess," said the warden, with that arrogant smirk again. "The facilities are in good shape. We have produced quite a fair share of ships as of late, though I have heard the workload will decrease soon because of the new airships. That is inconvenient for us, I suppose, as it means our income shall diminish, but it would seem there's nothing to be done about it." "There isn't," Angela said, curtly. The warden swallowed hard. "At any rate, if you believe that the prison isn't in good shape, I would need an increase of budget so I can provide improved dash." "I'm not here to offer you more money, warden," Angela snapped. The man flinched. "Then, what are you here for?" he asked. Angela breathed deeply. "That man, the one who described the prisoner he was looking for? He's a friend of mine. His father is an earthbender. One of many earthbenders who were dragged here under your orders and forced to work in miserable conditions. He wanted to find his father, of course, whereas I wanted to find out what kind of life his father was living while he was your prisoner. I've always been careful to keep the prisoners in line, if that's what you're worried about," the man laughed. Angela didn't mirror the gesture, and neither did Sokka, whose rage only seemed to strengthen at those words. "The threat of the earthbenders is completely under control in this facility." "That seems to be the case," Angela said, raising her eyebrows. "Just how often do you feed them?" "Oh, they get 2 meals a day," said the man, smiling. Angela nodded, while Sokka looked at her doubtfully. "How about clothing? Sleeping facilities?" We procure them new clothes with, some frequency, but not too often, or they might slack off," the man laughed. "As for sleeping, they have blankets, yes." "Blankets," Angela repeated. "On their beds, or sleeping bags, then?" I mean, yes. "Of course, they're cots," the man said. Angela finally smiled, shaking her head and glancing at the ceiling. "I suppose I should commend you, warden," she said, surprising both the man and Sokka. "I can't remember ever meeting a man who would lie to my face as blatantly as you're doing it right now." Princess, whatever do you mean?" "I suppose we'll be heading to the resting area now, too," Angela said, with a dry grin. "Coming, Sokka." "Right behind you," he said, as the two of them moved in the direction they'd seen Haru, Li, and the rest disappearing through. "Princess. I am not lying, If that's the case, I'm sure you don't mind if I corroborate it with my own eyes," Angela said. "There were cots, princess, but many of them were too worn, and we haven't had a chance to replace the lost ones," the warden assured her. "As for the meals, surely you'll understand that sometimes there aren't enough provisions and feeding the soldiers and yourself is a natural priority," said Angela, smiling still at him. "How often do you eat, warden? How large are your rations? Surely you don't expect me to live in the same conditions as..." The warden started. Sokka snarled angrily, and Angela shot him a warning glare before stopping on her tracks and turning towards the warden. "You have no idea who this man is, do you?" she asked, gesturing at Sokka. The warden swallowed hard. "He's my gladiator. A slave. A man whose entire life is supposed to be spent serving me, and only me." "That," said the warden, looking at Sokka warily now. The man had looked dangerous all along, but a gladiator? And with that appearance, he had to be a foreigner. He had to repress the feelings of rejection and distaste that arose upon realizing the Fire Nation princess had hired a foreigner over her own kin. Now, curiously, that means you and I have something in common, said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. You have quite a lot of slaves working day and night for you, don't you? Working harder than you ever have, to say the least. How many have died on duty, I wonder? How is that relevant? The warden asked, with derision. If that man is but a slave, then you understand, princess, that slaves aren't worth. A slave is a direct reflection of their master, Angela said, her eyes glowing with fury now. The warden's heart sank. If you, as a slaveholder, have no respect for the people whose lives you are exploiting for your own ends, then you don't deserve to be the commanding officer of this facility. What? The man said, his eyes wide. Princess, pardon me, but there are no such laws or rules or. No one has ever said that a man must treat a slave in one way or another, they're merely slaves. Earth Kingdom people, earthbenders, lesser than you, no doubt, said Angela, looking at the man dangerously. Still, I am a princess. If they're lesser than you, then you, by natural law, are lesser than me, aren't you? Why you, well. So, if I gave my gladiator the command to beat you to death right here, he might just fulfill it, fueled by his loyalty to me, which I have earned throughout my tenure as his sponsor. From what I constantly hear, gladiators and slaves generally wouldn't be willing to kill or die for their masters, but in Sokka's case, he sure seems willing to do that for me. And you're rubbing me the wrong way, so. No, wait. The warden exclaimed, as Sokka cracked his knuckles. Isn't it funny? Angela said, with a dramatic sigh. I have given my gladiator all the commodities, the food, the clothes, all the freedom he could ask for, and here he is, willing to comply with my demands just like that. And I barely have to order him to do it, he's just ready to fulfill my every whim. Especially when they align with my own desires, Sokka growled. Angela smiled. Yet here you are, cowering before us, with no one to help you, Angela said. If I dragged you into the resting area, and called forth the prisoners you've been mistreating for years, asking them to duel Sokka to save your life, how many do you think would just side with Sokka instead, begging him to finish you off as painfully as possible? The warden's eyes twitched with fear as he sought any sign of mercy or weakness in Angela's perfect stance. There was none to be found, let alone in the icy glare of her companion. You see, there's a problem with this superiority mentality you have been riding off of for years, Angela said, closing her eyes. There's always someone stronger, always. This rig of yours is your world, no doubt, but you have no power over me. You have no power over him. She jerked her head towards Sokka. He raised his head menacingly. And you have no power to stop me if I decide I want you dead, she said, stepping closer to the man. But rest assured, Warden. I guess I don't want you dead. I just want you demoted. Demoted? But why? The Warden exclaimed, as Angela resumed her stride. You've killed more prisoners than you can count. You've mistreated them for years on end, without even procuring the basic commodities that you should be capable of providing for them, Angela recited, as they reached the doors that led into the resting area. Said doors were the only way through the tall metal wall that kept the prisoners confined to the resting area. Angela scowled as she waited for the gates to open, and soon enough they began sliding upwards. Rows of metal doors, all positioned at equal intervals through the wall, barred the way into the resting area, another measure of security against potentially dangerous prisoners. I have seen for myself, countless times, that the more successful gladiators are the ones who are treated as equals, Angela said. Regardless of their social status, their performance can be extraordinary as long as a sponsor encourages their training and provides them with whatever they may need, to a fault. Slaves are supposed to be forced to work for their masters because their masters require a service, isn't that right? And a half-starved, poorly rested man, whose entire life is spent being belittled by a master who can't even keep track of how many slaves he's killed, is never going to provide that service as effectively as a slave who hasn't been mistreated. Truthfully, it's a matter of common. They had crossed all the gates, and they had reached the resting area when Angela fell silent. A quick scan of the area would have told Angela that all prisoners were clothed in rags, with a long, worn tunic over their garments. The resting area was barely protected from the ocean that spread far and wide before them, but there were small huts lining the resting area, the sleeping quarters, or so it would seem. But it was impossible to focus on the details, or to take in the conditions of the resting area at all, when Ty Lee and Haru were standing before them, the 4 guards standing between most prisoners and the gladiator and his sponsor. One prisoner stood in front of Haru, but he didn't match Haru's earlier description of his father. He was short and lanky instead. For a moment Angela found herself hoping that Haru simply had misremembered his father, or that the warden had abused of the man to such extreme that he had lost his physical build completely. But Haru's head was hunched. He was shaking, and tears were dripping down his cheeks, tumbling down to the metal floor. Ty Lee, beside him, covered her mouth with her hands, and the tears on the corners of her eyes glistened just as much as Haru's did. Angela's already bad mood worsened instantly. She hadn't wanted to think it, she hadn't wanted to even contemplate the possibility, but as she stood there, beside a shocked and indignant Sokka, she understood the very worst-case scenario had come to pass, likely long before any of them could do anything to stop it. Tyro had become yet another casualty of the warden's ruthless regime. Chapter 157, Haru's Family 6. The mood was darker than it had been at any other point during the trip. The problems Ty Lee had with Haru and Angela earlier on seemed petty, meaningless compared to the magnitude of what they'd discovered in the prison rig. Haru and Ty Lee locked themselves away in their cabin after the truth sank in. Ty Lee was terrified of leaving Haru by himself, and as he hadn't rejected her company, she had remained by his side while he struggled to cope with his father's death. Everyone else was left to hope that Ty Lee would manage to ease Haru's sorrows somehow, even if no one expected it to happen anytime soon. On the barge's deck, on the day after their heartbreaking discovery, Sokka glanced up at the tall tower, his eyes set on the level where he knew Ty Lee and Haru's cabin was located. The lights were weak, but visible through the windows anyways. Lights could be seen as well in the topmost floor. Sokka swallowed hard, wondering if he should head upstairs to support Angela or if he ought to worry more about keeping up appearances. "How did you guys find out about?" Song asked Sokka, startling him out of his momentary daze. She had approached him by herself, something unusual, as she had been beside Ruishi at nearly every point through the journey. "I mean, it's so horrible, Sokka. I'm so sorry for Haru. What he's going through now. I've never known for sure what happened to my father, but I didn't want to know either. Because I always feared that it'd be like this." "A justified fear," Sokka muttered, shaking his head. "I guess none of us wanted to think it would be this bad, but too many have died at the hands of the Fire Nation's armies. While there are good people in the Fire Nation, there's still so many others who actually bask in inflicting cruelty on others, who won't care to understand the value of any of the lives they've wasted on their chase for false glory. At least the princess has done something about this horrible warden, though," said Song, sighing. "I just wish. We all wish she could have done it sooner." "Yeah," said Sokka. "Or that Haru's dad had lived a little longer, enough that she could have saved him, but at least she can save the rest of them, somehow. Or try to, at any rate." "Try to?" Song asked, eyeing Sokka with uncertainty. "What do you mean?" Sokka breathed deeply and stared off across the ocean. The west extended forward, and although they were miles away from the Fire Nation he could almost feel its presence across the sea. It was a land full of beauty, and he had grown to genuinely cherish it, but at times like these, he couldn't hold back his resentment towards the wrongs of their people. If only there had been no war, the Fire Nation would be one of the undisputed greatest nations of all, but all its wonders paled once contrasted to the suffering they had caused. "I just don't know how much she can do to fix things," said Sokka. "Rather, I don't know if she should jump forward to make demands to her father over the conditions and treatment of slaves everywhere. I've pressured her about it before, and I did it a lot back when she first hired me, but I think I see things a little more clearly now. And I'm worried that she'd do something she shouldn't do, like outright challenge her father when he won't yield." "You think she could lose his favor?" Song asked. Sokka shrugged. "I hope not, but I guess, after what happened recently, Her father feels more threatening lately than ever before, said Sokka. I don't know how long it will be before he starts assuming Angela's small bouts of rebellion are just an indicator of something bigger. Rulers are, usually, paranoid about everything. And the princess is leaning further and further away from her father's beliefs because of you, Song whispered. Sokka gritted his teeth. If you're so worried, you probably should go talk to her. She might need to hear what you're saying now, maybe. I don't know if she does, but it is broad daylight. I don't know if I should dare, Sokka said, grimacing. Song smiled warmly and shrugged. Yeah, makes sense, she said. I guess it'd be suspicious. I just don't know, it's awful feeling so helpless. Haru is miserable, of course, and Ty Lee is too, and the princess is in the foulest mood I've seen her in since long ago, so, it's scary. Especially because we can't really do anything about it. Well, I can try to do something about Angela, Sokka said, sighing. Just, I can't feel comfortable about this. Not with this Renkai guy constantly looming over us everywhere. I keep getting the feeling he's watching me even when he can't be. I don't know, sometimes I wonder if I'll catch him standing guard at Angela's door directly so I can't go see her. Ruishi mentioned he's surely informing the general on all of you, especially the princess, said Song, sighing. It makes things complicated, Unpleasant and complicated. Especially at times like these, said Sokka, glancing up at Angela's cabin again. But, maybe I could come up with an excuse. Maybe I could ask her to have lunch with me on the lower deck, or, anything, really. Even if we can't do anything but talk, at least I'd be able to keep her from fuming and making rash decisions. Maybe, said Song, smiling a little. It's a thought, at least. And if you're somewhere not too private, Renkai wouldn't have any reason to, well. Yeah, said Sokka, sighing and nodding promptly. I'll do that, then. Just, well, keep an eye out if Ty Lee or Haru leave their cabin at some point, okay? I will, said Song, sighing. I'll watch out for Renkai too, I suppose. I can't stop him, but maybe if I watch him, he'll feel too self-conscious to follow you upstairs, right? That might work, said Sokka, smiling a little at her. I'll let you know if I find out anything about Haru. In the meantime, well, try not to think too much about it. You were having a pretty great time on this trip, I'm sorry that you can't enjoy yourself fully anymore. All things considered, it's not that surprising, said Song, sighing. That I got lucky with my mother is a rarity as it is. I just hope his mother is okay, just like mine was. It'd be so devastating to find out that, well, that both his parents are gone. It would be, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. But I don't know if we'll find out at all, for starters. Haru might not be up for this anymore, for all we know. Right, anyways, go on now, Song said, with a weak grin. If I shouldn't dwell on the bad things, neither should you. I suppose. Said Sokka, with a small smile of his own. I'll see you in a bit, then. Song nodded as Sokka made his way to the ship's tower. The barge was stationary, had been for the whole night and through the morning, too. While some people were growing restless about the impending journey home, it was clear that the detours for Haru's sake had to be resolved before the ship could start moving again. They had anchored back in the bay, away from the accursed rig that had caused them such grief in a remarkably short time. Ever since then, Angela had locked herself in her room, and as Renkai had been on duty, Sokka had avoided visiting her through the night, against his better judgment. He had witnessed many of Angela's most dangerous outbursts, but something about her current state was terrifying for Sokka. While he was glad that she was taking Haru's father's death so seriously, he also wanted to confirm that she was level-headed enough to make the right decisions about how to handle this matter. But Sokka intended to find out if she was right now, one way or another. He breathed deeply upon reaching her door, and he knocked on it gently. He received no answer, so he resolved to identify himself, hoping she'd respond to that. "Hey, can I come in?" he asked. Still no answer. He had no choice but to hope Angela wouldn't be too mad once he entered the room uninvited. He pushed the door open, finding her sitting on her bed, fully clad in her usual outfit and armor, her brow furrowed as she pored through seemingly countless papers. "If you're not told to come in, you probably shouldn't do it," Angela muttered between gritted teeth, scribbling something down as Sokka closed the door behind him. He smiled weakly. "I'm a very inappropriate person, as you always say. I was worried, you know? Maybe that bull had caught up with you, or something." "Bull?" Angela asked, raising her eyes towards him at last with a befuddled expression. Sokka smiled. "The one that crazy herbalist told us about, remember?" he said. "The one that was going to chase us away from each other." "Huh," said Angela, surprising herself when she smiled a little. "Well, fortunately it hasn't yet. I'll let you know if I ever bump into one, but I guess we shouldn't be in any danger of land-based creatures when we're traveling by ship." "True, but it never hurts to be careful, especially when we're docked as we are," he said, stepping towards her. "It looks like you've kept yourself busy. Did you even sleep last night?" "I couldn't," Angela muttered, almost ashamed to admit the truth. "I just couldn't stop thinking about that damn rig." The look on Haru's face. "I can't erase it from my mind." "I don't think any of us can," Sokka said, sitting on the bed beside her. Nobody expected to find solid leads about his parents so quickly, but for those leads to result in this. What's worse is we should have seen it coming, on some level. That brute of a warden doesn't care about anything but holding his authority over everyone else's heads, Angela growled, shaking her head. "He treats his own underlings with nothing but contempt. What sort of kindness can anyone expect him to spare for a slave?" "None," Sokka said, shaking his head. "I was enjoying tormenting him with you, though, I won't lie." "I should thank you for having my back with that," Angela said, smiling a little again. "I know I should know better than to talk so leisurely about how I could order you to kill someone when you don't want to kill anyone that ever again, but it's part of being a good liar," said Sokka, smiling at her. "I guess I'm getting the hang of it." "As you should be," Angela said, nodding. "What are all these, though?" Sokka asked, gesturing at the papers on the mattress. Angela bit her lip. "Projects," she said. He raised an eyebrow. "What kind of?" "They're strategies to handle both the homeless people and the restructuring of the slavery system," Angela finished. His eyes widened. "Whoa, what?" he said. You've been doing this all night." "It needs more work still," Angela admitted, with a shrug. "But this, it really was the last straw. Your stories about Huiyi were disturbing enough, but seeing this gruesome reality for myself in this way it's too much. I can't stand by and do nothing." I appreciate that sentiment, but that's why I came here to talk to you." "Well, that and to get you out of this room," he said, grimacing. "It is broad daylight, as you may have noticed." "Of course I noticed. There are windows in this cabin, Sokka," Angela said, rolling her eyes as she reread one of the pages she had written. "Then you know it's really risky for me to visit you in broad daylight, with a snitch in our midst." "That just proves you shouldn't have done it," Angela said, with a dry grin. Sokka huffed. "Surely, but if I hadn't done it, I wouldn't have been able to see you until tonight, and if I couldn't see you for 2 days straight without knowing what you're up to, I would have lost my mind." "Well, that's possessive of you," she said, smirking at him. "Can't give me a moment of privacy at all, Gladiator." "It's not about possessiveness," Sokka grumbled, blushing. "It's about your tendency to do crazy things when something rubs you the wrong way. The last I saw you, you were about as angry as you were back when I told you Zhao was onto us. Is it that unreasonable for me to worry about your emotional well-being?" "Oh, it's not. You do need to keep up with my moods to know if you're getting any action at night or not," Angela smirked. Sokka snorted and shook his head. "And then you say I'm the one with the filthy mind," he said, standing up. "Come on, princess. You can head downstairs with me, have lunch with us commoners for once, and we can keep Renkai off our trail that way." Could we?" Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. "Even if I did that, I'd still sit with you, and I'd only talk with you. I doubt we'd keep him off our trail at all." "Well, at least he won't have any right to suspect we're fucking, so I'd think that's a step up over being holed up in your cabin," he said. Angela smiled and sighed. Fine, fine. I suppose that would be true. And I am a little hungry, she admitted, surrendering at last. Still, I'm coming back here as soon as we're done. Okay, that's all good with me, said Sokka, smiling and nodding as Angela climbed off the bed and slipped into her tall boots. Angela didn't frequent the dining deck often. It was below the topmost deck, and as much as her barge was one of the most advanced and prestigious ships in her father's fleet, the locations below deck weren't all that pristine. Everything was of the sturdiest metal, and the lights weren't particularly bright, which gave the place a rudimentary appearance. The kitchen stood directly adjacent to the dining area. The crew members always picked up their own food in trays before choosing their seats on the available tables, so Angela assumed she was expected to do the same. Naturally, it was the kitchen staff who didn't expect her to do so. Princess. We were about to send your food to your room, as always, said one of the men behind the kitchen bar, bowing clumsily towards her. We must have been late, please forgive. None of that, I simply decided to come down here instead, just for today, Angela said, curtly. I'll spare you the bother of heading upstairs to deliver the meal, just serve it here and be done with it. All right. Immediately, Princess, said the staff member, rushing away to gather the fine plates they reserved for Angela. Sokka watched as her meal was served in the most dignified, elegant manner. He smirked upon noticing she was perfectly used to the attention to detail that the workers offered her meals. But his amusement shifted into childish indignation when he received his own food tray, where his common china and carelessly poured food stood out plainly against Angela's neatly arranged food courses. This is favoritism, I tell you. Favoritism, he declared, stubbornly, as they took their seats at a free metallic table in the dining area. A few sailors and guards were eating as well, and while some shot Sokka disbelieving glares for his insolence, others simply laughed off his antics. It wasn't all that surprising for them that the Gladiator would act out anymore, not after watching him do as much for well over 2 years now. Did you only just realize that I'm privileged, Sokka? Really? Angela asked, amused. Did you think my title was just for appearance's sake or something? I'm just saying, if they can be that careful with your food, why would they sloppily toss mine on the plate like this? He said, gesturing at a meatball. Look at it. My meatball's crumbling while yours are perfect. I suppose they believe I deserve the best, and nothing but the best, Angela said, with a proud smirk. Besides, since when does the display of your food matter to you? Don't you just want to stuff your face? I do. But it's still not fair, Sokka mumbled, before forsaking all his grumpiness as he finally dug into his meal. Angela smiled a little, surprised even now by Sokka's talent to make her feel at ease. She had spent the better part of the last 24 hours in a foul mood, working relentlessly towards her goals, rage seething inside her chest. But her head felt much clearer now thanks to his intervention. Had they been alone she might have kissed him and thanked him for it, even if he might not understand what she was so grateful for, exactly. They ate together silently at first, as Sokka devoured his meal ravenously while Angela ate calmly, deep in thought. She was barely halfway through her plate when he got up to ask for second servings. Her golden eyes were judging him as he sat at the table again, his tray refilled. What? He said, nibbling on a crab cake. I was pretty anxious before, I thought you weren't okay, and now that I know you are, I'm back to my good old self again. Meaning, you're back to eating half my ship's supplies when we still have to cross an ocean to get home. Brilliant, she said, smirking in disbelief. Maybe you should be anxious more often if it means you'll eat less. Hey. At any rate, we're not just doing this because you wanted company for lunch, are we? She said. Sokka gulped and shook his head. What do you want to know? Isn't it obvious? He said, shrugging. What's in those projects of yours? How are you going to deal with, well, everything you mentioned upstairs? It's not as complicated as it may look, but it will be complicated to convince my father of devoting any resources for it, Angela admitted, tapping her chopsticks against the border of her rice bowl. First things first, I already knew I had to delegate, but now I've planned my movements with that in mind. The real solution for these predicaments is indeed to delegate, it's what a leader would do, so. So? Sokka repeated, surprised. To whom will you delegate, then? And regarding what, exactly? First of all, the homeless people, said Angela, after swallowing a mouthful of rice. I'd already told you that they need not only a roof over their heads, but someone to look after them. This person will oversee all 7 homeless people, but their job isn't just that of a janitor's or a cook's. I've decided that their job shall be to teach the homeless people how to survive in our world, basically. They'll provide them with the skill set to clean and cook for themselves, to do their house chores and everything they need to become basic functioning citizens. I suppose that means I'm not a basic functioning citizen, huh? Said Sokka, smiling a little. Angela raised her eyebrows and glanced away, her sarcastic silence answering his question easily enough. He chuckled, despite himself. Will you go house hunting once we return to the Fire Nation, then? I'll have to, yes, said Angela, with a dry grin. You're welcome to join me. I'll pay for it, again, and once I've chosen the right person for this job, I'll pay for their salary too. But that's not all, of course. Yeah, I figure not. That resolves what you'll do on short term, but... said Sokka. Angela nodded. I intend to see to it that each of these homeless people are given the proper education, if they lack it. After they reach the mandatory education levels for all Fire Nation citizens, I'll find apprenticeships for them in whatever business they're interested in. Basically, I intend to readapt them to society, said Angela, folding her arms over her chest. I know, it's easier said than done, but it can be done. I expect to be able to finance this operation myself. The savings I have from your fights and the money I'm always allotted should be enough to handle this, at least for now. For now. Sokka repeated. I mean, it does sound like a solid plan, better than what your dad would expect for sure. But what do you mean, for now? This is merely a start, Sokka, Angela said, looking at him curtly. I'm not enough of a fool as to believe that these 7 are isolated problems, they're not. We both met that homeless man back when we were looking for your house, and now there's more of them. There will be more yet, seeing as my father has no intentions of shutting down his factories and refineries, and as we've seen for ourselves, the worst of those factories and refineries are as good as killing the Fire Nation people. So, while I do expect to begin with these 7, I believe the right way to handle this would be by creating different teams that would work with the homeless people found in the main cities of the Fire Nation at first. We'll expand to the provinces if it's successful here. That's very ambitious, said Sokka, blinking blankly before smiling. But it sounds like a good plan. I suppose there's one small problem. How do we know the wrong people won't exploit this kind of system? Exploit it? Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Sokka swallowed hard. I mean, this is just an imaginary situation. But what if the son of a nobleman wastes away all his inheritance and gets thrown out of his own house, and then just shows up at this refuge, expecting them to bail him out of his problems? He said. Angela smiled. Why, we'll reform him, of course, she said. That kind of fool would definitely benefit from doing housework and chores, and afterwards being forced to work for himself for a change. Well, I suppose that's true, said Sokka, stroking his chin, deep in thought. What about people who can't seem to find jobs? Whether because they suck at them or because they're out of luck. So, you're asking what I'll do if someone pretends to be homeless and takes advantage of the benefits of the system? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Well, I suppose it could be a problem, but the system would be directed towards turning them into productive members of society after all. They will get a roof over their heads, but they'll have to work to maintain it. They wouldn't be mere freeloaders. Still, I suppose you make a good point. I guess it will be necessary to disclose the responsibilities that come with joining this system before people jump in, huh? This first batch will be part of the system regardless of how they feel about the responsibilities at hand, but I guess it would be necessary to clarify how the system works for the second group, if the first one is successful. And, amongst those conditions, they would be expected to obey whomever you'll pick for the role of their caretaker, right? Sokka asked. Angela nodded. Well, as long as the caretakers know what they're doing, this should work. If they broke the rules they'd be cast out from the system, then. I suppose so, if they refuse to change their ways, said Angela. This is meant to be an opportunity for them to make something out of their lives, after all. If they don't want such an opportunity, they don't belong in the system. Simple as that. I see, said Sokka, smiling. Because it's all a choice, right? Nobody would be forced into it. They wouldn't be, no, but this probably will be a complicated task for whoever agrees to be their caretaker, said Angela, grimacing. While these 7 seem to be relatively alright people, well, the one we met ages ago wasn't easy to deal with, no, Sokka agreed. Angela sighed. I don't know what other kinds of people we'll find in the future, and that can be a source of problems if they're more chaotic than the ones we'd be working with right now. Still, even if they are, I hope we'll be able to help them, she said. As for, well, the other thing I mentioned. Ah, yeah, that other thing sounded way more unbelievable than all you've said so far, said Sokka, gulping. No offense. None taken, Angela said, looking uncertain of herself. I don't think I'll have trouble convincing my father to allow me to implement this first system, but this other idea I have is complicated. You want to rewrite the slavery laws? Sokka asked. I'd be writing them for the first time, rather, Angela said, taking a sip of her juice. As things stand, if you have no way of proving you're a Fire Nation citizen, whether trueborn or honorary, you may just end up turned into a slave. Hell, people can lose their rights as citizens if they commit serious crimes, or if they displease the Fire Lord or the nobility in any way. That's basically it. There's not much more to the system than that. People can trade money for slaves with less regulations than food or wares. And that's beyond disturbing, said Sokka, grimacing. Angela nodded. For a long time I didn't care. I also didn't see the truth of it properly until after I found you again in Huiyi, she said. I saw slavery as a form of punishment, that's how it has been understood for all this time. As something people deserve when they stepped out of line. And so, you used it that way too, said Sokka. Angela looked down at her empty plate remorsefully. I guess it took seeing it for myself with you, and then watching my father doing it to a true-born Fire Nation man whose plight was justified, to finally understand how gruesome it is, she said. I know that's hardly an excuse, but... It's not, but I doubt you're trying to make it one, said Sokka, smiling at her. I guess everyone could have benefited from learning the truths of the world sooner, but... I suppose learning by experience is part of being human, huh? Must be, said Angela, nodding. That was the day when I realized no one's really indispensable for my father, not after what he said about Zuko. And that's why I'm worried, said Sokka, his eyes growing sterner now. I'm glad you want to do this, however you plan to do it, but, do you think he'll just accept it? Or that he'll reject you meekly? I plan to be careful when presenting my case, certainly, said Angela, with a shrug. I can try to manipulate the conversation away from my real purposes. How? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. By telling him the same thing I told the Dem Warden, she said, her face darkening upon mentioning the man. Slaves are at their most effective when treated better, and I've demonstrated as much through you, through Song, and I've seen it evidenced in many others, too. Therefore, it stands to reason that our entire slavery system would do best with a complete restructuration, or rather, with some sort of structure for the first time. I guess that could help, said Sokka, biting his lip. Still. I can't get him to set everyone free that easily, Angela cut him immediately. I'm planning on winning small victories gradually. But I doubt I can manipulate my father into relinquishing the slavery system as a whole. He wouldn't stand for it. I know, said Sokka, nodding. I know. It's just, somewhat awful that you have to frame things so that it looks like you're just as bad as him. Like you're merely focused on effectiveness rather than wanting to do right by people who don't deserve this kind of treatment. I understand why you have to do it, but... I hate that that's the only way to get it done. I hate it too, you know, she said, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips. I don't enjoy this kind of plotting remotely as much as you may think I do, not when it comes to these matters. I feel like nothing I ever do will be enough, and I'll probably feel that way forever, even after I outlaw slavery all over again. Hell knows what kind of problems I'll have to anticipate to by then. Yeah, it's easier said than done, said Sokka, sighing. I just want to be sure you're not going to do anything crazy, I guess. I appreciate the sentiment, but this kind of recklessness is part of my nature, Azula said, smiling a little. I may have pushed my father to his limits as it is, but I won't know for sure until I propose this. He may just reject all attempts to structure the slavery system, but I won't know until I try it, right? Right, said Sokka, smiling a little before sighing. Then, homeless people and slaves, huh? You're getting way busier than you've been throughout all these years. I suppose I am, said Azula, shrugging. And it's nothing compared with what will happen when I'm Fire Lord. This is light training for then, I figure. Well, you're probably going to ace the training, Sokka said, proudly. And you'll be a brilliant Fire Lord too, when your time comes. Always good to know I have your support, said Azula, smiling as well. At any rate, are you appeased yet? Satisfied? Hardly, he said, with a teasing grin. But it's fine if you want to go back to your work now. I'll just sit here, moping a little before I get my next round of food. Sounds like you're very miserable about being left alone, aren't you? Azula asked, smirking. Sokka chuckled. Well, I'll check on Ty Lee and Haru on my way upstairs. We do need to know what to do next. He's free to carry on with his search, of course, and I'd gladly come along again, to wherever it is we may go next, but, if he's going to give up there's nowhere to go but home, huh? I figure as much, yeah, said Sokka, shrugging. He may not have made up his mind yet, though. We can wait a little longer, until he's ready to set out, right? I suppose, said Azula, nodding as she pushed herself to her feet. Well then, thanks for the talk and for the company. We should do this more often, said Sokka, smiling goofily at her. Azula smiled. I suppose we could, if the urge strikes us, she decided, before bowing her head curtly in his direction. Have a nice day, then. Good luck with Haru, Sokka said. Azula nodded as she moved through the tables, feeling his eyes on her as she walked away. It didn't escape her that Renkai happened to be amongst the few people enjoying their lunch right now. She ignored him as best as she could, but she felt her blood boiling regardless as she walked past him. The man had been breathing down their necks ever since they arrived in Ba Sing Se, and it didn't seem like he was going to stop anytime soon. When had he showed up in the dining deck? He hadn't been there all along. Had he overheard anything they'd said? It wasn't likely, as the soft buzz of conversation echoed inside the metal room and disrupted most talk into chatter. Still, it didn't mean he hadn't tried to listen. Sokka didn't notice Renkai until after Azula was gone. By then Renkai glanced at him warily, and Sokka merely smiled and waved at him. His bold, reckless behavior earned him a scowl, and Renkai returned to his food. It seemed he had very little appetite, for he simply tossed and turned the components of his meal repeatedly, brow furrowed. It wasn't long before Renkai pushed away the tray and stood up, his frustration apparent. He seemed ready to leave just before Sokka called for him. Can I have the rest of that? Renkai froze, finding the gladiator smiling in a rather insolent way at him. Irritation stirred within his chest. Didn't you already have a second serving? Sure, but I'm fine with finishing all the food others don't want. Can't say I enjoy watching good food going to waste, Sokka declared, hands behind his head as he looked at Renkai defiantly. Renkai huffed and shook his head, walking away without another word. Sokka's leisurely defiance faded away, and he glared at Renkai as the man walked away. He didn't want to waste what little chances he'd have to be with Azula, but the threat of Renkai loomed ever closer every day, it seemed. Perhaps even this simple lunch encounter had already been too bold of them to do, with that man lurking that way. In the tower, Azula hesitated before knocking on Ty Lee's door. It was probably wrong to interfere with Haru's grieving process, but she hoped she could talk to Ty Lee, at the very least. While she understood Haru was in no shape to deal with the rest of the world right now, she couldn't quite waste much more time on this voyage than she already had. She had responsibilities to handle and new enterprises to take up, too. She wouldn't stand in Ty Lee and Haru's way, no matter what they decided to do next, but she had to know when the barge would be able to move on. So she knocked softly on the door, hoping she wasn't making a huge mistake by coming here. The last thing she wanted was to worsen their current circumstances any further. The heavy clouds hanging over their trip were hard to ignore, and adding to her guest's misery wasn't what Angela wanted. But to her surprise and relief, the door swung open slowly. Tylee stood behind it, her hair unbraided, her eyes as red as they always were when she had cried too much. It was odd, but not altogether terrible, that she would have shed so many tears alongside a man instead of over one, for once. Angela. Tylee whispered. The princess nodded towards her. I'm just checking on you both, she said, glancing through the room. Haru was sitting at the edge of the mattress, his shoulders squared, his head dipped low. I don't even know if you've eaten anything since, well, at any rate, how is he doing? I suppose he's been a little better after he fell asleep a few hours ago. He's awake again now, Tylee said, biting her lip. I've never seen him like this, but I guess it's just expected. I feel terrible, It's not your fault, Angela told Tylee, despite knowing those words seldom helped. Being Fire Nation had many perks, and yet it often meant feeling responsible for war crimes they hadn't committed themselves. I know that, but I wish I could help some more, she said, gritting her teeth. It's the worst possible outcome, and I hate that something so awful would happen to such a sweet man. I'm glad you demoted that bastard of a warden, but, I still feel terrible. I guess we all do, said Angela, sighing. And I'm about to make an ass of myself, too, so. What do you mean? Tylee said, looking at her friend with confusion. I mean, I have a lot of things I need to deal with at home, including how I demoted one of my father's wardens without consulting him about it, Angela muttered, her gaze on the floor. I just want to know if you two have decided what you'll do yet. If you'd rather wait a few days before making up your minds, that's fine too. I just need to know if we should go home now or if Haru's still going to try to, well, if he still feels like searching for his mother, despite it all. I don't know, said Tylee, gritting her teeth, considering what happened I'd think that. I will. Tylee jumped. Haru's voice sounded hoarse, rusty. He had stood up, and he looked at them with vacant eyes as he spoke with unusual determination. Haru. Tylee said, turning towards him and dashing to his side. He was making his way to the door, still looking out of sorts as he was. Darling, there's no need for, you don't have to push yourself to do anything you're not ready for. Really, Haru? I'll never be ready, he said, trembling. I'll never be ready to hear those words again. But I need to know the truth. I need to know if my mother. I need to know if I'm too late again. If I waste more time, I might just doom her. I have to find her, and I have to do it now. I don't have a choice. And even if I did, I'd still choose to do this. Tylee looked at Haru with concern, but his eyes were set on Angela. The emptiness in his emerald gaze was a low blow for the princess, no matter if she wasn't particularly close to Haru. There was very little chance that Haru would ever feel complete again in life, Angela realized. He had lost more than many could ever hope to endure, and what little hopes he still clung to were shrouded in darkness. She swallowed hard and lowered her gaze before nodding towards him. You'll be off to your hometown, then? She asked. How far is it? About half a day from the port, Haru answered. If you have duties, you should go home instead of waiting for us. Or, well, for me. You don't have to stay for this, Tylee. Oh, I'm not leaving your side, Haru. No matter what you say about it, the stubborn girl declared, looking at him with determination. Haru gave her a weak smile, the best he could muster at the moment. Thank you. Then, princess. I can spare a few more days, Angela said, surprising them. I just wanted to know when we'd be able to go, I didn't come here to force my schedule on you or anything. Thank you, said Tylee, smiling too. Then you'll wait for us. I think I'll go with you again, Angela said. Haru's eyes widened. Granted, My company hasn't been that much help so far, but I can stick around at least until we reach your hometown. We might not find anything there, Haru warned her. If we only find more leads that take us elsewhere, you probably should just return to the ship and go home. All right, that's a sensible idea, Angela admitted, nodding. You'll find passage back to the Fire Nation on your own, then. You could send a messenger hawk by the time your search is finished. I might be able to send you a ship or... You're very kind, said Haru, bowing his head towards her. I'd be grateful for that. Ty Lee smiled warmly at Angela, her emotions more heartfelt than Haru's could be right now. Ty Lee knew her friend could have easily dismissed them, determined that Haru's problems weren't her business, that she had enough things to worry about in her life as it was. Instead, she was willing to help no matter if no one was asking her to. Angela had always been full of surprises, but the quality of such surprises certainly had changed a lot over the course of the last years. Well, then, said Angela. Let me know when you're ready to take off. You don't need to. We'll be down on the deck shortly, Haru said, moving towards the closet. Ty Lee's smile shifted immediately, startled as she had been by Haru's declaration. Wadash. Haru. You don't have to push yourself if you're not up for it yet, Angela told him, looking at him warily. Haru shook his head, as he found a change of green and yellow clothes within the closet. Like I said, I don't think I ever will be, Haru mumbled. So, it's for the best to see this to the end as soon as I can. Delaying it won't hurt any less. Ty Lee looked like she was on the verge of tears again. Angela's heart had sunk too, realizing Haru had as good as given up by now. He only wanted to find out the truth about his mother, and he fully expected said truth to be nefarious, nothing other than that. Well, then. I'll see you both downstairs, she said. Ty glanced at her with concern, but Angela didn't know how to help her beyond this point. Encouraging Haru to imagine a brighter outcome for this search would only be worse in the long run, if his suspicion about his mother's fate happened to be spot on. She only hoped Ty Lee would know as much. Angela closed the door behind herself, and Ty Lee turned towards Haru. The earthbender was fastening the bandana he always wore, and he stared at himself in the mirror as he tied the knot. His hands were trembling still. Haru, love. Ty Lee said, a hand reaching for his back. He didn't flinch away from her touch, and she took that as a good sign. I'll be fine, he said. One day, at least, I will be. You don't have to do this so rashly, Haru, said Ty Lee. I know you don't want to inconvenience anyone, but if I'm going to lose my family, I'd rather lose it in one go, Haru said. I don't want to go home, grieve for my father, and then come back to find out that my mother was, that she was gone as well all along. It may be more intense this way, but it's for the best. I just want to know the truth already, so I can start learning how to live with it. That's all. I'm worried about you, Ty Lee said, looking at him earnestly. I understand why you want to do this, but Haru, your heart is broken. And as it already is, it's better to keep it that way than to amend it just so it can break once more, Haru said, closing his eyes. I'm sorry things are so bad, Ty Lee. I really wish this would have a happy ending, but as things are, it's not likely. I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for? Ty Lee said, shaking her head and looking at him in disbelief. Haru. I just need to do this, he said, looking at her with resignation now. I know it's not easy for you either, but stop worrying about me, said Ty Lee, clasping his face between her hands. Haru, please, this isn't about me, this is about you. Stop being so selfless when you're in such pain. I don't want to think about my pain, said Haru, shaking his head. I don't want to. I can't bear it. I'm not strong enough to face it as I am. I just need to keep moving forward and maybe one day I'll be stronger. But until then, I just need to keep going. Haru. Ty Lee said, gritting her teeth before hugging him tightly. His face buried into her neck, and she felt his hot tears against her skin. He needed support, and she would give it to him. Maybe he didn't feel strong, but Ty Lee had learned more about what it meant to be a sponsor over the course of the last few days than throughout the previous 2 years. If he felt weak, she would lend him her strength. She would become his rock, his solace, his source of stability in a world that crumbled around him. Whatever it took, Ty Lee would give Haru nothing but her best, and they would find their way through the dark times they were facing right now, together. "Captain Faley? May I speak with you?" Faley had been standing by the barge's railing casually, tapping his foot against the metal deck while he waited for any orders, for news, for anything. He knew why they were at a standstill right now, but that didn't stop him from feeling anxious. It seemed natural to him, though. He wasn't sure how any guards could ever do their jobs without being anxious and paranoid at every point in time. Still, he wasn't anxious or paranoid about his comrades. Renkai was smiling at him, and Faley smiled right back, happy to have someone to talk to, if just briefly. "Hey there, Renkai," he said, beaming. "Of course we can talk. What's up?" "Well, I went for lunch just a moment ago, and I was surprised to find the princess and her gladiator were eating there. I was under the impression she always had her meals delivered to her room," said Renkai, as innocently as possible. To his surprise, Faley merely shrugged. "Guess she felt like eating downstairs for once. Must have surprised the cooking staff," he said, smiling. I guess, but don't you think it's odd?" said Renkai. Faley raised an eyebrow. "I realize you may just be used to it, but isn't it wrong for the princess to be so close with a common gladiator?" "Wrong," said Faley, grimacing and shrugging. "I guess it could be, but she'd always been a lonely soul. I'm kind of glad she's been less lonely ever since he came along. So, she just wants company, of any sort?" Renkai asked, skeptical. "Why, then, is it always him? She took him with her to look for the other gladiators' parents just yesterday, for no reason, and she also took him with her on the dragon when she flew to Ba Sing Se, and she spends hours on end training with him, and—" "Whoa, okay, maybe it's a bit weird, but there's no need to get so worked up about it," said Faley, eyes wide. I just don't understand why all of you think this is normal," said Renkai, looking at Faley with confusion. "You've gotten used to it, I suspect, but it's really not normal. It's not right. I can't say I think it's wrong, honestly," said Faley, scratching his head. "The only problem I've got with Sokka is that he's a jerk who beat me at Mahjong, though hey, the princess helped him beat me that one time. Then again, he'd nearly gotten killed for her, as usual, so I guess she felt like being a little generous." "Nearly gotten killed?" Renkai asked. Faley shrugged. "As far as anyone knows, he keeps putting his life on the line for her inside and outside gladiator fights," he said. "You can add that to your list of confusing things about them, I guess." Do you seriously think there's nothing wrong with any of that?" said Renkai, his eyebrow twitching. Faley sighed and shrugged. "Well, you want an upfront answer?" "I think they like each other," he said. Renkai's eyes widened. "But as they can't be together, they just spend as much time as they can with each other and do whatever they can to prove to each other how they feel without outright saying it. Like how Sokka keeps getting himself half-killed for her sake, or how the princess looks after him after he gets half-killed." "Then, you think it's a chaste relationship?" Renkai asked, raising his eyebrows. It might not be, but he didn't think he'd be lucky enough to find the proper evidence to claim the opposite. "Meh, I think they're just friends because they can't be anything else," said Renkai. "Then again, what do I know? I've never had a girlfriend and as far as I can tell I never will, so, you could ask another guard, really. Ask Ruishi, maybe, he knows those two much better than I could ever hope to." "Ruishi?" Renkai repeated, with an awkward smile. "I doubt that'd work." "Why?" "You can just ask him, he's not going to bite," said Faley, smiling before calling out loudly. "Hey! Ruishi!" "And no, there's no need to call him. I said that wouldn't work, just, oh, curse you," said Renkai, covering his face with his hands as he heard the former captain approaching. He had kept Song company after Sokka left her, but he had paused their conversation and rushed towards the two guards. Is something the matter? He asked. Fei Li smiled and gestured at Renkai. He's just being nosy and wants to gossip about whether or not the princess and Sokka are. I'm not a gossip. I'm not. That's not. Renkai exclaimed, blushing violently. Ruishi frowned before raising an eyebrow. You mean, the same damn rumor the whole lot of you keep debating? He asked. Fei Li snickered and shrugged. See, Renkai fits right in with the lot of us. Wait, what? Said Renkai, dropping his hands and looking at his comrades with confusion. It's a rumor? A debated one? Who debates it, exactly? The entirety of the royal guards do, said Ruishi, closing his eyes and sighing. Regardless of how often I've told them not to ever pester the princess or the gladiator about it, they keep gossiping like old wives whenever you're not looking. Fei Li is the worst of them. I'm not. Then, all of the guards think they have a secret romance of some sort? Renkai asked, eyes wide. And no one has done anything about it. Why would anyone do anything? Said Ruishi, shrugging. There's no secret romance to speak of. The princess is fully devoted to her nation and the gladiator is fully devoted to returning home after he fulfills his mission as her personal fighter. That's it. Renkai said, raising his eyebrows. It doesn't look like it when they spend that much time together. Who are we to deny the princess her whims? Said Ruishi, with a resigned shrug. She has always behaved rather strangely with the gladiator. I protested against it a few times when their partnership was barely beginning, but she would never listen to me. I understand your reservations, but as it is, the princess has displayed more interest in politics and the Fire Nation's success than in relationships of any sort. If he were a hindrance to her plans, she would have gotten rid of him by now. And what if he's smarter than we're giving him credit for? Renkai asked, folding his arms over his chest. I've heard he's a talented fighter because he's intuitive and intelligent. What if he knew just how to manipulate the princess into? Fei Li's bark of laughter was so loud Renkai froze and blushed again. Was it that much of a stretch to suspect that? Oh, Renkai, you definitely don't know the princess well enough yet, said Fei Li, patting his shoulder. Give it a few more months, you'll see. She's the manipulator, pal, not the other way around. But, said Renkai, glancing between the two guards with uncertainty. Was it possible he was overthinking matters? Still, even if he was, he could relay this to the general all the same. It was the closest he had found to evidence that the princess had any dangerous associations that might be steering her away from her father's legacy. Perhaps that could be a start, if anything. It wasn't all that difficult to find her relationship with her gladiator, be it romantic or platonic, utterly inappropriate for a woman of her position. Suddenly, both his companions struck up a rigid position, which gave away that the princess was nearby. All three guards were quick to put their helmets into place, and they turned towards Angela with perfect stances. She approached them, stopping in front of Fei Li. It would seem we have a brand new hiking exercise in our immediate future, she said. Feel free to assign whichever guards you deem better suited for the task. We'll set out within a half hour, at most. Setting out where? Ruishi blurted out, without thinking. Angela gave him a pointed glare, freezing him on the spot. If I may inquire, princess. Haru has snapped out of his grieving long enough to decide that he wants to pursue the leads that might take him to his mother, said Angela. He has no idea what the result will be, but it means we'll finally get moving, at least. Be quick about it, then, Fei Li. Yes, princess. Said Fei Li, bowing quickly and dashing off to where the rest of the guards stood. The other three watched him go, somewhat amused by his clumsy attempts to uphold his position as captain. He looks awfully awkward in that fancy uniform, said Angela, with a small smirk. Doesn't suit him at all. I don't think it suits me either, Ruishi said. Angela's smirk widened. Not you, not any of the others. It'll take a while for all of us to get used to it, she said, shaking her head. You'll keep searching for the Earthbender's family? Renkai asked then, prompting Angela to frown at him. I intend to, yes, she answered, curtly. Renkai gritted his teeth. If so, then, perhaps you could simply take that gladiator on your dragon to wherever this new lead will take you. Right? He asked. You wouldn't need a full retinue again, and since you usually take your own gladiator with you that way, why not? I don't suppose you're familiar with my very dreadful experiences when traveling on foot through this continent, are you? Angela asked. Renkai froze. The first time I had to live off Komodo rhino meat scraps for a week, the second time I brought Ruishi along too, for safety's sake, and we were still chased down by White Lotus brigands across the western colonies. So, while I certainly could risk traveling again with only 1 or 2 people, I'm hoping bringing a larger brigade will serve as better protection this time around. Understood. Yes, Princess, said Renkai, lowering his head. I suppose I don't mind when my men question my decisions, but usually when Ruishi does it, he has proper basis to do so. Think twice before making such foolish suggestions next time, Angela finished, harshly. Renkai's submissiveness was tinged with resentment by now, his gaze shifting into a glare as Ruishi cleared his throat. You can, of course, travel however you please, but perhaps you should keep the dragon watching over you from afar, he suggested. He can serve as another layer of protection in case anything were to happen. Now that is a reasonable suggestion. And one that I intended to uphold even before Ruishi asked me to, Angela said, with a dry grin. She nodded towards Ruishi in a dismissive manner before walking away towards the railing of the ship, where she planned to wait until their group was ready to leave again. Ruishi was left behind with Renkai, wondering if the newest member of their team would ever learn to endure Angela's harshness. Going by Renkai's tense stance, it wasn't likely that he would do it anytime soon. Sokka was scratching the back of his head when he climbed upstairs to find the small group gathering at the deck. He had been on his way back to Song, hoping to let her know things weren't quite as hopeless as he had feared. The last thing he expected was to spot her speaking with Haru. His initial impulse was to rush to talk to them, but he held back. A glance across the deck helped him locate Angela quickly, and he walked towards her as casually as he could. All right, I know you're the most efficient person alive, but didn't you take that too far this time? He asked, upon reaching her. Angela shot him an annoyed glare. I didn't take anything anywhere. Haru decided to continue his search right now. He seems to think it will be better to know the full truth right away than to stay in the dark while he processes his grief. Ty Lee's attempts to stop him amounted to nothing. He's set on going forward with this. That's insane, said Sokka, grimacing. What if the worst-case scenario happens? Those two were in shambles barely a month ago, over a mere communication problem. If Haru's mother were, well, if the worst outcome is the truth, he's never going to get over it. Not when he's still not over his father's death. Indeed, and how does someone get over losing their father the way he did? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka lowered his gaze. I guess, they don't. Truth be told, it'd take inhuman strength to overcome that kind of loss, especially when it happens that way, he said, closing his eyes. He spoke from experience, and Angela knew as much. I'm assuming Haru has reached that same conclusion, she said. He doesn't think he'll ever get over any of it, his father, or his mother, so he's carrying his grief over with him for the time being, and if the worst were to happen, well, I suppose we'll see how to deal with it by then. That's not like you, said Sokka, looking at her warily. You'd usually think of plans to deal with the worst potential outcome beforehand. Sokka, frankly, I feel like we're being stretched in all directions, she told him, her eyes earnest. I want to help those two, but I don't know how much we can do for them, not when it comes to facing this particular problem. It's just, if it were us, would you want other people poking their noses in? Or would you rather we dealt with our personal problems ourselves? I guess I'd choose the second option, Sokka admitted, rubbing the bridge of his nose. But it's hard to keep proper distance if things are like this. We have no choice, Angela said, her eyes straying towards Ty Lee, who was approaching them now. This isn't our fight, for once. We'll do whatever we can for them, but some things are out of our reach, regardless of how we may feel about that. Sokka gritted his teeth and lowered his gaze. She was right, he knew as much, but he wanted to help somehow anyways. Haru and Ty Lee were their friends, and Sokka could barely stand seeing them as miserable as they were right now. "When are we taking off?" Ty Lee asked, upon reaching them. Sokka glanced at her, finding she looked small, uncertain, unhappy. Azula gave her friend an earnest shrug. "Whenever you're ready, the two of you," she said. "Can Haru lead us to his hometown yet?" "He thinks he can, at the very least," said Ty Lee, smiling sadly. "How is he?" Sokka asked, before biting his lip. "And how are you?" "What, me?" said Ty Lee, looking at him in disbelief. "I'm not the one anyone should be worrying about right now, but thanks either way. I'm trying to help him, I suppose. It's hard to offer him any comfort, though. He's probably not going to feel like himself again in a very long time, if this carries on as it has. He'll need a lot of support to get by," Sokka said, gritting his teeth. "Hopefully this new trip will help instead of damaging him further, even if the odds for that aren't very good." "Well, however that may be, I assume you're willing to provide whatever support you can to your friend?" Azula asked him, raising her eyebrows. "In other words, you're coming along again, aren't you?" Yeah, said Sokka, smiling weakly. "Unless you decide I'm not allowed to, that is." "Don't give me reasons to decide that, then," said Azula, raising her eyebrows defiantly at him. Sokka's smile grew more earnest, and Azula offered him a small smile of her own. With that, they made their way towards Haru. Song was smiling somewhat sympathetically at him, but it was clear that her attempts to encourage him were falling on deaf ears. Haru's eyes still were vacant, his movements stiff, as though he were but a doll, animated to continue moving by forces outside of his control. "Are you ready, Haru?" Ty Lee asked, moving to take his hand in hers. He squeezed her fingers gently. "No, but I never will be," he said, looking at her with defeat before raising his eyes towards the princess. "You'll either have to lead us there or draw a map, or—" Azula started, but Haru nodded promptly. "You can follow me," he said, curtly. It was apparent that he didn't want to waste any more time. "Very well, then," said Azula, nodding too before gesturing at her guards and Sokka to follow Haru down the ramp. She stepped towards the stern of the ship, where Xianlong was napping. She woke him to let him know what the was meant to do, and while he was rather lazy, the dragon was ready to surveil their journey from above within moments. When Azula climbed down the ramp to join the rest of the group, Xianlong's shadow accompanied her, at a fair distance overhead. They didn't know how far away Haru's hometown would be, an oversight they would pay dearly for soon enough. While most of them had eaten lunch, it was hard to hold back from feeling hungry after hiking for miles on end, with no provisions or food in sight within the forests of the rocky lands they were coursing through. Haru walked expertly across the obstacles, often using his bending to ease the passage of the rest of the group, but while he seemed relentless, even if discouraged, the others were growing apprehensive as the skies darkened enough that Xianlong's shadow could no longer be seen on the ground, even if he was still flying above them. "It's going to be sunset soon," Sokka said, grimacing as he gazed up at the sky, the serpentine shape of the dragon gliding through an orange-tinged sky. He could feel Azula's tension already, her shoulders squared, her eyes shifting quickly between the trees warily by now. He knew what was on her mind, and he also knew he couldn't appease her, not with the company they currently had. While Renkai hadn't been selected for the trip, something Azula was rather grateful for, Taro, Jianghuo, Tai Wei and Fei Li still weren't trustworthy when it came to the secret relationship between the princess and her gladiator. Even holding her hand to reassure her would be insanity in front of these men. "It is," Azula muttered as a response, glancing at Haru's back as he led them across the rudimentary roads that had brought them into an earthy ravine. "Will we at least get there before nightfall, Haru?" "We're close," he answered, jumping down the ridges and into the small valley. I used to practice my bending here, when I was young. It was safe, no one ever saw me, as far as I know." "Did you use your bending to open this chasm?" Ty Lee asked, curious, as Haru helped her down inside the gap by offering her his hand. "No, it wasn't me. Others built it before me," Haru said, lowering his gaze. "This used to be a mining village, most earthbenders worked here for a living, it's a mineral zone, it's why there's not much food nearby." Our merchants would buy it from other markets. So, there's nothing to eat around here? Sokka asked, grimacing. I kind of am hungry already. How many courses did you have at lunch? Azula asked, looking at him accusingly. 3.5. He answered, an awkward smile on his face. Her eyebrow twitched. How are you not overweight, seriously? She asked, shaking her head as Sokka shrugged innocently. Maybe you can find some nuts. Haru answered, looking at Sokka earnestly. If you're that hungry, of course. Nuts wouldn't fill me, I guess, but, hey, there's one here. He had already slid into the ravine, and he rushed towards a small oval-shaped form on the ground. Azula and her guards had entered the ravine as well by the time Sokka had picked up the apparent nut, studying it with irritation. Is it a nut? Or is it a rock-shaped nut? He asked. Azula hit his head lightly with her knuckles as she passed beside him. Control your appetite, Gladiator, she said. Eating rocks isn't a healthy practice, unless you want to look like Earthbane. Of course I wouldn't eat rocks. Sokka pouted, his cheeks heating up. He could hear Azula's guards chuckling softly under their helmets as they passed by beside him. Ty Lee gazed at Haru with uncertainty, yet with some hope, too. While Haru was far from cheerful, for obvious reasons, there was some life in his eyes once more. Returning to his hometown, to the land where he learned the bending art he had inherited from his father, brought him closer to memories he cherished deeply. Those memories were all he had left from the man he had admired the most. It looks like a rough place to live, Ty Lee said, her hand still firmly in his. But it's beautiful, in its own way. It was, Haru said, nodding. Though, terrible things happened. And not only the Fire Nation soldiers, but, an old man died once, caught in a cave-in. Nobody knew why he was in the mines, he was too old to work there anymore, but I guess he was just looking for any scraps of coal he could find. At any rate, he was crushed and found only when he had already died. The mines had been abandoned long before then, but his death just made them darker, I guess. People didn't want to come here anymore. That's awful, said Ty Lee, grimacing. Even if, I guess, that meant you'd have more chances to practice your bending. I did. But I always wondered what could have happened if I had been there to save him, said Haru, sighing. I don't think I would have had the guts to bend, though. After everything that had happened, I couldn't bring myself to bend in front of others until Tiao forced me to fight in the Superior League. Ty Lee squeezed his fingers gently, in a gesture of sympathy. Haru glanced at her, grief plain in his eyes again. Whether it was better for him to look miserable than for him to look empty, Ty Lee didn't know. But he was still opening up to her, willingly, and as selfish as it might be, she was happy for that. She couldn't steal his pain and shield him from his anguish, but she could help him by listening anyways. Don't beat yourself up for things you had no power over, dear, said Ty Lee, earnestly. You couldn't have known what was happening to that man, it's no fault of yours. I suppose not, said Haru, lowering his gaze again. It's just one more thing that was out of my control, isn't it? Ty Lee tightened her jaw, unable to look at him anymore. Their hands remained linked, but she deeply wished she could hold him instead. His broken heart was shattering her own. It wasn't much longer before they reached a small village clustered behind a worn stone wall. The buildings were a mix of old and new, with roofs of bright red or tarnished green. Only those buildings fashioned after Fire Nation architecture were standing strong within the walls. The older houses had scarcely seen any maintenance or repairs, and Haru had a hard time recognizing them even if he was, indeed, back home. This is it? Azula asked, glancing at the wall with uncertainty. The village was secluded, but there were several Fire Nation soldiers stationed here. If the White Lotus were to strike, at least they should have backup if they had to face them in a fight. It's not much, Haru muttered, looking at the buildings with set eyes. It looks much smaller now than it used to. It's changed. Is your house still here, though? Asked Sokka, stepping towards his friend. Do you see it? Our place was further inside, said Haru, gesturing at them to follow him inside the walls. Fire Nation soldiers were stationed at the gate, but they froze upon noticing the newcomers weren't ordinary travelers. Angela's hairpiece spoke loudly of her status, after all. Princess. Welcome. They exclaimed, bowing towards her. Angela grimaced. Stand upright again and keep proper watch, she ordered them, firmly. If you see any suspicious travelers approaching, you will let me know immediately. Understood. Understood. Exclaimed the men, their voices cracking slightly under their nerves. Haru led them into the small cluster of houses, gazing about himself melancholically. The main building of the village head had been replaced by a Fire Nation-styled building, as expected. Most the buildings nearby were fashioned similarly, and only further across the street did the houses resemble those in Haru's memories again. We shouldn't be looking for a house right now, he said, suddenly. What do you mean? Tai Li asked, gazing up at him in confusion. We lived up on that hill, see? Haru said, pointing at a nearby mound. Several cottages could be spotted there from where they stood. But, we had a store. My mother did, I mean. It's possible that whoever is there now would have some knowledge about my mother. And maybe she came back to reclaim her store, once the slaver let her go, and whoever's there now met her. Maybe, said Tai Li, nodding before smiling enthusiastically at Haru and taking his hand again. Come on, Haru. Let's go. Right. He said, swallowing hard and following his sponsor. Sokka glanced about himself with set eyes. The small town was uneven, its spirit as good as non-existent. He had found beauty in Fire Nation-styled architecture before, but their buildings here were out of place. Their people, the soldiers and civilians alike, looked disgruntled, just as Angela had when she had first visited the Earth Kingdom. They didn't want to be here any more than the Earth Kingdom people wanted them here, as was plain to see in the eyes of the few of them who were in the streets right now. What would Angela do about this? She had plans to fix the slavery business, to help the weakest amongst the Fire Nation, but what would happen to the colonies? What would she do about the people who had been stationed in lands they didn't want to live in? And what about the locals who wanted to preserve their cultural identities? Was it possible to remain faithful to the Fire Nation and respect these people as well? His stomach burned with unease as he asked himself that question. As he wondered if Ki was right to be indignant about the Fire Nation's conquest, for the Earth Kingdom he had been raised to rule was but a shadow of a past well beyond its reach. Would the Earth Kingdom ever regain its dignity, its freedom? Could Angela afford to return it to them? Politics and war were utterly dreadful, there was no doubt to be had about that. Doing the right thing seemed to be impossible, and Sokka hated to think that it just might be. Angela was a better person than most people believed, herself included, but she would be forced to make unethical decisions when she became Fire Lord, he knew as much. And he would be forced to keep his silence and let her do it or defy her if he couldn't stand for the worst of her decisions. As he was right now, he wasn't sure of what he'd choose to do once that time came. Haru grew tense as they approached one of the stores. The door was closed, the blinds on the windows were half-lidded, and it looked much like the other Earth Kingdom-styled buildings. Haru's feet had only stopped here, though, it had to be his mother's store. I don't know what we'll find, Haru said, turning to look at Tai Li. I mean, it could be worse than I imagine. Maybe there are no clues, maybe there won't be anything and I'm only fooling myself because... Haru. She said, looking at him desperately. It's okay. We'll be here for you, no matter what's behind that door. Take your time, Sokka advised him, nodding in his direction. You can do it whenever you feel up for it, it doesn't have to be right away. It's true, but... said Angela, glancing around herself warily. It is nightfall. As uncomfortable as it makes me, we'll probably have to stay overnight in this town as it is. The tall building there is probably the residence of whoever's in charge of this town, right? Probably, said Haru, nodding. It's how it used to be before, at least, they would offer you a place to stay, surely. I would hope so, said Angela, before clarifying, for all of us, I'm not the only one who needs a place to stay. Then, if we'll stay overnight, you can do this in the morning, said Tai Li, smiling at Haru. If you need more time, if you want to. A sudden sound startled them. They turned towards the house, finding the blinds were fully shut now. Haru's eyes widened. "There's someone inside," Sokka said, frowning a little. "Haru. That's what we were hoping for, isn't it?" Azula said. "Whoever that is should help you find out what happened to your mother, or at least get me started on that quest," said Haru, his hands trembling now. Feeble hopes were born inside him now, just because of those blinds. I have to do this. I have to." "It'll be okay, Haru," said Ty Lee, her hands on his forearm. "Whatever happens now." He nodded, and gave her one last, longing glance before pulling away from her and approaching the door. He knocked on it hard twice, feigning the certainty he absolutely lacked right now. No voices answered his knocks. He swallowed hard, noticing his throat was extremely dry right now. "Excuse me," he called out, his heart racing, his voice shaking. I'm only here to ask about the previous tenants of this store. I can also buy something, if you need me to, if you have anything in stock, of course, but I just want information. I don't mean anyone any harm, I'm only looking for my family." Still silence. Haru sighed and lowered his head, turning towards the others. Sokka shrugged. "I'd say you should go inside," he suggested. "Whoever's in there should at least have the decency to refuse you to your face, right?" "Indeed, just as Haru has the decency to knock on a door and wait for permission before barging inside, you know," Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka tensed up and scowled at her. "You really could learn some manners from..." The door swung open, and Azula's words were interrupted immediately upon that. Haru's head whipped around quickly, and all eyes fell upon the figure of an older woman. A woman with long, silver hair, worn green and yellow clothes, and a green headband on her head. A headband exactly like the one Haru always wore. The entire group fell silent as the woman's green eyes found Haru's. The two of them held each other's gaze for a moment, lips parted, as they took in the sight before them. Time had drifted by, and it had changed them both, but it hadn't changed them enough to turn them into strangers for one another. Haru," the woman said, her voice frail as she reached her hand out towards him. Her movement seemed to snap him out of his state of shock, eliciting a soft sound of disbelief from him. "Mother," he said, tears already surging in the corners of his eyes. His face, so downcast barely a few moments ago, had come alive once more, his eyes were gleaming, and his mouth was finally forming the smallest, most subtle smile. Ty Lee had covered her mouth with her hands, her chest tight now with blissful surprise. Sokka's stomach had been in knots until then, he realized now, since said knots finally had seemed to unravel as he watched the reunion between mother and son. Even Azula, detached as she often tried to be, had sighed in relief, smiling weakly. No more time was wasted between mother and son. Haru's mother seemed to wail in blissful joy as she threw her arms around her son's neck, and Haru embraced her tightly, pressing his face to her shoulder as he lifted her up. She was here, she was alive, she was safe. It was no illusion, even if it felt like it at first. But she was in his arms, he could touch her, and her voice was nearly deafening as she cried against his ear. His mother had been waiting for him to come back to her one day. It had taken longer than it should have, Haru knew as much, but he was finally here. He was finally home. Chapter 158, Haru's Family 7. It had been a whirlwind, but quite possibly the best kind of whirlwind any of them had witnessed. Haru's happiness and relief overflowed, proving contagious for everyone else, and his mother seemed so much younger than she did at first thanks to the bright smile on her face. It was apparent that the outcome of this quest had been as welcome as it was unexpected. "I can barely believe that you came to find me, oh, Haru," she cried still, half an hour after their reencounter. Haru chuckled, holding his mother closely, as though to never let her go. They were inside the shop now, and Azula, Sokka and Ty Lee were checking out the wares while Haru spoke as privately as he could with his mother while in the store's limited space. "I had to, Mom," he said, smiling warmly. "We're family. I'm just sorry I didn't get here sooner." "Oh, nonsense," his mother said, laughing as she clasped his face between her hands. "Don't you apologize for it, I'm too pleased you're here now to worry about the might-have-beens, my dear. I suppose you are, Haru smiled, pulling her close again and closing his eyes. I'm just so glad we found you so fast. I didn't think. I really thought I'd have to run all across the world to find you. Where else could I possibly have gone to, child? This was my home, she said, with a sad smile. Even if it didn't feel much like a home without you and Tyro, but... The mention of Tyro made Haru tense up, and his mother noticed it. She gazed at him with confused concern, but Haru offered her a small smile and shook his head. We should be grateful we could reunite at all, he whispered. Most slaves don't get this luxury, so we should focus on that. Fine, Haru, said his mother, smiling warmly at him before glancing at the other three people inside the store. Now, I'm a terrible host, aren't I? You're here with your friends, and, oh, goodness, they're all noble, aren't they? Well, two of them are, said Haru, with a small smile. Tai Li, ever the eavesdropper, looked over her shoulder upon realizing Haru and his mother were talking about them. She smiled awkwardly and shrugged as Haru approached her, leading his mother towards his sponsor. This is Tai Li, Mom, he said, grinning too. She has been my sponsor for a few years now, and she's the entire reason I could find you, really. Oh, Haru, that's not, said Tai Li, smiling and shaking her head, but he gave her a meaningful grin that silenced her quickly. Tai Li, this is Ran, my mom, he said, allowing the silver-haired woman to smile brightly at her new acquaintance. So, you're the one taking care of my son these days? She asked. Tai Li swallowed hard. You look like a good girl. I'm pleased he's with someone who has been kind to him, especially for a Fire forget what I was saying. Especially for a Fire Nation citizen. Angela finished, behind her. Haru tensed up, glancing at the princess in concern while Ran as well looked at the regal guest with wary eyes. Sokka raised his eyebrow at Angela, knowing that she was enjoying holding full control over the atmosphere and conversation. Some habits died hard, and Angela certainly loved being in control of many things, no matter how often Sokka had taken it from her in certain regards. But just as he had expected, Angela smiled. The tension decreased immediately, albeit Ran wasn't sure what to make of Angela's new expression. Well, how could anyone blame you for thinking as much? She said. Considering the sorts of things you must have been through by the hand of Fire Nation citizens and soldiers, it's a wonder you even allowed me and Tai Li inside your shop. Well, times have been unkind in many ways, yes, said Ran, lowering her gaze. Though it is strange to hear someone who looks like a noblewoman speaking of her fellow citizens like that. You could say I take pride in being odd that way, said Angela, shrugging lightly. I'm trying to live by what I preach these days, and what I've preached is that, as our conquest has made us responsible for the Earth Kingdom populace, all of you deserve to be treated with far more respect than what you've received for all these years. Oh. Thank you, said Ran, smiling a little. How fortunate, then, that Haru has found such good friends in the Fire Nation. I'm glad, my dear. It seems you really had a brighter future ahead of yourself than anything I could imagine. She cupped his face with her hand again, and Haru smiled tenderly, clasping his mother's hand in his own. He looked at Sokka and smiled at him. I should introduce you properly, though, he chuckled, gesturing at his friend. He's Sokka, he's a gladiator like me. Only, he's a non-bender, and he's sponsored by Princess Angela. Bye. Ran exclaimed, eyes wide as she looked at Haru. What do you mean, Princess Angela? The Fire Lord's daughter? How did you befriend her Gladiator, Haru? Well, that's because, said Haru, his smile widening as he gestured at the only firebender in the room. She is Princess Angela, Mom. Ran's hands flew to her mouth, her wide eyes wider still. Angela couldn't help but smile, but she didn't do it smugly. She simply nodded as Ran seemed to struggle to find words to express herself now. I should have known, I couldn't have known, but still. It's quite alright, even Fire Nation people fail to recognize me now and again, said Angela, waving a hand dismissively. You know the Fire Nation princess, of all people, Haru," said Ran, looking at him in disbelief. This is. How did any of this happen?" "It's a long story," Haru answered, earnestly. "But I think I have the time to tell you all about it, if you'd like to hear it." "Of course I would. Of course I." "Oh, you'll stay for tonight, won't you? All of you?" "Oh, we will stay in town," Angela said. "But my guards are already finding the rest of us a place to stay. Haru, of course, should stay with you, but the rest of us won't burden you." Well, it would be no burden, but I suppose it's for the best," Ran said, with a small smile. "I couldn't offer much better than the barn we have by our house. But I do have to offer you dinner." "There's also no need for—" Angela started, but the woman interrupted her. "I insist," said Ran, clasping Haru's hand and looking at the other three pleadingly. "I owe you all so much for taking care of Haru for all this time, and I really want to repay this debt." "It's no debt at all," said Ty Lee, smiling enthusiastically. "Haru has been the most wonderful partner I could have asked for. If anything, I'd like to stay to thank you for raising him to be such a wonderful man." Ty Lee," said Haru, blushing brightly. Ran's smile was filled with pride. "Then you absolutely must stay," she declared. Ty Lee smiled happily and clapped in agreement. "She's just, absolutely lacking in self-awareness," said Angela, with a twitching eyebrow. Sokka chuckled and smiled warmly at her. "You want to take off, leave these three to themselves?" he asked. "I mean, that way she wouldn't have to cook that much food and—" "Oh, please, all of you must stay," Ran exclaimed, upon overhearing their conversation. Sokka froze, and Angela sighed. I know my home is too humble compared to what you're used to, but—" "It's not about that," said Angela, sighing. "Your generosity is appreciated, truly, but—" "I just want to know the people who have helped my Haru for all this time," said Ran, smiling weakly at her. "Please." Angela gritted her teeth, before hanging her head in defeat. Sokka's eyes widened. "I suppose I can be shameless like Ty Lee for once, then. We'll take advantage of your hospitality," she said. Sokka crooked an eyebrow as Ran beamed and rushed towards Haru again. I know you too well to believe you're really just going to sit by and allow a woman on the verge of poverty to feed you like it's no big deal," Sokka said, from the corner of his mouth now, in case anyone might overhear him. "Before we leave this town I'll find a market and restock all the ingredients she uses. I'll throw in some extra food while we're at it," Angela said, sighing. Sokka smiled. Yeah, you're certainly proud of yourself, aren't you? Always. You're such a nice person these days, without my meddling," he said, smirking. Angela huffed. "You shouldn't be all that happy for it. By the time you first started having feelings for me I was a complete asshole to you and to most people." "Hey. You were only a partial asshole, you weren't a complete one at the time," Sokka declared. Angela actually smirked. "Why, that's a very nice thing to clarify." "So thoughtful of you, Sokka," she said. He snickered as she shook her head. "Well, considering you were about to say that if I liked you for the asshole you were, I should be disgusted by the nice person you are now. I think I was entitled to clarify indeed," he said, teasingly. Angela smiled and shook her head. "It's still true, though," she said, eyeing him meaningfully. Sokka smiled and brushed her hand with his. "I liked you for who you were," he said, before turning around and leaning closer, whispering in her ear by now. "But I love you for who you are now. Sorry to disappoint, princess, but you're only more appealing to me as time goes by. I suppose you'll start claiming otherwise when my hair starts graying and my skin gets wrinkled." Angela muttered innocently. Sokka smirked. "Wanna bet?" he asked. She smiled and shot him a meaningful, challenging stare. "You sure love to underestimate me, princess. And you sure need to stop flirting with me even if Haru's mother isn't paying attention. You're making me want to do things to you that I absolutely can't afford doing right now," she said, bumping him lightly with her shoulder and prompting Sokka to laugh softly. Upon the return of her guards, Angela sent them out again to purchase whatever food they could find in the stores that were still open in the village. While Haru's mother had insisted that she could see to it that everyone was well fed, the princess decided to take no chances and reimburse her all the same. Regardless of Ran's initial protests, she gave up eventually and simply thanked Angela when her guards returned, their arms loaded with food. Ty Lee seemed happy, but more than anything, she was relieved. Haru's heart was still heavy with loss, but simultaneously light with the bliss of reunion. His joy upon finding his mother again was genuine and he was as helpful as he could be. He carried much of the food back to his old home, a small hut up on a hill, and he offered to help with the cooking, much to Ran's chagrin. "Haru, you just came home. I can't let you cook," she exclaimed, astounded. Haru chuckled and shook his head. "You'll have to endure my whims, then, Mom," he said, taking his place in the kitchen happily. "Goodness, Haru, you're more stubborn than you used to be," Ran exclaimed, laughing softly as she joined him at work. The others were left to sit at the small dining room, which was also the vestibule and sitting room. The house wasn't spacious at all, so Angela was pleased to hear that her guards had indeed secured places to sleep for everyone else at the mayor's house. "We'll just have dinner here and head down there afterwards," Angela told Fei. "Well, at least most of us will. I don't know if Ty Lee has any solid plans yet." I don't really know what I'll do," she said, smiling weakly. Angela raised an eyebrow. "What? Just. I guess she hasn't realized that you and Haru have something going on, or has she?" Angela asked. Ty Lee smiled and shrugged. "Well, we haven't said anything, and I guess maybe Haru doesn't want to yet. I mean, this isn't about me, is it? They're reuniting for the first time in years. They should just be happy and not worry about me at all. If that's the case, are you going to the mayor's place with us?" Angela asked. "I guess you could stay here if you wanted to, and if there's enough room of course. But you should do whatever you're most comfortable with." I'll think about it," said Ty Lee, nodding weakly. "Though, I should give them privacy, shouldn't I? It's their first meeting in so long, and I just think it's for the best. Yeah, I'll just head down with you guys. It'll be better for them. As long as that mayor has room for all of us," said Sokka. The guards nodded. "We told them to prepare ahead for 8 guests, said Tai Wei. "We should be fine if we stay there, even if some of us may have to bunk together. I call for the top bunk," Fei Li declared, his hand shooting up in the air. Angela blinked blankly at his childish declaration while the other guards broke protocol by laughing at their leader. What? "Just, you're definitely the liveliest captain the Imperial Guards have ever had," Angela said, with an awkward smile. Fei Li blinked blankly before puffing up with pride. "Why, thank you, Princess. I do try." Well, lively was the nicest way I could put it, really," she said, eyes wide. Fei Li gasped as Sokka joined the laughter now. Well, whatever do you mean by that, Princess?" Ty Lee smiled as she watched her friend and her guards arguing, but she glanced back over her shoulder at Haru and Ran afterwards. Ran had embraced her son again, interrupting their cooking progress. Haru was chuckling, urging his mother to keep working or else they'd never finish their meal. It was a moving scene, no doubt, but Ty Lee knew she wasn't part of it. She couldn't be part of it. She had no right to intrude, and she wouldn't have wanted to do it anyways. The sight of them brought her to ponder if, despite everything, this was the end of the road for her and Haru, if he would choose to stay with his mother, to look after her and help her with her store and chores. She would accept it if he asked her to let him go. She would, even if it killed her inside. Her chest hurt at the thought, and again the feeling of abandonment swept over her, engulfing her heart and mind in one go. Again, she knew she'd end up alone. But this time it wasn't because Haru had broken her heart or done something unforgivable, as had been the case in many of her broken relationships in the past. No, it was because Haru had different priorities she couldn't help but agree with. Why continue fighting as a gladiator when he could be with the mother he hadn't seen in ages? Why stay by Ty Lee's side when he surely could find girls like Song in this village, girls who would relate to his plight and understand him much better than Ty Lee could. But she had to keep her act together and not make Haru notice how hard it would be for her to say goodbye. She couldn't make him feel guilty over parting ways with her, not when it meant he'd have what mattered most to him. When asked what he wanted, he had answered he wanted to find his family. And now that he had, Ty Lee knew he'd never want to let go of it again. She wouldn't make him do that, she refused to be so selfish. It took over an hour for the cooking to be finished, and by then, Ty Lee, Jianghuo and Taro had involved themselves with helping by setting the table and offering assistance in the kitchen too. The few plates in the house had different patterns, and a few of them were chipped with age. It didn't bother most of them, but it certainly brought a pang of guilt to Angela's chest to witness the state of poverty people like Haru's mother had to endure. And to think there were others worse off than Ran was, but that didn't weaken Ran's spirits at all, as was clear by how thrilled she was to sit beside her son and ask him to regale her with tales of his adventures. "Please, Haru, you can't expect to come by with this kind of company and not explain anything," she laughed softly, as the group enjoyed their meal. "Come, then, how did you become Ty Lee's gladiator?" "Well, that's," said Haru, biting his lip. "I was bought by that man, Tiao, you remember him, right?" "Oh, yes. He seemed unpleasant, but wealthy. At the time I just wanted to hope you'd have a better life, however you could, so," said Ran, grimacing. Haru smiled weakly. "Well, I did have a better life, but only after I stopped being his gladiator," Haru said. "He wasn't a kind sponsor at all. By the time I first met Ty Lee, Sokka, and the princess, I was in a slump. If I lost a few more fights in the league, I would have been disqualified. I mean, I doubt you know how the gladiator business works, but that's one of the rules." "Oh, and you'd lost many times?" Ran asked, worried. "Were you badly injured?" "Nothing that couldn't be fixed," said Haru, with a reassuring smile. "But Tiao wasn't happy, and I had the feeling things would only get worse for me if I lost again, and I did. But I lost against Sokka." "You defeated Haru?" Ran asked, looking at Sokka in surprise. The gladiator's mouth was full, and he struggled to show her his best attempt of an innocent smile. "He's a little tougher than he looks," Angela said, with a weak grin. Ran blinked blankly. "And I was a mess back then," Haru chuckled. "Still am, in many ways. But Sokka, he wanted to train against earthbenders, and well, he wanted me to be his sparring partner, right?" "Yeah," said Sokka, after swallowing his mouthful of food. "I asked Angela, and she went to Tiao with the proposal. He didn't want to go along with it, and that's where Ty Lee came in. I've always been friends with Princess Angela," Ty Lee clarified, with a small grin. "I was there to watch Sokka, but I really was impressed with Haru. So, upon overhearing their spat with that horrible man, I decided I'd help by offering to buy Haru from him, and I did. Not with her own money, I might add," Angela said, with a sing-song voice. Sokka chuckled as Ty Lee blushed. "Well, all that aside, Haru became my gladiator since then, and he's become such a great gladiator that he's one of the top 200 gladiators in the league," Ty Lee declared, proudly. "He's come a really long way since then." "It sounds like it," said Ran, looking at her son in awe. "Goodness, Haru, are you truly that talented? How many fighters are there in that league?" 500, but the top 100 is really tough," said Haru, with an awkward grin. His mother smiled fondly. "You're an extraordinary bender, my dear, that's the truth of it. You wouldn't have come so far if that weren't the case," she said, cupping his face in her hand. "Your father would be so proud of you." The words fell upon all of them like a bucket of ice-cold water. Haru froze, Ty Lee dropped her chopsticks, and the rest of them simply fell silent and stopped moving. Ran blinked at their reactions, surprised and confused. Haru. He did a double take, shaking his head before offering his mother a small grin that didn't reach his eyes. I would hope so," he said. "I really hope. I'd make him proud." His words sounded like he was about to shatter, yet he pulled through and returned to his meal. Ran watched him with confusion and concern, guessing already that her son was hiding more secrets than she could unravel over dinner. But she would have the rest of the night to do just that. Say, I figured you two would really like to catch up and I don't want to get in the way of that, Ty Lee said, hoping to change the subject and prevent Ran from asking Haru about his father, at least for now. I'll go with the others to the mayor's house, if that's okay with you. Oh, but, you could stay here, too, said Haru, looking at her with uncertainty. Ty Lee smiled but shook her head. Thank you, but you two should have some privacy, she said, with a shrug. It's okay, Haru. We'll come back in the morning. Well, all right, said Haru, grinning back at her as he returned to his meal. The sore topic had been averted, for the time being at least. If just for now, Haru could put on a cheerful face once more. Once dinner was finished, the group said their farewells to Ran before stepping outside the house. Night had fallen, but lanterns lit up the streets and would guide them safely to the tall building where they'd spend the night. Are you okay, Haru? Ty Lee asked, reaching for his hand as they stood at the small cabin's threshold. Everyone was waiting for her, but that barely seemed to faze Ty Lee. I'm feeling too many things at the same time, he chuckled, shaking his head. But I'm feeling better than I did before. Better than I thought I'd feel for a very long time. I'm glad for it, said Ty Lee, smiling and squeezing his hand gently. She's such a lovely woman, and so graceful. I feel so self-aware around her, really. She probably feels the same way about you, said Haru, with a crooked smile. Ty Lee laughed. Ty Lee, this was just a whim, a dream I never thought would come true. I hoped it would, but I never expected someone would help me find my family. Well, life has its ways to surprise us all, said Ty Lee, with a shrug and an innocent smile. You deserved this, and much more, Haru. I don't know if that's true, but it warms my heart that you think so, he said, smiling earnestly. Thank you, Ty Lee. I really was blessed the day you found me. Her eyes widened, and for once, she was the one blushing deeply while Haru smiled, unwavering, sure of himself and of the words he had just spoken. Her chest tightened, and she couldn't keep from averting her gaze now. She didn't want him to see her cry, after all. Well, that's so sweet, she said, smiling still. But I shouldn't keep you for much longer, your mother's waiting. Right, and you should get your rest, he said, nodding. You know, you really could stay here. I'll give you guys space, it's for the better, she said, shrugging and closing her eyes, still an attempt to keep Haru from noticing she was on the verge of tears. I'll see you tomorrow, Haru. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Ty Lee, he said, smiling warmly still. She stepped away quickly, as though to prevent herself from jumping into his arms if she remained near him for another second. Haru only watched her fondly as she rushed up to Angela, who was waiting at a fork down the road. Sokka waved at Haru from the dirt road, and the earthbender nodded gratefully in his direction before closing his house's front door. He turned around to find his mother was watching him, sitting by the table still. She wouldn't have had the best view of the door from there, but the knowing look on her face spoke for itself. Haru swallowed hard. Mom. She's not just your sponsor, is she? Ran asked, and to Haru's relief, a smile spread over his mother's features. She's not, he admitted, a shy smile on his face. Ran laughed softly. I think there's much left unsaid still, child, she said, patting one of the cushions on the floor beside her. So, please, tell me everything, dear. Haru grinned and nodded, despite himself. Not all the stories would be happy, and he knew his mother would be anguished by many of them, but she wanted to listen. Both their plights would be over now that they had found each other again, everything would be different for him and his mother, from this day forward. He had kept things from getting to him, focusing exclusively on being happy for his friends rather than wallowing in misery over his own family circumstances, but Sokka found it hard to avoid those thoughts that night. He lay awake in the bed he had been assigned at the mayor's house. The princess and Ty Lee had their own rooms, as they were of noble birth. Meanwhile, Sokka had to settle for an old futon while the rest of the guards took the bunk beds. As promised, Fei Li was in the top of the left one. Sokka's futon was laid between both bunks, Fei Li tossed and turned in his bed, and Sokka constantly dreaded that the man might fall off it and drop atop him. Still, that concern wasn't the only thing keeping him awake. Thoughts of Song's reunion with Mayun, and now Haru's with Ran, would come to mind constantly. He was happy for them, of course he was, but the two of them had succeeded at something Sokka would be deprived of forever. He had finally mourned his mother properly, but that hardly meant the pain was gone by now. He knew it never would be. He would gladly continue to reunite families if he could do so, even if every time it happened, he would be forcibly reminded of his own family, of his own losses. Because the rest of his family, aside from Kia, they were supposed to be alive, and they wouldn't die as long as Oze kept true to his promise. But they were out there, and he was here. They were rebelling against the Fire Nation, while Sokka was standing beside their leader's daughter. He would be a fool if he expected a heartfelt reunion like those he had witnessed between Haru, Song, and their respective mothers. His family wouldn't be proud of him, even if Sokka wasn't ashamed of the man he had become. His family would likely want nothing to do with him if he ever dared show his face around them again. Perhaps it wouldn't happen right away. His sister and father probably hadn't heard or found out about Sokka's exploits as Azula's gladiator. But even then, his welcome shouldn't be all that warm, not after he hadn't listened to his father, not after he had damn near gotten his warriors and fellow tribesmen killed in the settlement. He didn't deserve the same joyful greeting Haru and Song had gotten, and once his family knew what he'd made of himself through all these years, they would want nothing more to do with him. And perhaps there was a selfish side of himself that would be fine with that, the selfish side that demanded to stay by Azula's side no matter what. But his heart churned at the thought of being rejected by his family, even if he knew it was what he deserved. He rolled over, forcing his eyes shut in an attempt to sleep, when a rustling sound to his left startled him. He jumped when something heavy dropped beside him, a new weight on the futon. Indeed, Fei Li had fallen off his bed. If Sokka hadn't turned on his side barely instants earlier, the slumbering guard would have crushed him. "Whoa, you okay?" Sokka asked, trying to be quiet so he wouldn't wake up the others. But Fei Li simply snored, mouth wide open as he laid on his back. Sokka's eyebrow twitched as he eyed the man with uncertainty. "Okay, I refuse to sleep with you, Fei Li," he said, with a dry grin, as he stood up and made his way out of the room. He ran his fingers through his hair, thinking maybe he needed a walk to clear his thoughts, or a snack, or a drink. He picked up a tunic that he had left beside his futon and he draped himself with it. They had been given clean clothes after their long day of hiking, something everyone had appreciated, and they also had cleaned up and bathed before tucking in for the night. Sokka had been amongst the last ones to clean up, but even so, he had tossed and turned for hours before Fei Li had pulled his unconscious stunt. The mayor's house looked larger than it was. The passageways were narrow, the rooms downstairs were occupied by the man's family and closest workers. The other rooms on the upper floors were mainly storages and studies, aside from the 3 rooms that had been available for them to use. But there was a sitting room in the second floor, and that was where Sokka figured he'd head to. Maybe he would find a jar of water there. Limited as his room was, there were no nightstands to be found, let alone sources of water. The rice paper walls turned all shapes into blurs, but they always betrayed the locations of lanterns with ease. Sokka frowned upon noticing there was a light within the sitting room he was headed towards, and he pushed the door open carefully. His eyes widened when he spotted Azula, dressed in a red robe and with her hair down, standing at the sitting room's balcony and glancing at him from over her shoulder. No doubt she hadn't expected anyone to show up this late at night either. "Heh. I thought someone had left a light on," Sokka said, with an awkward smile as he stepped inside with her. "I figured you'd be asleep by now." "It seems you figured wrong," Azula said, shrugging as Sokka crossed the room. There was a table, and several cushions around it, right before an open balcony that allowed them to glance out to see the stars. The small lights blinked weakly upon the ground in a moonless night such as this one, giving the town and the nearby mountains a sense of mystery that could be either fascinating or unsettling. The look on Azula's face suggested it was the latter for her. "What a waste, huh? Both of us, insomniacs, and there's not a damn thing we can do about it," he said, resting with his elbows on the balcony's railing. Azula looked at him helplessly. "You mean, to distract ourselves from the insomnia, or to defeat it?" she asked. He shrugged. Either thing, really. I wouldn't mind getting some sleep, but it's not working out so well. Not just because of what's on my mind, but it didn't help matters much when Fei dropped on my futon out of the blue. He didn't even wake up afterwards. Such a responsible captain, Angela said, rolling her eyes but smiling. Well, at least it gave us a chance to be alone together, for a change. It feels like it's been eons, even if it's only been a couple of days. It's been a heavy couple of days, Sokka added, staring up at the sky in wonder. What's keeping you awake, then? What's keeping you? Angela asked, eyeing him defiantly. Sokka smiled. Well, now, I asked you first. He said, looking at her teasingly. Angela grinned a little, guessing it might be fine to share her innermost thoughts. He was here now, too, so there wasn't much to fear if she had him in sight. It's not hard to imagine, I suppose, she said. I can't stop thinking about the last time we were in a village like this, spending the night. I could barely sleep back then, I can barely sleep now by remembering it. And it's a new moon, too. I keep expecting them to show up, and I feel like a fool for wanting to be ready when I know it's unlikely to happen in the first place, but you're always operating with the worst-case scenario in mind, Sokka finished for her. Yeah, I get that. I do. I guess I would be plagued by the same thing if, well, something else is bothering you. Angela asked. Sokka squared his jaw. Here I'd thought it was the same thing. It's not, it's hard to keep some thoughts at bay in the face of these circumstances, he said, biting his lower lip. I'm feeling real selfish and stupid, it's nothing new. You, selfish? Angela asked, eyebrows raised. I mean, you're not generally stupid even if you can be kind of stupid in some ways, but... Come on. Said Sokka, smiling weakly. But I know for a fact that you're not nearly as selfish as you always seem to think you are, so, what's this about? Angela asked, angling her body towards his. She continued to stare at him inquisitively, until he finally spoke, his chest tight. Song and Haru. He said, smiling a little. They've both found their mothers again, and I'm glad they did. I'm really glad and it's wonderful. But after watching them reunite, I think I tried to muffle these feelings, to shut them out, but they're eating away at me no matter how hard I try to ignore them. You wish you could do the same, Angela concluded, lowering her gaze. You'd like to meet your family again and... My mother is well beyond my reach, Sokka whispered. Angela glanced up at him again, pained to see such melancholic eyes on her lover's face. I know that, and yet... I wish it could happen somehow. It's futile, it's stupid, but... I guess it's human nature to want things that won't ever happen. And as for the rest of my family, well... I don't know if they'd ever greet me the way Haru and Song were greeted by their mothers. Not only because of what I've done ever since you took me away, but because of what I've told you already, I guess. You still fear you'll be a disappointment for your father and sister, Angela said, staring off into the horizon again. I wish I could tell you it won't be the case. That you'll be happy, that they'll accept you lovingly because I know that's what you deserve, but I can't speak for your family. I guess not, said Sokka, sighing with resignation. After all you've done, after how you've saved their lives, they'd be fools if they didn't want you back with them, Angela grumbled. I mean, I'd love to think their loss is my gain, but I can't say I'd just turn a blind eye and take you away to never return if they rejected you. Instead, I'd likely. Please don't tell me you'd get into a fight with them, Sokka said, with a weak grin. Especially my sister. She'd absolutely attack you, I know it, but... Oh, so you hold me to higher standards than your sister? Angela asked. Sokka chuckled. Why, that's quite unfair on your part. I'm supposed to be civil, but she can be as hostile as she likes. Nah, she couldn't be even if she tried. I'd likely get so mad if she tries to hurt you that she'd have to fight me instead, said Sokka, shrugging. Angela smiled. Defying your sister because of me? That's how you want to go down in history, really? She asked. He laughed again. Well, as you're offering to save me from your sister, I'll have to save you from her, too. And then we'll spend the rest of our lives diverting her attention away from the other until she's too tired to keep chasing either of us. Heh, that's not such a bad plan, you know, said Sokka. Azula laughed softly. Sounds like maybe the herbalist's bowl was my sister, after all. She might be. At any rate, you have some time still before meeting your family, she said. Truthfully, you have as long as you want to have. As far as I'm concerned, we could easily take a trip somewhere south, maybe Jailing or the Southern Colosseum, in Whaletail Island, and then take a quick detour on our way home, maybe. Whenever you're ready for it, we'll go. I suppose, said Sokka, with a sigh, but he smiled all the same. It's really not fair, though. The more time I spend with you, the less ready I feel to face them. Oh, so it's my fault, then? She asked, with a small grin of her own. See, I am a terrible influence, they'll be right about that much at least. They wouldn't be, Sokka said, smiling, and shifting towards her. No one can be that terrible an influence if they manage to cheer up a miserable guy in just one conversation. Oh, beg your pardon, but that's not so hard to do, Azula said, smirking now. I know quite a few things I could say to. The sounds of footsteps alerted them that they were standing too close together, leaning a little too close to one another. They both glanced back at the door Sokka had left open just in time to spot Ty Lee passing by before it. It was hard to identify her at first, as she wore a large robe, an unusual outfit for Ty Lee's standards. Her hair was down, damp, and she was pressing a towel against it as though to dry it. Azula's eyes widened as they met Ty Lee's. What on earth? She said, as Ty Lee blinked blankly at the sight of them. Oh, I was sure you guys would be, it's okay, I was on my way to my room anyways. She started rambling, smiling awkwardly and making to leave, but Azula moved towards her, surprising the chi blocker. What are you doing awake at this hour? Azula asked. Hell, why is your hair wet? Don't tell me you were taking a bath until now. I may have just been thinking a lot while I was there, so what? Ty Lee said, pouting. Sokka grimaced. As long as you weren't trying to drown yourself, I suppose it's fine. He said. Azula gave him a meaningful glare while Ty Lee smiled awkwardly. Well, I didn't try that, if that makes either of you feel any better, she said, with a shrug. I just needed time for myself. That's all. Right, said Azula, looking at Ty Lee with uncertainty as her friend toyed with a wavy strand of her hair. Well, if that's the case. Were you going to braid it? Sokka asked Ty Lee. She looked at him in surprise. What? I'm just curious. Well, I usually do, after washing it, but... said Ty Lee, biting her lip. I can do it myself, I just got used to, well... asking Haru to do it for you. Azula finished. Ty Lee smiled apologetically before Sokka grinned more encouragingly. Well, I have experience braiding hair, if you want my help, he said, before glancing at Azula warily. If you don't mind, that is. Oh, suddenly I'm really the boss of you, aren't I? Azula asked, teasingly. Ty Lee smiled awkwardly. You have experience braiding hair? She asked. I mean, sorry, it just doesn't sound like something I'd associate with you. He's full of surprises, this one, said Azula, patting Sokka's arm before moving to close the door. I promise I won't go on a jealous rage if you do it, I'll try to restrain my most feral instincts. Good, because I'm just trying to be nice here, said Sokka, with a weak grin. There's no need for Ty Lee to braid her own hair if we can help her, right? Yeah, you probably will have it easier to keep it on center than I will, Ty Lee agreed, smiling and nodding. And so, they found themselves sitting by the table, Azula still gazing out the balcony warily while Sokka laced Ty Lee's hair carefully, as skillful as ever while handling hair. Well, consider me impressed. Ty Lee said, as he finished tying up the braid. You really are pretty good at this. He ought to make a living off hairdressing, Azula said, smirking. He'd probably be better at it than at being a gladiator. What? Oh, please, As if I'd done a poor job of it, Sokka grumbled, as Angela laughed softly. I'm just saying, said Angela, before noticing Ty Lee looked downcast again. Ty Lee? Are you alright? I'm fine, she said, shaking her head. Did we do something wrong again? Sokka asked, but Ty Lee shook her head harder. Then, he was startled when Ty Lee's shoulders shook before she dropped her head against his chest. His eyes widened as the girl started crying, and while one part of him was worried about whatever had caused such reaction in Ty Lee, another part was worried about whatever Angela would think of this. But, despite he expected otherwise, Angela seemed more concerned with whatever was bothering Ty Lee than with being possessive about who got to cry on his chest. Sokka was relieved for that, at the very least. It was well over 10 minutes before Ty Lee's tears finally stopped. She pulled away from Sokka, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hands and covering her face with them afterwards. Sokka looked at her with uncertainty, and even Angela didn't seem to know what to make of this. I'm sorry, you guys were being so nice and I just... Ty Lee started, shaking her head and wiping her eyes again. It's okay, said Angela. But I think I speak for both of us when I say we're absolutely confused. Yeah, you do, said Sokka, gulping. What's wrong, Ty Lee? You've done what you wanted to do, and Haru is happy, so, what is it? He is happy, isn't he? Said Ty Lee, with a sad smile. I don't think I'd ever seen him like that before. He missed her, and she missed him, so, isn't it obvious? Isn't what obvious? Sokka asked. He's going to stay with her, said Ty Lee. Angela's eyes widened. I know, you'll think I'm jumping to conclusions again, but Haru isn't an idiot. She's his mother, he loves her, and she's not getting any younger, and will need help with the chores in the house, and with the store, so. So, you think he'll just forget everything else and stay here? Sokka asked. Ty Lee smiled and shrugged. I mean, why would he choose not to? She asked. His mother needs him, and he'll be happier with her than he ever was with me, as far as I can tell, so, it will be for the best, because he'll be happy. That's all that matters. And what about you? Angela asked, her elbow on the table, her fist supporting her head as she looked at her friend inquisitively. You look as distant from happiness as can be right now. Are we supposed to think that's fine? I guess not, said Ty Lee, lowering her gaze. But I'm used to it. I've never been lucky in love, you know it just as well as I do. I guess this was different, though. I thought Haru was safe, and for the longest time he was. He's really never broken my heart. Whenever things have gone wrong it was because of my crazy overthinking and he's the most wonderful man I've ever known. These weeks, we've been so chaste it's ridiculous, and yet I felt more intimate with him than ever before. I just... Ty Lee, said Angela, looking at her with concern, but her friend shook her head and forced herself to smile. I just need to get it out of my system and just move on, she said. I know, maybe I'm going too far with what I'm thinking, but, ultimately, what matters is that he's happy and free to have whatever life he wants to have. That's what I want, and what he should want, and I'm sure it's what his mother wants, and... You do need to get it out of your system, Angela agreed. But, you're not doing it right, you know. What? Said Ty Lee, looking at her friend in surprise. Angela breathed deeply and stared at the table. I know what it's like, trying to get rid of feelings you can't seem to get over, she said. And considering I failed to do so, my advice is probably meaningless. But, if I had never accepted that I was falling in love with Sokka, that I had genuine feelings for him, I wouldn't have been able to start moving forward. Granted, all the efforts to move forward went to hell barely months later, but it wasn't until I finally admitted it to myself that I could do something about it. But, said Ty Lee, looking at Angela in chagrin. I don't know if I can just, it's so scary to even say it. I didn't really say it either, Angela admitted, smiling. But I accepted it silently either way. You can try to fight a monster you can't see, but chances are it will devour you as soon as you lower your guard. Accepting your reality is the first step towards changing it. I did ask you, back when the trip began, what Haru meant for you, and I guess you still don't know. I know, Ty Lee said, closing her eyes and sighing. I do know by now. I guess you're right, or at least, I hope you are. But whether you are or aren't, the truth is that I've been falling for Haru. I have, and I love him. I love him even if he probably doesn't love me back. Well, love isn't really about that, as Sokka already told you, said Azula, smiling weakly at the gladiator. Ty Lee hiccuped softly. It's not, I know, but, oh, how wonderful it'd be to finally meet someone worthwhile who feels just the way I do about him, said Ty Lee, shaking her head and drawing her legs up to her chin. This one, with Haru, was by far the best relationship I've ever had, but it was bound to fail, one way or another. Right. Not really, said Azula, sighing. I hate that you're as good as resigned to never finding love for yourself, Ty Lee. Honestly, if someone as poorly adjusted as me could find someone. Well, that's because we both are poorly adjusted, Sokka declared. Azula smiled at him. Still, Haru is a great guy. I don't know, though, if you should assume he's just going to stay with his mother, even if it's very likely. I can't keep kidding myself as I have, said Ty Lee, shaking her head before surprising them by taking their hands in her own. She brought both their hands together, their fingers linking smoothly. Azula and Sokka glanced at each other in surprise, as Ty Lee smiled sadly at them. Whatever explanation there is for you two, you have a very special bond, she said. And I was stupid to be jealous of it, I really wished to have something like it, and truth is, it was what I would have had with Haru all along if we'd just opened up to each other sooner. So, really, it was my mistake. But you two have done your best with your relationship, and you're still so passionate about each other. I don't think you realize how rare that is. Azula glanced down at their joined hands, and Sokka smiled tenderly at Azula. Ty Lee's shoulders shook with a soft sob again. Why you two have to promise me that you'll fight for your relationship until the end, she said. I've been so unlucky, the boys I liked before were terrible, the one I liked now was too wonderful but I just couldn't keep him by my side, but you two can make it. And if you two can, then I will be happy to know two of my best friends could have a relationship worth all the struggle you've been through so far. Whatever may happen later, you two have to stick together and stay as completely crazy about each other as you are. You deserve your happiness, maybe more than any other couple I've ever heard of. Ty Lee, said Azula, looking at her friend as Ty Lee released their hands. Sokka and Azula's fingers remained interlaced. I don't know if there's any hope for me, but I want to believe you two can make it. I really do, she said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hands again. Azula sighed and reluctantly let go of Sokka to reach for her friend. Ty Lee, you don't have to worry about us, she said, placing a hand on Ty Lee's shoulder. The chi blocker lowered her head, her body tense again. At a time like this, really, you shouldn't be. There wasn't much else Azula could do or say before Ty Lee dropped her head on her lap, tears spilling from her eyes one more time. The princess watched her with concern, unsure of what to do now. It didn't seem like anything she did or said would be any use anymore. She shared a conflicted look with Sokka for a moment. He seemed to be just as bothered as she was to see Ty Lee acting like this. Azula could only remember her being this depressed one time before, and it had been after she had lost everything, not just a boyfriend. Then again, Haru had become much more important to Ty Lee than most men would be. He wasn't just her lover, but her partner, her only constant company, her ally in the Gladiator League. She would have to start over without him, and she certainly could do it, but it wouldn't be too surprising to find that she might not want to. Her heart was too broken for her to even think of amending it just yet. Their night wasn't quite what they expected it to be, not before Ty Lee showed up or afterwards, either. Ty Lee fell asleep after crying on Azula's lap for what felt like hours, and all the princess could do was pat her head or her shoulders, knowing reassuring words would have no effect. Sokka had taken his seat beside Azula, and he watched her from the corner of his eye as Azula confirmed that Ty Lee had indeed dozed off. She really does love him, Angela whispered. Sokka sighed. She's been hurt before, but never by a man who hadn't truly done something dreadful to her. He probably never would mean her harm, either, said Sokka, relaxing against the table, his back towards it. In fact, she's doing that thing again and you know it, don't you? The jumping to conclusions before even talking to him thing. It's true, but how wrong is she, really? Angela said. How likely is Haru to just pick her over his mother? Though, who knows? Maybe they'll find their way back to each other somehow. I mean, we did. It'll be a little harder to find their way to each other across an ocean, though, said Sokka, gritting his teeth. It's messed up, all of this. Most of all, that we're powerless to help them. We've dealt with so many problems, solved a lot of crises, but when it comes to our friends, they're out of our reach somehow. Toph just went right back to Iroh, even if he may not have changed as much as he should have, and Ty Lee and Haru fell apart, even though they'd finally found the right way to be together. It's really not fair. Goes to show we can't expect to fix everything ourselves, said Angela, looking at Sokka hopelessly. Some things really are out of our control, no matter how much we hate that, so we just give up, I guess, said Sokka, closing his eyes before glancing at her sideways. We didn't promise her, though. She broke down before we could really say anything, but still. I guess we didn't, but it's implied, isn't it? Angela said, meeting his gaze. We've already fought plenty to stay by each other's side, haven't we? I'm not about to stop doing that anytime soon. Not even if you ask me to. Sokka smiled warmly, and Angela grinned too. His hand reached for hers again, his fingertips only lightly grazing hers before sliding between them. I suppose it seems easy to fight against common enemies, though, said Angela, staring off into the horizon now. We're on the same page regarding the White Lotus, for instance. But it's going to be a little harder to figure out how we'll stay together if my father ever finds out, as he nearly did. If the Fire Nation finds out somehow, too. We're going to avoid that at all costs, Sokka whispered. But, do you have any plans for what you'd do if something like that were to happen? I mean, have you ever really considered what would be the best way to deal with it? Angela bit her lip and nodded, closing her eyes again. I have, she confessed. I guess my answer has changed over time, but it's been the same answer for over a year now. I'd never let them take you away from me. Even if it means, said Sokka, eyes wide. Angela shrugged. Even if it means losing the dream of the future I've been holding onto for all these years, she said. Well, I can find a new future to treasure, if that's what concerns you. That'd be fine by me, if we were talking about discarding a future like working in a factory, or painting for a living, Sokka said, lowering his head. You have the power to change the world, or you will have it, one day. And I don't want to take that away from you, no matter what. I'd be giving up my power willingly, you wouldn't be taking anything I wasn't ready to relinquish, she said. I guess that's why we have to do our best even now. The more people we reach, the more of them we help, the more likely it may be for the Fire Nation to find its way back towards balance, regardless of whether we're there to make it happen or not. But we should still be there, said Sokka, closing his eyes. Angela sighed. You've as good as given up on your return to your family, yet somehow I'm not supposed to be ready to do the same thing? She asked, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Sokka huffed. I didn't give it up completely. I dread it and I plan on going back with you right afterwards, but I didn't give up entirely. Sokka pouted. Angela smiled. Sounds like an unfair double standard, Sokka, she said, stroking his hand lightly with her thumb. Didn't we say we both have our obligations and loyalties to our people? We do, said Sokka. But, no offense intended, but my people didn't start a 100-year war and killed millions in the process. Ah, so I'm supposed to atone for the crimes of all my forefathers, Angela finished. Sokka smirked but shook his head. No, you're supposed to amend them. Now, your father, he really should be the one atoning, if you ask me. Even for the crimes he didn't commit? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. All things considered, the ones he did commit were bad enough that he'll probably be unable to genuinely atone for them in however long he has left to live, Sokka concluded, with a shrug. All that aside, though, my connection with my tribe isn't going to change the world as we know it. Your dedication to the Fire Nation just might do that. I wouldn't be so sure of that, said Azula, looking at him with uncertainty. But I do know I want to change the world by your side. And if it won't budge, then the world can just go to hell for all I care. I've already glimpsed the possibility of a life without you, and it's a nightmare. I refuse to let that become my reality. Well, I can't deny the idea of being torn away from you for good destroyed me, even if I only had to endure that for half a day, Sokka admitted, smiling weakly. So, I do want to promise I'll protect you from anything, fight for your well-being with all I've got, and protect our relationship from anyone who tries to harm it. It's not a problem for me to swear that, but you think it should be a problem for me? Azula asked, raised eyebrows. Think again. But Azula. Maybe it means I'm a selfish bitch, yes, she said. But I don't plan on leaving you, not now, not ever. You're the first person who has truly loved me, as far as I can tell. The only one who ever made me feel loved, as I am, for who I am. I've never been as happy as I've been with you. So, yes, it's selfish, but I'll never let you go. I'd sooner lose everything else than lose you. I'd sooner you don't lose anything at all, Sokka said, angling his body towards her. Azula smiled warmly at him. Then that only means we'll have to protect more than just our love, huh? She said. Sokka sighed. I'm willing to make that promise, though. Whether you want me to or not. He looked at her with uncertainty, but her insistent gaze made him surrender soon enough. He smiled too and shrugged. Well, how could I possibly expect you to change your mind? He said. You always do whatever you want to do. Look who's talking, said Azula, smiling as her eyes narrowed. Then, do you promise? Sokka leaned close to her, his lips grazing hers softly. Azula raised her head towards him, trying not to move too much so Ty Lee could continue to sleep peacefully, but also trying to make the most of their kiss, the first they had shared in what felt like a lifetime. Sokka's hand cupped her cheek, his calloused hands pleasant against Azula's skin. He seemed to light a fire inside her, as he ever did, and all she could want was to have him for herself, for as long as possible. She'd have better chances to do that within a few days once they were on their way home, whenever Renkai wasn't on duty. I promise I'll fight for you, as I always have, Sokka smiled at her. And I swear I always will. You're the love of my life, it goes without saying. So I'll protect you, and our relationship, no matter the cost. So will I, said Azula, her free hand caressing his cheek and falling on his chest. I wouldn't be much good as a sponsor if I allowed anything bad to happen to you, now, would I? After you've saved me from as many dangers as you have, clearly you're the greatest sponsor there is, Sokka said, smiling, and pressing his forehead to hers. Azula raised her eyebrows. Admittedly, I've been trying to protect you for ages already, she said. Sokka chuckled. I guess it takes a bit of practice on being paranoid to reach my level of effectiveness as a sponsor. Maybe, but I don't think that's all there is to it, he said, kissing the tip of her nose. I love you, Azula. And I love you, she said, leaning close to drop her head on his shoulder. His arm slid around her shoulders, holding her close against him. Things aren't easy for us, never have been, but I can't imagine spending my life with anyone else. Doesn't matter how long it takes for us to find a way to be together properly. Yeah, said Sokka, closing his eyes and kissing the top of her head now. Whatever we can get, we'll take it, as it always has been. And if worst comes to worst, we'll stick together. No matter what, Azula said. Sokka nodded, rubbing her shoulder with his thumb. No one will ever tear us apart, Sokka declared. Azula smiled. They relaxed together only for a moment. It seemed their conversations and kisses had appeased their hearts enough that it was finally time to sleep. We can't fall asleep out here, like this, Sokka muttered, noticing Azula's breathing was growing more regular, as it always did when she was about to doze off. She lifted her head with a start, before nodding. We'll have to take Ty Lee to her room, she said, shaking her head to wake herself up again. Sokka smiled and moved to lift the chi blocker himself. No worries, I'll take care of that, he said. Get some rest, Azula. You're sure? Azula asked, but Sokka had already moved, lifting Ty Lee carefully in his arms. Ty Lee merely flopped where she was, her chest heaving with every breath she took. She's one heavy sleeper, said Sokka, smiling a little as he moved to exit the sitting room. Azula followed him all the way to Ty Lee's appointed room. He placed her on the mattress carefully, covering her up with the sheets before returning to the corridor. He smiled weakly as he found Azula standing there. Didn't I tell you to get some rest? He asked. Azula shrugged. You did, but... she said. Will you be able to sleep at all, with Fei there? You could, well. Go to your room, wake up early, get out of your room and pretend I just couldn't sleep through the night at all after I nearly got crushed by Fei. Sokka asked, with an innocent smile. Azula raised her eyebrows before shrugging. Well, yes. That would work, she said. He chuckled. Only if we do wake up early, though, he said, stroking her cheek gently. If anyone caught us, they'd be silenced immediately, of course. As efficiently as possible, Azula said, with a dry grin. Sokka looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Now, didn't we only just promise we'll protect each other forevermore? That we did, but I didn't think you'd start doing it so drastically right away. Sokka said, with a crooked smile. Azula laughed softly. Damn, girl. Well, you won't have to do it yourself, if that makes you feel any better, she assured him, smiling weakly. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. I really do love you, he said, kissing her softly. No matter how many controversial things you say, I'm still in awe of you. I guess you really do, Azula said, caressing his chest. Coming, then. Risky as it is. I can't possibly bring myself to say no, he said, hands on her waist. All right, then. Let's toy with fate, shall we? Azula laughed under her breath before leading Sokka to the next room, the largest in the top floor. In silence, as they lay on the bed next to each other, they found comfort and peace, enough to let themselves float into a gentle slumber they would wake from as soon as Azula's inner fire resonated with the rising sun. Sokka got up and waited in the sitting room again, still drowsy but unwilling to return to his assigned room. His heart felt at ease, having held Azula through the night as he had, but his chest still was tight with discomfort over Ty Lee and Haru's situation. He truly wanted to believe Ty Lee was wrong, but Haru only had one family member left. He loved his mother dearly and would likely choose her over everything else, and Sokka could hardly blame him for that. Ty Lee woke up to the sounds of activity in the house, and she laid in bed wondering how she had ended up in her room when she had no recollection of walking in there last night. The last she remembered was, oh. Surely Azula and Sokka had taken care of her, as ever. The thought infused her with guilt, on one hand, but it cheered her up, too. They were the most caring friends she could have asked for, no doubt. Her future wasn't bound to be the brightest, and she was starting to lose hope of ever finding genuine stability in her life, but maybe that was a vain illusion to cling to. Haru and his mother deserved to be free to make their own decisions, and she shouldn't think about whatever that meant for her. If anything, she should encourage them and do everything in her power to help them stay safe and sound. She had more power than it seemed, after all, as she was of noble birth. In fact, her eyes snapped wide open over a sudden idea that came to mind. Granted, Haru and his mother might reject her suggestion, but it was the safest way to help them be free. She had finally accepted that she loved him after last night. This was the best parting gift she could think of. Haru had been as kind and gentle to her as he could have been, and even if he didn't love her back, he had been the best man she had ever had feelings for. The first one who hadn't backstabbed her or broken her heart deliberately. The first one she had truly felt safe and comfortable with. There was no doubt in her mind that this was the best course of action to follow. Even if it would hurt her deeply to lose Haru, it wouldn't be quite as bad if she knew he would have a better life than what he had before they met. After all the happiness he had given her, it was time for Ty Lee to return the favor. The guards, Angela and Sokka resolved to wander the terrains of Ran's house while Ty Lee spoke with Haru. While no one knew for sure how that conversation would go, it was clear it would be best held in private. Ty Lee would come get them by the time she was ready to leave. Angela had squeezed her friend's shoulder before walking off towards the small barn with Sokka and the rest of the group. Ty Lee smiled gratefully at them, somewhat shyly, before gathering her strength and turning towards the house's front door. She knocked it gently and was surprised when Haru swung it open mere instants later. "Ah, I was about to go find you at the mayor's house," Haru said, smiling at her. She grinned back, her chest tightening. To think she wouldn't see that beautiful smile anymore. "Did you rest well?" Yeah. Well as you can in an unknown place," Ty Lee said, smiling awkwardly. She had never had trouble sleeping in new places, but she'd do better not to reveal why she hadn't rested as much as she should have. "How about you?" "Well, I was up late talking with my mom," he admitted, shrugging as he stepped aside and ushered her to enter the house. "So yeah, I didn't get much rest, but it's fine. I'll get more later. It's hard to want to sleep when you've just reunited with your family, of course," said Ty Lee, smiling gently. "You must have been too excited to sleep anyways, so it's understandable. Did you tell her, everything?" "Yeah," said Haru, his grin dwindling. She's distraught about my father, of course. I'm not sure if I should have told her at all now. Maybe, it would have been a kindness not to. Maybe, but if you didn't tell her she might have spent her life thinking he might come back and, that wouldn't have been good either," said Ty Lee, biting her lip. "Is she going to be okay?" "She will be, yeah," said Haru, nodding. "She was happy over most of what I told her, but of course the news about my father hit her hard. Still, she's looking forward to whatever the future will bring, or so she said. So, hopefully things will be okay." "I'm glad to hear that," said Ty Lee, her chest tightening at the mention of the future. "Surely, a future without her. Then, you've made up your mind about what you'll do? I mean, you just found your mother, so I imagine you don't plan to just come here to visit, do you?" No," said Haru, looking at Ty Lee with unease. "Truthfully, I've had something I wanted to ask you. I already asked my mother, and even if it took me some time to convince her, she seems to have come around, so." "Oh? So it's settled, then," said Ty Lee, swallowing hard. Haru bit his lip. "Not until you approve, of course," he said. "I mean, it is a big decision, and a big change, so I just want you to do whatever you want, Haru," said Ty Lee, lowering her head. "I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Now that extends to your mom, too." "But, it affects you," said Haru, with a weak smile. "I can't just make this decision on my own just because I feel like it." "Well, maybe if you accept what I have to offer, you will be able to," said Ty Lee, looking at him earnestly. Haru frowned. I've been thinking a lot about what you went through, about the pain you've endured and how badly people have treated you. You're the most wonderful man I've ever known, and you deserve better. You deserve real freedom, to be treated as an equal by everyone, because that's what you should be. That's what we all should be, equals. No matter what. I mean, I'm glad you think so, but, what are you talking about?" Haru asked, eyes wide. I'll understand if you don't want to go for it," said Ty Lee, swallowing hard. "But I'm willing to pay for it, and to vouch for you if you accept to become an honorary Fire Nation citizen. If you do that, no one will ever turn you into their slave anymore. You will be your own man, and no one can tell you what to do, or how to act, or anything, really. You'll make your own decisions and be truly free, Haru." His eyes had widened more than she had ever seen them. But his reaction wasn't that of disgust, or disapproval. If anything, it seemed like he was actually considering it. "You can take your time to decide, but, I suppose by the time you do you'll be able to send me a messenger hawk or something, at least," she said, with a weak grin. That was what snapped Haru out of his shocked silence. Messenger hawk. Haru repeated, confused. Ty Lee swallowed hard, lowering her head. Well. I understand you want to be with your mother, and you are too nice not to want to help her in every way you can. She'll probably need help around the house, and with the store, so. You thought I was asking for permission to stay here with her? Haru asked, his voice nearly a whisper. Ty Lee raised her gaze, meeting his own. Did he look hurt? Is that what you want me to do? Wait, what? Ty Lee said, surprised. No. I mean, what I want isn't important, Haru, all right? I want you to be free, happy and safe. So. The only way I can be all of those things, or any of them, is by staying by your side, he said, earnestly. Ty Lee looked at him in disbelief. Why you, what? She mumbled. Haru bit his lip again. Do you really think I'd ever felt any of those things before knowing you? He said. I may have been happy, as a child, but, ever since my father was taken away I couldn't find happiness in anything anymore. And that's when I stopped feeling safe, too. Without him, with the Fire Nation here, I thought I never would feel safe again. Yet, you gave me safety, and you made me happy again. I didn't even realize it, but, you also gave me freedom, even though I was a slave. And now you're giving me an even greater chance at freedom. What more could I possibly ask for? But, Haru, you can't leave your mother here, said Ty Lee, looking at him in chagrin. You can't just pick me over her, I know you don't even want to, so. Well, I didn't think of it that way, said Haru, looking at Ty Lee with uncertainty. What I asked her about, what I wanted to ask you was, do you think she can come home with us? Ty Lee's expression shifted quickly. She frowned momentarily, as clarity appeared in her eyes. Her lips parted, and words eluded her shortly as the meaning of his question sank in. You mean, your mom, and us? She asked, eyebrows raised now. You're asking if she could stay with us and... I know it might be uncomfortable, we're used to being alone or with people our age, and, well, she is my mother, Haru said, smiling weakly. She, understands what our relationship is like by now, but... She does? Ty Lee asked, blushing and covering her mouth with her hands. Haru chuckled softly. I did tell her, well, not every detail, but... I guess she filled the blanks, he said, scratching the back of his neck. Ty Lee grimaced. Haru, that's, oh, goodness, that must have been so embarrassing to talk about, she said, covering her face with her hands. Haru chuckled. It was, but, she was happy to know that you were good to me, he said. Ty Lee peeked at him from between her fingers. Still, while I know we won't be as free to do whatever we please, well, I thought it'd be for the best. This was our home for a long time, but, my mother has struggled with the store for a while now, and life has been difficult for a long time. She loves the Earth Kingdom, and she holds very little love for the Fire Nation, if any, but, she's willing to try her luck with a new life. She's worked so hard, for so long, and, if I win often in the ring, we'll be able to give her an easier life indeed, won't we? We can all be a family. The word struck a chord deep inside Ty Lee, one she hadn't expected to be stirred ever since she had been shunned by her parents and siblings. Her hands dropped altogether now, and she looked at Haru in disbelief. Her throat felt tight, her eyes flooded with tears quickly. Unless you don't want, he said, but she shook her head promptly, her shoulders shaking with a first sob. Ty Lee. I thought you'd choose to stay here. Oh, why was I so stupid? She asked, both laughing and crying. I'm just so used to never being lucky in love, and after all this time I thought I couldn't be happy that easily, I thought I wasn't going to be a priority for you because I never have been for others, so. They were fools if that's the case, Haru said, sternly. Ty Lee looked up at him in amazement, tears already slipping down her cheeks. I want to be with you, Ty Lee. I want to be with my mother too, of course, but I wanted to give her a chance at a better life, our life, and she's agreed to it. And, well, if you really meant to help us get the honorary citizenship, would you want it? Ty Lee asked. I mean, you could even get a different job if you don't want to be a gladiator anymore. We could find something else for you to do that's not so troublesome, or... I think I like being a gladiator so far, said Haru, smiling. Your gladiator, specifically. It allows me to use my bending, and that's the best way to feel close to my father. So, I'd like to stay as your gladiator if I become an honorary citizen anyways. Why you? Said Ty Lee, smiling brightly as well. You really would? I would, he said, stepping closer towards her. Ty Lee, if I'm going to be free, if I'll be an honorary citizen, then, does that mean I'll truly be equal to any Fire Nation citizen? I'll have the same rights and I'll be allowed to do the same things any Fire Nation person can do. Well, yes, said Ty Lee, nodding promptly. That's the point, really. That you can do whatever you like and... Haru. She had never seen such determination glowing in his eyes. There was still something gentle about him even now, but he suddenly seemed more certain of himself than he ever had been before. Marry me. The words hit her like a bolt of lightning, her entire body freezing as if she had been chi-blocked. He would take it back, surely, he would regret it, no doubt, but a moment passed. And then another. And even another, and Haru's intense stare lingered. His breathing was heavy, and he was trembling slightly, but not more than Ty Lee was. Do you mean that? She asked, her voice weak. Haru, please, if you mean it, just. Of course I mean it, he said, smiling a little. If I'm free to do as I want, to be your equal, then I want to know if you would like to be my wife. Because I would love to be your husband. Haru, goodness. Ty Lee said, tears rolling down her cheeks again. She had tried to control her crying earlier, but she couldn't do it anymore. Haru smiled gently. You don't have to cry if you don't want to do it, just. He said, reaching to touch her shoulder, but she shook her head and jumped forward to embrace him. The force with which she crashed against him nearly made Haru topple over, but he held his ground as he hugged her too. He smiled as he held her, letting her cry on his chest. Oh, Haru, I never thought you'd want to marry me, she laughed, clinging at him desperately. I love you. His eyes widened. Ty Lee was hardly reserved about her feelings in many regards, but she had never said she loved him before. Had she been waiting to know for certain that he cared about her? Because if so. I love you too, he said, beaming and holding her closer. And I want to be with you, in whatever terms you want to be with me. I'll marry you. Oh, goodness, of course I'd marry you. She laughed, clutching at him before pulling away to kiss him briskly. Haru chuckled. Haru, I can't believe. You thought the worst would happen, again, he said, caressing her cheek. You're so used to being hurt, and I know I've hurt you, even if I didn't mean to. But I'll do my best to never let that happen again, Ty Lee. I want to make you happy, for the rest of my life if I can make it so. You already do, she said, with a heartfelt smile. You're the best thing that has happened to me, Haru. You really are. I feel the same way about you, dear, he said, smiling warmly as he spoke the last word. Ty Lee's chest seemed to be about to explode. He hadn't held back at all, not for a second, and she wasn't used to experiencing this much genuine happiness in such a short time. Laughter left her lips as she pressed her forehead to his. Sponsoring him was, without a doubt, the best decision she had ever made. They belonged together, and she was determined to make him happy beyond measure. Then, you'll wed. Ran's voice startled them. Ty Lee nearly broke away from Haru's hold instinctively, but his arms remained around her waist as he looked at his mother. To his relief, the older woman was smiling. Well, as long as it's legal, and as long as Ty Lee wants it, said Haru, grinning. Ty Lee smiled gently at Ran. I really love your son, she said, tears still streaming down her cheeks. Ran laughed softly. I do. I'm so happy, I don't know if I can stop crying. Oh, goodness, I really hope you'll be happy in the Fire Nation. We have enough bedrooms in our house, and you can absolutely stay with us, you really can. We can really be a family, all three of us. I can barely remember what that feels like, but, oh, I really can't wait for it to happen. This is just... Well, she's certainly as spirited as you said she was, Ran told Haru, who chuckled. I hope you'll be happy together, both of you. And, well, if you truly don't think I'll be in your way once you're married, I'll be very happy to live with you. My son came back to me, and I don't want to be away from him ever again. I'll see to it that you're treated with all the respect you deserve, said Tai Li, beaming. Everything will be wonderful for all of us. I'll do my best to see to it. You always do, said Haru, kissing the top of her head. Tai Li laughed softly, pressing her head to his chest. Thank you, Tai Li. Both me and my mother, we owe you much more than you could ever imagine. You don't owe me anything, she said, burying her face in his shirt. You really don't, Haru. I guess we'll never agree on that, will we? He laughed. Tai Li threw her arms around his neck as she laughed too, kissing his cheek as he tightened his embrace and lifted her from the ground. Ran smiled tenderly, sighing in relief as she basked in her son's joy, for he was happier than she had seen him since his childhood. As soon as Tai Li had calmed down slightly, her euphoria boosted her to race outside of the house, with Haru tailing her closely. Angela, Sokka, and her guards were gazing at the landscape, it seemed, when they reacted to Tai Li's footsteps. Tai? Oh, well, I suppose things went a lot better than you thought they would, didn't they? Angela asked, looking at her friend skeptically. Tai Li leapt into Angela's arms carelessly, hugging her as rashly as she ever did. Angela rolled her eyes and looked at Sokka in disbelief. He raised his eyebrows but smiled, hands on his hips. After all your insecurities and grief? He asked. Tai Li giggled as she pulled away from them. I'm sorry, you guys. I really shouldn't have thought things were that hopeless, because they really weren't. Oh, goodness, Haru has asked me to marry him. He did what? Angela asked, eyes wide. Sokka as well was stunned, but he smiled in amazement at Haru, who grinned at him too as he slowed down upon reaching the group. Whoa, way to go, Haru. Sokka said, giving him a thumbs up. Haru laughed, placing a hand on Tai Li's shoulder. The girl was quick to press against him, gazing up at him in wonderment. And given your joyous smile, I assume you said yes? Angela asked, grinning a little as well. Tai Li nodded promptly and Angela's smile widened. Well, good for you both. I'm glad, though, have you thought this through? Are you sure you can do this? I mean, a legally binding contract of the sort between a slave and a noblewoman. It's going to work, Angela, said Tai Li, with an enthusiastic smile. Haru. I've offered him his freedom. His chance to be an honorary Fire Nation citizen, and he wants to do it. No one will ever walk over him again, he'll be free to do whatever he wants, and be whoever he wants to be, and be with whoever I want to be with, Haru finished, smiling at Tai Li. She giggled again and pressed her face to his chest again. And, well, the main reason why we came here so fast was to ask you something, Princess. We've already taken such advantage of your kindness, I know we have, but... Oh, goodness, now what? Angela asked. Sokka huffed. Come on, now, Angela. Haru's convinced his mom to come live with us in the Fire Nation, said Tai Li. Angela's eyes widened. I know it's probably inconvenient, maybe there's not enough room in the barge for more people, but it's okay. I can sleep in the kitchen, if needed, or in the machine room. Tai Li. Angela said, eyes wide. There's no need for. Well, I would be willing to do it too, my mom can take our cabin, said Haru, nodding promptly. Tai Li smiled warmly at him. Okay, you two, there's going to be room, somehow, said Angela, eyebrow twitching. We'll figure something out, one way or another. Still, goodness. That's a lot of change to take in so suddenly. Are you too sure about all of this? Yes. They both exclaimed. Angela blinked blankly. Then, fine, she said, with a dry grin. We'll find a way to make this work. Yes. Thank you, Angela. Ty Lee exclaimed, jumping again to hug Angela. The princess sighed but smiled, patting her friend on the back. Oh, I've never been so happy, I could scream, this is the best thing that's ever happened to me. No doubt it is, said Angela, smiling as she looked at Haru gratefully. You've really outdone all expectations, Haru. I'm glad I did, he said, with a humble smile. Though, to be fair, I have no idea how I've been so lucky. I can barely believe that I'll actually be her husband. His smile was so innocent and genuine that it warmed the hearts of all who saw it. Even Fei, whose body hurt badly after the fall he'd taken during his sleep, forgot his woes as he watched the happiness of both Haru and Ty Lee. Angela shook her head as Ty Lee laughed and embraced Haru again. It seemed she was too ecstatic to stop hugging people, and after how miserable she had been throughout their trip, it was a very welcome change. The princess smiled as she watched her friend and her fiancé's pure joy at being together. It reminded her of the necklace Sokka had given her, which she had left back at home, and she clearly remembered how blissful she had felt upon receiving it and wearing it for the first time. Ty Lee didn't have any such mementos, but unlike Angela and Sokka, Ty Lee would have a plausible chance to marry Haru. The tables seemed to have turned now, but Angela was happy for it, despite herself. Ty Lee would marry Haru long before Angela and Sokka could do the same, no doubt, but it seemed fitting. Ty Lee had been through enough in her love life as it was. At last, she'd both found love and a family to belong with again. Finally, she was free from the burdens of her past and ready for a brighter future. I knew she had to stop jumping to conclusions, I just knew it, Sokka told Angela, smiling at her as Haru and Ty Lee whirled happily again. It never ever helps. Or maybe it does. It's possible she's happier yet because she expected the worst outcome and got the entire opposite of that, Angela smirked. That's another advantage of preparing for the worst-case scenario. You could think of it that way, I guess, said Sokka, shrugging. But however it is, they deserve it. They do, Angela agreed, smiling. I sure hope Haru's mother finds good earplugs, though, she's definitely going to need them. Sokka chuckled, leering at her with playful reproach. Angela smirked, watching Haru and Ty Lee celebrating their engagement by laughing, kissing, and hugging relentlessly. As chaotic as their trip had been, it had helped Ty Lee and Haru in ways neither of them could have predicted. Tragedy had struck, and the pair had endured more grief than they should have, but they had found happiness again, at last. After everything that had happened, they were ready to go home. Chapter 159, The Fire Lord's Shadow 1. So, what do you think? Haru asked, smiling nervously. He didn't have much reason to be nervous, as his mother's mouth was wide open in awe upon contemplating Ty Lee's modest house. To the Earth Kingdom native, it was as good as a palace. This is where you've lived over the last few years? She finally asked, blinking blankly. I know it's not that pretty, and it could use more maintenance, Ty Lee confessed, biting her lip, but don't worry. I'll start looking after the gardens, and I can hire someone to fix the cracks on the walls, and... Cracks on the walls? Haru's mother laughed. What are you talking about? This is flawless. Oh, you'd think so, but we kind of, broke a wall once, we just covered it up so it wouldn't be visible, but yeah, said Ty Lee. Her future mother-in-law smirked. I'm afraid of asking how you did that, so I won't, she said. Ty Lee's cheeks flushed while Haru looked at her apologetically. Well, then, are we going inside? Haru opened the door, spreading his arm towards the vestibule and the sitting room. Ran gazed around herself in amazement, taking in the house's details with a keen eye. While there were some adornments that were as Fire Nation as could be, everything was classic, nothing promoted the war or the fire-bending supremacy that fueled Fire Lord Oze's creed. Better yet, there were Earth Kingdom adornments everywhere in sight, too, paintings, vases, small plates with yellow and green themes hung on the walls, as did twin gold fans. Goodness! said Ran, laughing softly as Haru set down all their bags in the sitting room. I never expected to see so many Earth Kingdom goods anywhere in the Fire Nation. Oh, I always bought anything I could find, Ty Lee said, smiling. I always figured it might help Haru feel a little bit closer to home. Haru smiled warmly at her, placing a hand on the small of her back as Ty Lee rested her head on his shoulder. Their newfound, comfortable closeness was everything Ty Lee had ever wanted from a relationship, and she remained stoked about having found it all with Haru. It sure worked, Haru said, kissing the top of her head. Ran kept gazing about the house in wonder, impressed by its simple elegance, only raising her eyebrows with slight disapproval at the uneven earth on the backyard. She turned again soon enough, a satisfied smile spreading over her face. Well, so far, it seems to be an agreeable place to live in, she said. Ty Lee smiled widely and clapped, as Haru grinned. Then I hope you continue to feel that way, going forward, he said. We'll do our best to make this a home for you. I'm sure you will, said Ran. Though I will say, I still don't wish to become an honorary citizen. I understand the advantages, but it's okay, I know why you wouldn't want to, said Ty Lee, grinning apologetically now. You're free to do as you wish, of course. If you change your mind, I'll be happy to help you do it. That's very generous of you, Ty Lee, said Ran, smiling and taking another glance across the house. Everything has been really generous of you, truly. You found love with a remarkably sweet girl, Haru. I did, he said, beaming as Ty Lee blushed. And I'm very lucky and grateful for it. Oh, Haru, said Ty Lee, laughing as she buried her face in his chest. Well, then, which shall be my room? Ran asked, smiling eagerly. It was a strange feeling for Ty Lee, one she wasn't sure she'd ever feel again, let alone one she might ever get used to. Ran had proved to be a gentle woman, with as warm a heart as could be. It was no wonder Haru was such a kind-hearted and sensible man, for he had been raised by a wonderful mother. But what truly delighted Ty Lee was knowing that, despite starting her journey to the Earth Kingdom fearing she was on her way to losing Haru, she was coming home today knowing he was the love of her life, and she was his. She had set out as a lonely woman, desperate for love, and she had come home to find she was part of a family now, for the first time in years. She couldn't keep the tears from flooding her eyes whenever she let herself think about it. Are you okay? Haru asked her, giving her shoulder a light squeeze. It startled Ty Lee out of her happy daze. Oh, yes, she said, smiling warmly at him. Haru grinned right back. I've thought we should give her Suki's old room, it's in good shape still, so. Sounds perfect, said Haru, beaming and taking Ty Lee's hand in his own. Let's take her there, then. Of course. Ty Lee agreed, reaching for Ran's hand as well and leading the two Earth Kingdom natives upstairs. It had been a long trip, but every hardship and struggle had been worth this payoff. Ty Lee had a family now, and it was one she intended to protect and treasure with all her might. The Fire Lord's eyebrows twitched as his gaze raked the words on the final page. His chest burned, but he was tempering his reaction, at least for now. His daughter's speech in the festivals had already hinted at the dangerous thoughts that coursed through her mind lately, but he never thought she would take her new beliefs this far. His brow furrowed before he set down the document, taking a deep breath to soothe himself before ordering his assigned Imperial Guard to send for Princess Azula at once. She arrived within a few minutes, clad in her golden armor. While she had a nonchalant air to herself, Oze could see in her sharp eyes that she was aware of why she had been summoned. Is something wrong with the documents I submitted for your approval, Father? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. I was on my way to the Grand Royal Dome, but if you need me right now. I do, Princess Azula, said Oze, pronouncing her name and title slowly. Dangerously, as if to imply she might lose her status if she took a single step out of line. To his chagrin, Azula was unimpressed. She merely stared back at him as though she had nothing to regret, nothing to take back. He had already suspected, and dreaded, that she might have lost some of her reverential admiration towards him, but only now did he face that indisputable reality head-on. He frowned before extending his hand towards the chair across his desk. Please, he said. Azula sat down nonchalantly, as he requested. I have read your documents indeed. Your strategies for the homeless people seem feasible, and it's a good solution for this problem. I have approved this project, and I shall provide you with the funding you will need for it. Thank you, said Angela, her attitude softening now, just as Jose had hoped it would. I was ready to handle it on my own, as you could see on the papers, but it would seem your plans are stable and steady enough that the expenses for this project are perfectly justified, said Jose. I am willing to make a gamble on you, Princess Angela. See to it that this investment is, indeed, worthwhile. Thank you, father, said Angela, bowing her head curtly towards him. I'm honored to have your support in this endeavor. As for the second document, Jose said, and to his irritation, Angela's former steel returned at full strength. She knew exactly what he did to manipulate people. She had seen it up close for years on end, endured it herself several times, and too often she had been too scared to contradict him, but not today. Suddenly, it seemed all her past reservations had vanished. Who was the woman sitting opposite to Jose now? Was there any remnant of his daughter left within her? I understand it must seem intrusive, subversive too, but after what I've experienced and what I witnessed at the prison rig, I couldn't reach a different conclusion, Angela determined. Jose huffed. Is that so? He asked. May I inquire why is that the case? Was there truly no choice but to conclude that slaves deserve to be treated with as much respect as porcelain dolls do? Why, I don't remember writing that. Perhaps someone tampered with the document, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. Jose looked at her skeptically. Yes. Well, you certainly came home with quite the sense of humor, he said, shaking his head. You wrote, in this document, that slavery needs to be controlled. That slave owners ought to be held accountable for breaking the laws that you have composed and proposed should be approved by me and my council to regulate the slavery system. You believe, it would seem, that slaves have it too hard in this society. Is that it? Oh, no doubt they do, but this isn't about them, said Angela, shrugging. Jose frowned at her casually uttered claim. I've always understood why you decided to start the slavery system, and it certainly has worked wonders so far. But I don't think you're aware of some complicated factors at the very lowest levels of the slavery system. Do enlighten me, then, said Jose, his face a mask that spelled out, bluntly, that she would fail to change his mind. Slaves came from the Earth Kingdom, initially. There are a few rare ones, such as my Gladiator, who come from the Water Tribe, Angela started, undeterred by Jose's evident skepticism. And of course, you know it well, Fire Nation citizens who break the laws, or do anything they shouldn't, can and will be demoted into slavery. All this will be fine and good for the first few decades this system is functional, I suppose. But you see, you'll run out of former Earth Kingdom citizens to enslave in due time. Even if the Water Tribes fall before us, the same will happen with their people, eventually. Within a few generations, slaves will have died out because of practices such as what happened in the prison rig, such as what happens in the amateur gladiator league. Such as what happens in towns like Shuo, where slaves are treated with less respect than the dirt on which their commoners tread. This system, as it is simply not sustainable. You won't have enough slaves to satisfy your nobility or your middle classes if they keep dying over poor treatment by careless masters who don't value their lives but demand their services. And that is what my document is truly about, father. She should feel triumphant by now, no doubt, for Jose's initial skepticism had shifted into wariness. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but she was right. Jose didn't care enough about slaves to bother pondering how the system should work. As far as he was concerned, slavery was a form of punishment to those who had too much pride or lacked the means to become honorary Fire Nation citizens. He had slaves in this very palace, and he knew most noblemen had their own, too, but he had never quite pondered the possibility of a slave shortage now that the system was in place. You propose control, Jose said. Angela nodded. It's no surprise, I suppose, as that's what I would consider ideal, in any situation, yet I'm not convinced. How can I clear up your uncertainties, then? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. You believe controlling our nobles and middle class will be the answer, Jose said, tapping the desk between them with a finger. But you know why I provided them with slaves in the first place. This life is meant to be a lesson for the slaves. They wasted their chances to join us and now must face the appropriate punishment for it. And depriving the upper classes from slaves would turn that punishment around, in a sense. Is that so? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Slaves simply won't be mistreated and won't be killed. They will still be expected to provide their masters with the same services they already do. And if they grow complacent? Jose asked, raising his eyebrows. If they get funnier ideas than just being treated with decency? I understand you wish to uphold your speech, Angela, but this is not sustainable either. I can't say I see where the problem lies, Father, Angela said, intertwining her fingers. Any slaves who act out will face consequences, the same way any upper-class citizen would. Oh, but perhaps you mean that you can't demote them into slavery twice? Ah, that must be it. Do you take this matter seriously at all, child? Jose asked, his patience thinning by now. And yet Angela remained undeterred. You believe they can stage an uprising? Join forces and rebel against us? Angela asked, looking at him sternly now. Well, considering the kind of lives they're living right now, they have a much stronger motivation to rebel and die fighting right now than they will if they're given minimal privileges and the chance to carry out a decent life. The amateur arenas are ripe for riots and uprisings, precisely because of the conditions in which their fighters are currently enslaved. And speaking of gladiators, there's a fair number of superior League Ones, mine included, who are slaves as well. They're properly trained and quite possibly capable of taking out our average soldiers. The best of them might even defeat highly ranked officers too. If they ever decided to join forces because they've had enough of being treated like garbage, which I truly hope won't happen, it's quite possible that our most clever source of entertainment for the masses will outright turn against us and wreak havoc throughout our cities, for they will have the power to achieve exactly that. Yet you already have the example of one gladiator who hasn't done that. One slave who has been given more privileges than he was worth, quite likely. And you have even presented him as the poster child of the ideal slave, haven't you? You've had him paraded in parties and social events as the kind of slave most others should strive to be like. I removed him from a life-or-death situation and now he's even capable of fighting off rebels and damn near dying for his employer if need be. That is what you deemed to be the ideal slave. And the only reason why he's become who he is now, is because I treated him as an employee indeed, because I could see he was someone who would only give back as much respect as I gave him. You can't parade my gladiator as an exemplary slave that every other slave should seek to imitate if most of them are being starved, abused, and beaten to death on a regular basis. They would never act the way my gladiator does if their conditions don't improve. And if they were fed well, and treated with respect, they might still choose to rebel and now they might have the strength to succeed, Jose said, raising his eyebrows. Perhaps whoever is left in the city that belongs to the White Lotus could recruit these well-fed, properly treated slaves, and then what will be left for us? Well, considering a common slave has no noteworthy bending or weapons training, if they presented a genuine threat to our armed forces, that would only reflect poorly on our soldiers, said Angela, raising her eyebrows. The most dangerous gladiators are, presumably, already being properly fed and not mistreated. It's true for the Millennium Dragon, for instance, the second best gladiator in the Superior League, and a slave. He hasn't rebelled, though, and neither has mine. Which hypothetical scenario is more likely to come true, a rebellion of weakened but outraged slaves, or a rebellion of softened slaves with no hopes of finding better lives than the ones they're currently leading? If they're no threat when strong, they're no threat if they're weak either, Jose declared. I understand your concerns regarding economy and the eventual decrease in slaves, but I suppose that can be fixed if slaves procreate and their children are born into slavery. Just how likely is that to happen? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Especially considering the harsh control most of them are subjected to. From what little I understand, women in places like Shuo and Huiyi would likely be forced to abort any children they conceive, given the kind of work they're forced to do, and if that's true for them, it's probably true for female slaves in most households. Even if they were to conceive any children, which is doubtful, there's a strong chance that most of them wouldn't carry a pregnancy to term because it'd be inconvenient for them to work while pregnant. You can't count on a second generation of slaves to bail you out if the first one can't create the second one. But Oh, of course they would be able to make a new generation of slaves if they were well fed and treated with respect, Jose said, condescendingly. Angela shrugged. I can't see why not, she said. At the very least, if there's fewer female slaves at risk of being brutalized and murdered, there's a stronger chance that they'll provide you with that second generation of slaves you hoped for. Jose's brow was furrowed, and Angela remained impassive. She refused to relent, it was clear. But so did he. I cannot accept this, he said. Angela's eyes narrowed. You can. You're simply choosing not to because you expect your nobles will be outraged if you try to control how they treat slaves, she said. Jose huffed. You propose the creation of these laws, and of a task force to control slavery throughout the city at first, and throughout all the territories that belong to us, later on, said Jose. And you even suggested that, if there are no recruits to be found for said task force, that women should be encouraged to join the armed forces of the nation. You expect them to stroll through the city checking on every slave. I do, said Angela, shrugging. And you always say the army is spread too thin, which is true. This is a solution for that predicament. There are already a few women in service here and there, aren't there? They enrolled some years ago, Jose confirmed, almost unwillingly. They serve with the domestic forces, though. Then it's simply a matter of enrolling others and assigning some of the already trained women to this specific task, Angela said. You've kept women contained in the domestic forces, none of them has risen to a position of power. With all that in mind, why not have them work on this project? There's a decent chance they'll want to be part of it, especially if they're promised they'll advance through this task force's ranks far more easily than through the domestic forces. Because, Princess Angela, there is no project, Jose said, harshly. Angela sighed. I will not change what needs no change. You have more than enough duties to uphold as it is, and I will not have you undertaking multiple assignments, as you seem to wish to, just to please me. Slavery has become an important asset to our society and culture, and you would do best to remember that. I sought to improve it, that's all, Angela said, nearly between gritted teeth. You have always encouraged me to try harder, to do my best with everything I ever do, and I found an area in our society and culture that needed and deserved improvements. That is all there is to it. Is it, really? Jose asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela frowned. Because as soon as I started reading it, I had the very distinctive feeling that this document is barely the first step towards abolishing slavery entirely. Am I wrong? Abolishing slavery? That's madness. I can barely begin to imagine how many problems that could cause, Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Jose frowned, surprised. It's only been a decade since it started, and yet slavery has become so ingrained within our society that, well, any fire lord who tries to outlaw it will be run out of their office within the fortnight. I would never demand anything so extreme from you, father. You wouldn't, then? Jose said, raising his eyebrows. Angela nodded. Well, I suppose you would be smart enough to know better than that, after all. At any rate. I suppose that is all we had to discuss. You were on your way to the royal dome, then? I was, Angela said, lowering her gaze before bowing her head towards her father. I know it's a lot to ask, but please, take my project into consideration. It may need more work and I can readjust whatever you believe can be improved upon, but I only want to help you and the Fire Nation, father. It's all I've ever wanted. I should hope so, said Jose, sighing before waving his hand dismissively towards her. Go on, then. The dome awaits you. Thank you for reading my proposals, Angela said, bowing again before standing up. I'll be back soon. Very well. Have a good day, Angela, Jose said, as the princess turned on her heels and left the study quickly. He glared at the door through which she had vanished. Angela was too accomplished a liar and a manipulator. He couldn't quite believe her declared motivations were genuine, and he was still certain that she had bigger plans in mind than what she was saying she did. Her project had its merits, there was no denying it. Nevertheless, it was impossible, for many reasons, both the ones he'd told her, and several other reasons he never planned to disclose to his daughter. He picked up the document again and stared at it for a moment, his cold eyes showing no mercy as he raised his free hand. A small burst of flames appeared at the tips of his fingers. And yet he hesitated. His father hadn't listened to him, at any point in time. Jose had been determined not to be that kind of father for Angela. And yet he was about to do exactly what Angeline would have done to him, if he had tried to craft a project the way Angela had. Well, perhaps that wasn't true. Jose had the sense to burn the papers while Angela was gone, while his father would have likely set them on fire in front of Jose, without even reading a single page. The fear of becoming exactly like the man whose legacy he had always wanted to destroy gnawed away at him. He had torn down Angeline's statues and replaced them with his own. He had renamed places, welcomed back the dragons, undone countless laws his father had put into place, many of them on whims. He had outdone Angeline in regards of the Earth Kingdom conquest, becoming the one Fire Lord who had forced their strongest rival nation to its knees. He had thought he had destroyed Angeline's legacy, never considering that maybe he was part of that legacy. His stomach churned, twisting just as the pages would, once the fire started consuming them. With a snarl, he tossed the intact pages into a drawer and closed it brusquely. He would find the key for that drawer and lock it, and he'd never to look at the damn project again. Hopefully that was already better than what Angeline would have done. A light breeze brushed against him, even though it wasn't a windy day. His eyes widened as he forgot about the drawer for now, knowing that sensation announced the arrival of someone he had been expecting for weeks now. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, but Jose wasn't genuinely uncomfortable. He merely turned towards the nearest window, watching as a dark shape manifested from thin air. "Tell me you have good news, Cephas," he nearly growled. While Cephas wasn't to blame for his bad mood, he was still reeling from his conversation with Angela and could barely control his bad temper. "I won't stand for anything else today." To his relief, Cephas nodded. After such a draining conversation with Angela, Jose finally had a good enough reason to smile, or rather, to smirk. "Do tell, then. Did you find anything?" "I have, Lord Jose, a vast number of suspects," said Cephas. "I have tracked down most of them by now." "Shall I proceed?" "You shall," said Jose, a wild smile on his face now. "I knew you wouldn't fail me." "Get on with it immediately, Cephas." Cephas bowed his head, before the dark colors of his large cloak faded into nothingness. Jose smirked proudly, wickedly. Perhaps his daughter was failing him right now, but Cephas could easily fix Jose's sour mood, as long as he did his job right. And he always did. "So, he's going to fund the project for the homeless people?" Sokka asked, his eyes wide. "Really?" Out of the goodwill of his black heart. Angela nodded, though there was no enthusiasm in the gesture. She had fetched Sokka at his house, as ever, though she had agreed to Song's polite offer of tea before taking off to the dome. Sokka had been in his usual blissful mood around her, until Angela shared the outcome of her meeting with his father, once they were airborne again. He claimed as much, but granted, I figure he was merely trying to reward me for doing something that he could approve of right before shutting me down with everything else, Angela answered, as she tugged on Xian Long's bridle, directing him down towards the Grand Royal Dome. "Nothing my father does is straightforward, but it's also not as mysterious as he wants it to be, either." "I suppose not," said Sokka, grimacing. "I'm glad he didn't do anything bad to you, though. That's the main thing I was dreading, as you know." "He didn't, but I still had hopes that our meeting would be more productive than it was," Angela huffed, shaking her head. "I don't know what it will take to make my father change his mind about slavery, but I hope I figure it out soon. I can't wait to put a stop to this madness already." "You will. You're smarter than anyone I know, and you always achieve everything you set out to do," Sokka said, briefly pressing his forehead to the back of her head. Angela swallowed hard. "You'll pull it off." "I hope you're right." "I really do," she said, her disheartened eyes set on the rapidly approaching ground. Xian Long landed softly, Angela and Sokka climbed off his saddle and the princess patted the dragon's snout gently as thanks. Xian Long shook his head afterwards, making his mane and whiskers dance in the wind, before jumping into the air anew. Angela waved at him as he left before turning towards Sokka, who waited with a small smile on his lips. "But anyhow, we should focus on the good things," he said, hands on his hips. That he approved the homeless people project is. You know? We really should come up with a better name for it than that. That one's so long, and it doesn't sound remotely interesting. Well, as much as you certainly outdid my expectations recently, naming-wise, you're not allowed to give this project a name, Angela said, smirking at him as they walked towards the dome's doors. This is a little more important than foolish pet names. No doubt, but it still needs a cooler name. I propose. Not listening. Hey, you've come all this way with me just because you've respected and listened to me when it comes to matters where your input is useful, this isn't one of them, she answered bluntly, leaving Sokka open-mouthed and glaring at her in disbelief. You cruel, heartless princess, preaching one thing and practicing another. He grumbled under his breath as they walked through the vestibule. Angela couldn't hold back her soft laughter as they made their way to Shoji's counter. As ever, people watched them reverently, many bowing down towards Angela. She had grown used to drawing their attention, and by now she did a fairly good job of ignoring most people in the dome and their constant reverences unless she had no choice. Today was shaping up to be no different, until she found there was someone arguing with Shoji at his counter. Can't you send for him or something? This is outrageous. I understand you're distraught, but we can't do anything if a sponsor defaults, Shoji explained, grimacing. The man at the counter groaned in irritation. I can't believe that coward would chicken out on me like this. After he sent the damn challenge in the first place. How dares he? He grumbled, shaking his head and inching away from the counter. The man's new position allowed Shoji to spot Angela and Sokka. His eyes brightened quickly, but he still eyed the other sponsor warily as he waited for the man to walk away for good. I know it's not the way anyone wants to be victorious, but it's not within our power to do anything else, said Shoji, bowing his head gently towards the sponsor. I hope this won't happen again. It better not. That pyro tornado bastard has been a thorn on my side for years, it was finally time to finish this nonsense with him and he just bailed? Damn him for good. Said the man, throwing his hands up in the air. Fine, I'll just leave, then. Curse that bastard. The man didn't seem to take notice of Angela and Sokka, something unexpected in these halls. He merely stormed off towards the stairs that led to the lower floor, leaving behind a relieved Shoji and a confused pair of Gladiator and sponsor. Good day. I'm glad to see you both, said Shoji, smiling warmly. Angela nodded towards him. I suppose you must be, if that's what you have to deal with all day, she said. What's wrong? Just a defaulted match, said Shoji, shaking his hand carelessly. The light-bearer's sponsor is a bit abrasive. Some sponsors hate traveling and giving their best efforts to attend fights that won't happen, and he's one of them, of course. As the pyro tornado didn't show up, he's officially beaten him, but he's angry that he bothered accepting the challenge at all. The light-bearer. Angela repeated, frowning. Isn't that the third best gladiator in the league? I think I've seen his name in the ranking before. Yeah, he's one of the crowd's favorites, Shoji said, smiling a bit. His usual arena is the Ring of Ash, but he'll come here in hopes to fight stronger rivals often. He's only lost a handful of times, and he's dangerously close to beating the Millennium Dragon for the second place. The Pyro Tornado is nowhere near as high in the ranking, but his sponsor has been challenging him non-stop for years now. It's the first time there's been a defaulted fight between them, even after the light-bearer sliced off the Pyro Tornado's hand. Tore off his hand? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Wait, but, is he a non-bender? No, he's a firebender, but his firebending is pretty strange, said Shoji, shrugging. I don't know much about it but, he can cut people with it, somehow. Sounds like a tough rival to beat, said Sokka, grimacing. You're not sending me against him, are you, Angela? Not yet, I suppose, Angela smirked. Sokka glared at her begrudgingly. We'll have to study him properly before you fight him. If I think you're in good enough shape for it, though. Yeah, I bet I'm going to be a damn great fighter without one of my hands, Sokka declared, looking at Angela skeptically as she smiled at him. Sounds like a grand plan. At any rate, we didn't come here to discuss household rivalries, Angela said, crossing her arms over her chest. We've come back from winning a pairs tournament, so I'm curious if we've improved at all after that achievement. Oh, well, you did, Shoji said, but his half-hearted smile didn't convince Angela, unsurprisingly. Why does it look like you're about to give us bad news, then? She asked. Shoji sighed. It's just, well, he said, offering Angela the long scroll with the ranking. I guess you can see for yourself. Angela frowned as she read quickly through the ranks. She reached the 100th fighter as fast as she could, knowing Sokka had been on the 118th position the last time, so he had to be higher than. Her face was a mask of disbelief when she spotted him. Sokka glanced over her shoulder to look, too, and his jaw dropped. What? What? He yelled, leading Angela to smack his chest lightly over being unnecessarily loud. Why you mean we won a pairs tournament, earned around 2,000 points, and we only rose 2 positions? What the hell is this? It's the highest levels of the Superior League, answered Shoji, with a sad smile. It's what everyone goes through. I know it's not reassuring at all, but at least you're the 116th by now, right? Right, Angela said, gritting her teeth. How many points did we get, exactly? That'd be 2,760, Shoji answered earnestly, reading through information he had received from the Green Gates. Angela gaped at him in disbelief. And that was just 2 spots. Well, I suppose you'll have to hope everyone in the top 100 will drop out spontaneously, Sokka, because I doubt you'll ever become the #1 gladiator at this rate. Well, all things considered, the Blue Wolf has risen ridiculously fast, only rivaled by the Blind Bandit, said Shoji, looking at them earnestly again. And she's probably only ahead of you for a couple of positions because she's fought a few more times than you have. She'll keep boosting ahead of us now that she has the slate, Angela grunted, shaking her head. Well, I don't know if this will mean anything to you guys, but as he was your partner in the tournament, said Shoji, smiling as he scanned the scroll for another competitor. Your friend, the Emerald Rockman, rose 30 spots and has never been in better shape, from what I heard from the tournament's report. Did he? Sokka asked, looking through the ranking for Haru. Where was he before? He used to be the 176th, just before participating in the tournament. Now he's gone up to 146th. Whoa. Sokka said, eyes wide as he confirmed Haru's new position directly. He really did get a boost, huh? And, hey, he's reached 100 victories after the tournament. We ought to celebrate that, huh? Celebrate his 100th victory while we can't seem to rise above our current levels in the ranking? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows skeptically. I suppose Ty Lee would be delighted to revel over this, but I, personally. Hey, I'm just trying to be happy for him. I want to find the positive ray of sunshine in the midst of this stuffy situation we're stuck in within the ranking, Sokka sighed. Angela shrugged. I suppose we got used to rising fast, after all. We were bound to stop doing it over time, she said. We'll have to devise a better plan than this. Something more efficient. Joining more events, perhaps. Only if they'll give us 10,000 points, Sokka mumbled, irritable. Looks like that's what we'd need to rise at all, from now on. Well, we knew this wouldn't be easy, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. We can't give up just because it's an uphill climb. Like I said, we just need a new strategy, but for now, we challenge someone ordinary and boring. Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Angela smiled and shrugged. We can start from there, figure out the rest of our plans later, she said, as Shoji offered her all her pending challenges. They resolved to select the Fiery Nightmare, a firebender at the 170th position on the ranking. With Wolf's Bane as one of his weapons, Sokka had become nearly invulnerable against flames, which meant his better opponents by now were, indeed, firebenders. Angela was studying the rest of the challenges they'd received, hoping to single out the firebenders Sokka could take out easily within a week or two, when she heard familiar voices on the nearby staircase. Please, can't we use this story instead? I know she's not as popular as the Light Bearer, but my wife fought in the slate, remember? Angela raised her gaze towards the stairs to find two men climbing down to the vestibule, near Shoji's counter. She recognized the Superior League's chairman easily enough, with his long mustache and bald head, but it took her a moment to place the spiky-haired man speaking hastily beside him. "Goodness, I'd forgotten about him," Angela mumbled. Sokka raised an eyebrow before noticing the pair on the stairs too. It would have been easier to recognize Yang if his wife had been walking closer to him, but she lagged behind, speaking to her admirers, it seemed. She mustn't have wanted to interrupt Yang's heated discussion with the chairman. "You have already run 2 stories on the Queen of Pain, and so far, it hasn't resulted in decent sales, Shiryu. She needs to be more popular than she is, popular like the Blue Wolf." "Greetings, Princess." Angela smiled awkwardly as the chairman bowed towards her. Unsurprisingly, Yang, or Shiryu, gasped and made an exaggerated reverence of his own. Angela's eyebrow twitched as she wondered whether Yang was bowing at her or at Sokka. "It's my pleasure to see you on such a fine day," said the chairman, beaming at Angela upon rising at her command. She nodded. "I'm sure it is," she said. "Is something the matter?" "Oh, nothing of consequence, merely matters of business strategies," said the chairman, smiling as professionally as ever. "I have many meetings to attend, I do pray Shiryu won't bother you." "Well, I certainly hope not, though I have no idea who Shiryu is," Angela said, looking at Yang questioningly. The man jolted upright, looking at her nervously. "Did you change names when I wasn't keeping tabs on you?" It's just my pen name," said Yang, smiling awkwardly. "I'm still me." "I can see that," Angela said, with a smirk, before turning towards the chairman. "Have a good day, then, Chairman." "Thank you. The same for you, Princess. I can't wait to watch your next fight in the Royal Dome," the man exclaimed, bowing once more as he took off, towards a door to the side of the vestibule. "It's been a while, Yang," Sokka said, smiling at the man. "Sounds like you're still working for the Gladiator League, huh?" "Why yeah, it is fortunate that I have kept this job," Yang said, half-heartedly. "It's just, it seems I have a lot of room for improvement still. I'm sure it's nothing that serious, though, or is it?" Sokka asked, smiling and waving at Hien, who was finally walking down the stairs. "Hey there." "Oh, what a surprise," said Hien, smiling warmly before bowing her head towards them. "I hope you've been well, Princess, Blue Wolf." "We're fine, came home to discover we've risen as high as 2 positions in the ranking after earning over 2,000 points, but we're fine," said Sokka, his eyebrow twitching. Hien smiled at him sympathetically as Yang groaned. "You won the pairs tournament, I heard as much," he said. "How I wish I'd been there to chronicle every fight." "You should have been," Angela reasoned, frowning. "Reporting on events might just be the best way to make more sales." "What's the last story you published?" "Well, you can see it for yourself," said Yang, pointing at Shoji's counter. The counter was ever covered in flyers and papers, be it because Shoji was struggling to organize all his documents or because of the countless promotional flyers for events that they always kept on that counter. Angela practically made a habit out of ignoring them, thus she hadn't noticed the newer leaflets, sticking out amongst the promotional flyers for an event called Gladiator Brawl. The ones Yang was responsible for were titled, Gladiator League Chronicles. "They think I need to be more descriptive and pick the violent fights instead of the more interesting ones," Yang pouted, picking up one of the leaflets and handing it over to Angela. "Thirsty Raven is one of the fastest rising gladiators in the league, along with your own and the Blind Bandit, so I figured I'd choose him for last week's fight, but apparently nobody wants to read about a non-bender with mind-numbing agility, with the ability to overwhelm nearly every opponent he faces through speed alone. He's not a well-known fighter, I take it," Angela said, raising her eyebrows. "Maybe you need to choose the top-ranked fighters." "Such is what I tried to do today," said Yang, with a dry grin as he gestured at the blackboard where the Light-Bearer and the Pyro Tornado's forfeited match seemed to gleam cruelly over the author. "But that famous rivalry failed its public for the first time ever, it seems, and unless I write an article speculating on why the Pyro Tornado failed to show up, today's fights won't do me any good either. How about waiting for one of Combustion Man's fights, then?" Sokka suggested. Oh, I've already written Combustion Man's fights 3 times as it is, Yang groaned, rolling his eyes. What's the point? And then he stepped forward, with his voluminous metal limbs, took aim at his enemy and blew them up as violently as an anvil falling on fresh pudding. That's as good as every fight he's ever had. If I was just there as part of the audience it might be more interesting, but trying to write anything worthwhile about that kind of combat is just, ugh. Yang is having a hard time lately, said Hien, smiling awkwardly. Well, I suppose we both are. You too? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. What happened to you? I spent a few months out of the ring, Hien answered, sighing. And out of the construction projects too. They won't take me back, it seems. Wait, why? Said Sokka, eyes wide now. Did something bad happen? Well, yes. I broke my ankle, Hien said, lifting the fabric of her trousers slightly to show Sokka the bandaged leg. It's healed enough that I could fight and win today, but the construction projects refuse to have me again. They say I'm not reliable, so. You'd be more reliable if they paid you better, Sokka mumbled. Then you wouldn't need to have 2 jobs, would you? True, said Hien, nodding promptly. So, you've hit another serious slump? Azula asked, grimacing. Yang gritted his teeth and shook his head. You mustn't worry, princess. He exclaimed. You already helped us a lot, I cherish this job, and we'll get by somehow. You needn't give us a hand if you. Good to know, but maybe you're the ones who ought to give me a hand this time around. Instead, Azula cut him off, shrugging. Even Sokka stared at her in confusion at her unexpected words. Yang blinked blankly, utterly puzzled. Why you mean, oh? He said. Is there anything we could do for you? Because if it is within our power. Not within yours, I'm afraid, Azula said, glancing at Hien instead. Within hers, instead. It seems you need a stable job, and I'm in need of someone to hire, so, if the job suits your liking, I'd say you're my first and, so far, only candidate for it. Sokka was open-mouthed now. Azula looked at him nonchalantly and shrugged, pleased when she saw him smiling slowly. You just can't stop being ridiculously efficient, can you? He said. Holding a job interview in the middle of checking on our raking position and sending new challenges. What can I say? My schedule is too packed these days, I have to do multiple things at a time, she said, smiling. Wait, what sort of job are we talking about? Said Hien, her interest piqued. I mean, I'm very much intrigued, but I can't say I'm fit to do all sorts of jobs. Nonsense. You're the most talented woman there is. Yang exclaimed, childishly. Hien smiled warmly at him. Well, do you cook? Azula asked. Hien nodded. Are you capable of cleaning a house? I am, do you want a servant? Hien asked, surprised. I thought you had the best ones already. No, I don't want a servant, Azula said, waving her hand carelessly. You can write and read too, can't you? I can indeed. Can you play the figure of authority for others in need of guidance? Azula asked. Hien's eyes widened. Can I, huh? Sure she can. Yang exclaimed, beaming. She's always bossing me around. I don't do that. Hien said, looking at Yang accusingly as he embraced her arm. You do, and I love it. He declared. Hien blushed and shook her head. As far as I can tell, she sounds like a good candidate, Sokka said, smiling at his sponsor. Azula nodded. I suppose the one thing left to ask is whether you'd agree to move out of your current living arrangements and to your new workplace, she said, with a sigh. It's quite the commitment, I know, but it would be for the best if you could live with the people under your charge. Wait, living in my new workplace? Hien asked, blinking blankly. Why you mean, me and Yang? Oh. Well, clearly, I wouldn't expect him not to move in with you, it's true, Azula said, with an awkward smile. Doesn't sound like anything that ought to happen to a married couple, right? It doesn't, but... exclaimed Hien, covering her mouth with her hands. Goodness, this is... Where, exactly, is that new workplace? Well, nowhere just yet, Angela confessed. But hopefully within the city, or, at worst, on the outskirts. But it would be a real, actual house? With walls, and roof, and... Hyun asked. Angela nodded warily now. I wouldn't expect you to live under a bridge, if that's what you're worried about, she said, as Hyun laughed in joy. Well, our house isn't particularly remarkable, so it wouldn't have been much of a switch up to live underneath one, she said. Yang pouted. Hey, it's not that bad, he mumbled. You built most of it yourself. That doesn't mean it's any good, Hyun said, sighing. It's a really cheap cabin I improvised with whatever spare materials my old construction guild had. I'd always been on the lookout for new material to improve our house with, but we never thought we'd get a new house, just like that, said Yang, smiling slowly. Still, what sort of job are we talking about? So far, it sounds like you want Hyun to babysit a house. That should be called house sitting, said Sokka, nodding wisely. Yang stroked his chin. Isn't house sitting's meaning just to sit inside a? Enough grammar games here, if you want to know what the job is I'll explain it now, Angela said, looking at Hyun earnestly. I haven't scouted for anyone else who may need this job, but you two sound like you're in dire circumstances right now, so, once you know what it is, you can either take it or leave it. Very well, said Hyun, nodding slowly. Angela told Hyun, explaining the situation as thoroughly as possible. Yang's eyes widened, for the complexity of the situation stunned him quickly. But it became apparent that he wasn't the one in charge in their household when Hyun gave Angela her answer, with the determination and certainty of someone who would not change their mind. I'll do it. 2 weeks of preparations and planning passed by in a blur. Within that short time, they selected a house, and it was almost completely ready to receive all its new tenants. Hyun and Yang would move in first, and before the week was over, the homeless people would do the same. They would finally have a proper roof over their heads rather than the prison tower zone. The prison's guards were eager to transfer the responsibility of looking after the ravenous homeless people to anyone else who'd take them. The married couple had brought their belongings to their new house today. Angela had offered to find them a carriage with which they could bring everything with them, but it seemed they could easily carry everything in their arms, mainly, in Hyun's arms. The house appeared awfully big for the two of them right now, as all 4 of them toured through its rooms, but everyone knew that would change once everyone else moved in, too. It's so classy I think I'll cry, Yang whimpered, shaking his head as he gazed about himself in amazement inside the fancy building. Never did I actually believe I'd get to live someplace like this. Well, it's up to you to keep it in its classy shape, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. To the 2 of you and your future housemates, actually. And it's one heck of an improvement for you guys, right? Said Sokka, beaming as he clapped Yang's shoulder with a hand. Things have certainly fallen into place quite smoothly for all of us with this arrangement, Angela commented, closing her eyes in relief before turning to Sokka. At any rate, are you ready to go yet? We are due to fight near sunset, remember? I just have to get my weapons, I left them by the entrance, Sokka said, smiling as he waved a hand carelessly at Angela. We'll get going in a moment, princess, no need to nag me. As if, she said, scathingly, but Sokka only smiled as he left to fetch his weapons. Say, is it okay if I go to the dome with you too? Yang asked, softly. Angela raised an eyebrow. I mean, I could also stay here and help Hyun, but I haven't written anything for the past 2 weeks and a blue wolf fight would be the best way to get back on the ostrich horse, eh? All things considered, I will pay Hyun a considerable salary, Angela said, crossing her arms over her chest. If your job is troubling you too much, you could give it up. Maybe you're not fit for that kind of writing. I might not be. But then again, who is? Yang groaned. Whenever I write anything, they'll correct my content until they've rewritten it in their words entirely, and later on, when it won't sell successfully, they blame me for failing to write a good article. It doesn't make any sense, does it? It proves the people who hired you have very little understanding of writing as a profession, Angela said, nodding. Yang sighed in relief. I'm so glad someone else gets it, he said. Of course, my wife understands, but if you do too, then I am all the more reassured. You seem quite miserable, I will say, Angela mumbled. Yang's relief was wiped away quickly. What? You were so enthusiastic when we first met that it was almost cringe-worthy, Angela said curtly. Yang flinched, as though she had stabbed him through the chest with her sword. But suddenly it seems you are nowhere near as joyful as you once were. Is the job that much of a disappointment? Well, they've forbidden me from being part of the Blue Pack, Yang muttered. Angela grimaced, knowing that condition wouldn't sit well with the man. I'm still one of them, by all effects, and I always give them tips about which fights to watch, and I can tell them when the Blue Wolf will be fighting next, if I find out. But the chairman and the board say I have to be impartial, and I won't be if I'm the president of the Blue Wolf's fan club. Huh. No wonder you're not happy, Angela said. It makes sense, I know it does, but, it's irritating, said Yang, sighing again. And really, writing for them isn't the same as being paid for what I'm inspired to write. They want me to write whatever they want, they don't care about my own ideas and interests. I feel stuck, to a fault. I want to write freely again, but I can't give up my job. And I won't leave Hyun to take care of being the sole breadwinner in our home, I can't be that useless a husband. Then why not write whenever you return home after work? Sokka asked, walking back to the corridor with his weapons in tow. Yang was startled by his intervention. He hadn't noticed Sokka had heard his plight, let alone had he expected him to have something to say about it. Well, I do try, but I'm so tired already that I can barely make myself write another word by then, said Yang, shrugging. I have a story idea in mind, too. I think it could be fun, but I don't know if anyone else would think so too. Considering you already have a job, does that matter? Sokka asked, scratching the back of his neck. You could write it for yourself, you know, if just to have something fun to do instead of only writing articles on violent fights. I suppose that makes sense, said Yang, rubbing his chin with his thumb. Then, a story about a noble school. About the group of top students in the institution. They'll form a team, and they work to improve said school, and as they do it, they'll laugh and cry and fall in love, and I need one last thing to make it work. Something strong. Like, one of the students is preparing for joining the army. Sokka suggested, with a dry grin. So he has to work out and then that makes him, physically strong. I thought you were better at storytelling than this, Angela said, looking at Sokka in disbelief. I guess you really didn't make up that legend about the South Pole's wolf spirit, it was too well thought out for your literary standards, apparently. Hey. Well, thanks for the idea, but not that kind of strong, said Yang, smiling with mischief now. I meant. The criminal underground world will catch up to them kind of strong. What? Angela said, looking at Yang skeptically now. Suddenly Sokka's idea sounded a lot more coherent than she had given it credit for. You know, in an idealistic world where there's no war, violence exists in different ways, said Yang, his eyes shining with malice. So, there's this whole secretive world of cruel criminals who will catch the leader of the students and he will have to fight with everything he's got to return to his old life, but even if he succeeds, he's no longer the same person, and… maybe I shouldn't spoil you much, just in case I ever do write it and you want to read it. That's thoughtful, said Angela, inching away from Yang slowly. Well, as you aren't likely to publish it, feel free to write that utterly strange story if you want to. You could stay and work on it instead of coming to the Royal Dome with us. No, I have to go, said Yang, even though he was talking to her, his mind clearly was elsewhere. But I guess I'll just plot the whole thing while we're on our way there, that ought to serve me well. Angela and Sokka watched him walk towards the room's threshold, his eyes darting side to side in erratic movements. It seemed Yang couldn't help but be completely ridiculous in front of them. Are you just going to take off without saying anything to your wife? Angela asked when he had reached the door, and Yang jumped. Goodness, I was about to do it again. Sorry, I won't be long. He exclaimed, rushing past them again, on his way to whichever room Hyun was unpacking it now. Must be fun to have a husband who forgets about you just because he's busy coming up with completely absurd stories, huh? Said Angela, raising her eyebrows derisively. Sokka chuckled and looked at her warmly. Well, I can promise you I won't do that kind of thing once we're married, he said. Azula snorted, glancing up at him in disbelief. Once we're 70? I'll be lucky if you remember me at all, period, she said. Sokka rolled his eyes. What? Senility is a genuine problem, Sokka, you should know that. It was risky, as it ever was, to kiss her brow and hold her close while laughing softly at her taunts. Yang would return at any given moment, but even Azula seemed to forget about that for now. It had been a while since they'd last had a real chance for any intimacy, as they had been in Yang and Hien's company too often these days. If all they could have was one moment, they would take it. I intend to be a good husband before I become senile, he said, as he pulled away, his hand caressing hers. Even though according to your predictions I won't be your husband before then, will I? I'm afraid not, Azula sighed dramatically. Sokka laughed. Then I'll just have to be a good fiancé for most our lives, if that's all I can do, he said, squeezing her fingers gently before letting go. Still, I suppose a writer's mind works in weird ways, doesn't it? I wouldn't lump all authors together with this one, Azula said, staring again in the direction Yang had set off to. Every new encounter we have with him further convinces me that he's one of the biggest fools I've ever met. At least you seem to like Hien well enough, said Sokka. Makes sense that you do, of course. You have a lot in common. We do. Azula said, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Why do you say that? You're both hard-working, talented women who have terrible taste in men, from what I can see, Sokka declared, beaming. Azula rolled her eyes and punched him in the arm. Hey, it's true. Anyone can see I'm the one who's well out of my league here. Anyone would think that, yes. But I know better, Azula declared, looking at him matter-of-factly. You're in a league of your own, you are. You earn the respect of heads of state with such ease it looks like child's play, and yet you want to keep pretending you're just some ordinary guy. It's no pretense. Sokka pouted. Azula smiled. It's not, you simply underestimate yourself far more than anyone else does, she said. The rest of us know better. Sokka bit his lip to hide his own grin, but before he could say anything else Yang came back in a clumsy hurry. Okay. Okay. I'm ready now. He said, smiling awkwardly. The dome awaits. The walk to the dome was short, but uncomfortable. Yang didn't ask Sokka 1,000 questions, nor did he bother Azula by stammering nervously around her, but he walked right behind the two of them, eyes still shifting in a frenzy, lips twitching as he pondered whatever he was pondering. I'm tempted to ask what he's thinking of, Sokka smirked. Azula scowled at him. What? Aren't you curious? About the story of a group of students who join organized crime. Not really, Azula said, as they climbed the steps to the dome. No, the story isn't about that, Yang said, surprising them by proving he had heard their every word. It's about the students, in general. 2 of them, specifically, but everyone will be important. So, there's no organized crime anymore? Azula asked. Oh, of course there is, it's just not the center of the story, said Yang, shrugging as Sokka opened the doors of the dome for them. Azula stared at the writer with the most exasperated scowl Sokka had seen on her face in quite some time. At any rate, I have to go to the judge's balcony, it's where I'm supposed to be for my writing. I'd never want to go so soon, but I have so much to plot that I won't be good company in the meantime. Yeah, well, feel free to go ahead, Azula said, with a sardonic grin. Sokka chuckled. Good luck plotting whatever you're plotting. Just, don't forget to write the fight's actual article while you're at it, he said. Yang smiled guiltily and nodded. Good luck for you too, he said, waving at Sokka while walking backwards towards the stairs. Do your best today. You know I'm rooting for you. Sokka nodded promptly at Yang before following Azula to Shoji's counter. The young man seemed busier than ever, struggling with a stack of papers when Azula reached the desk. Oh, princess, said Shoji, smiling awkwardly as he stopped scanning through the papers briefly. Welcome, you're a bit early, though. Your opponent isn't here yet. Is that so? Azula asked, frowning. I hope waiting is alright with you, he said. A lot of sponsors these days are annoyed about spending more time in waiting rooms than in fights, but, well, I guess I can exhibit more patience than they can. We'll wait indeed, Angela decided, glancing at Sokka meaningfully. He tried to school his expression into complete neutrality, but he couldn't manage to do so, at least not entirely. He gritted his teeth and smiled a little, his heart already racing. Other sponsors and gladiators might indeed find it irksome to waste away in waiting rooms, but the two of them had discovered the virtue of those rooms' privacy a very long time ago. Regardless of their somewhat recent argument regarding where their relationship had truly begun, there was no argument to be had about what had been the first step that had changed their bond entirely. They never forgot the circumstances of their first kiss, aware that they had done it for such wrong reasons, and yet it was one of many treasured memories they shared, and they were happy to relive it whenever the opportunity arose, too. The door was locked, the blinds by the windows were closed, no one could be a witness to the princess's shameless straddling of her gladiator on one of the waiting room's couches. Was this the same room where they had first kissed? It was near impossible to tell, as all of them had been designed to look the same, so it just might be. After years, they were back where they had begun, and this time no ill words would be spoken out of spite by either of them. This time, neither one would shirk away from the challenge their relationship posed for each other. This time they would give themselves completely to their exchanges, as they had done consistently for over a year now. Their heated kisses were relentless, desperate, just as wild as they had been that day. Sokka's hands traveled over Angela's body with more confidence, and Angela gladly leaned into his touch as she continued to respond to his lips and tongue with her own. Breathing went forgotten easily for them when they were caught in their whirlwinds of passion, which was why Angela parted unwillingly from Sokka to take a deep breath, her armored chest heaving against his. He only groaned and sought her lips again, selfishly wanting more of her. "Where do you think you're going?" he grumbled, moving to kiss her jawline instead. Angela laughed breathlessly and draped an arm around his neck, to pull him closer. "I'm going nowhere unless someone knocks on that door," she answered, still panting heavily. "We've come a long way, haven't we?" Sokka said, amused. "Sure, nowadays we make out before fights rather than afterwards. Only because afterwards we have sex instead. And that's the main reason why I wanted to fight again sometime soon," he answered proudly. Angela laughed and dropped her head on his shoulder. "We have to take everything we can get, right?" "And we do," she said, smiling warmly. "The last months have been chaotic, I know that, but once Hien gets the hang of looking after the homeless group, I'll be available for our inappropriate dalliances once more. That's bound to happen within a week or less, right?" Sokka asked, wiggling his eyebrows. Angela laughed and kissed his cheek. I know, I'm a depraved fool, but it's your fault." "That you're depraved, or that you're a fool?" she asked, stroking his cheek gently. "Well, both, on some measure," he smirked. Angela scoffed. "I'm only this depraved and this foolish because I'm crazy about you. Really, though, it's not my fault that you're so addictive, that's all on you, princess." "You speak such bold words, Gladiator," she said, her voice low and threatening. Sokka smirked as Angela returned to her previous position, face to face with him. "Have you no shame?" says the woman whose legs are fully spread as she sits atop me, in a public building. He asked. She bit her lower lip and shrugged. "Well, when did I ever claim I wasn't a depraved fool in my own right?" She smiled. He laughed and kissed her eagerly, leading Angela to fist his hair in her hands. "I love you," he said happily against her lips, and she sighed in bliss. "And I love hearing you say that," she responded. He scoffed. "Just hearing me say it? What's that supposed to mean?" He pouted, bringing her to laugh again and kiss him eagerly to silence him. His goofy indignation often served to fuel his passion further. He'd grow more assertive and controlling when he was pretending to be mad, and Angela genuinely loved that side of him more than she ever thought she would. Yielding to him ever proved satisfactory, and she smiled as he changed their positions on the couch, pinning her down on it as he attacked her neck voraciously. They were constantly on the verge of going all the way, of forsaking all caution and concerns that someone might catch them. But while teetering over the edge without caving in could be fun game, eventually the frustrations would start to pile up, and said frustrations caught up with Angela quickly, upon realizing she needed Sokka to do some rather unspeakable things to her that they should never be caught indulging in at the Grand Royal Dome. "Goodness, it's been well over half an hour," she said, rolling her eyes as Sokka kissed her face softly, one of his hands moving dangerously close to that weak spot between her legs. "Did they forget to call us?" "Might be. I wouldn't sweat it much if I were you," Sokka mumbled, smirking. "Just enjoy the moment." "I want to," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "But I'd rather enjoy it in your house, where there aren't as many potential eavesdroppers who might hear my obnoxious moans." "That's fair," said Sokka, smiling weakly. "That my moans are obnoxious or that there aren't as many eavesdroppers?" Angela asked, smirking. Sokka laughed. "Again, I have to say, both," he teased her. "I do love all your sounds, though. Making you lose control that way is a very nice hobby of mine, you see." "How amusing," Angela said, yanking his wolf's tail lightly. Sokka groaned and bit her neck in retaliation. "Still, I really do think I should check downstairs. Maybe something's happened. Weren't we capable of far more patience than all those boring sponsors and gladiators who aren't us?" Sokka smirked, leering at her with amusement. "I know we can't do everything we wish we could, but still. I did say we would be more patient, I didn't say we'd be endlessly patient," said Angela, sitting up on the couch again and forcing him to sit with her. "I don't know for how long we're supposed to wait before our opponent officially forfeits the match." "The staff will likely come to fetch us if it comes to that," said Sokka, matter-of-factly, before frowning. "Still, do you think they forfeited?" "It's possible," Angela shrugged. "If they're not here at the scheduled time it's not a good sign." "I get that, it's just, didn't someone else forfeit recently?" Sokka said, looking at Angela meaningfully. "You know, back when we confirmed today's challenge, the Light-Bearer's opponent forfeited, didn't he?" "Yeah, and Shoji said sponsors weren't happy lately about spending more time in waiting rooms than in fights," Angela said, biting her lip. "It's fishy. It may not mean much, maybe sponsors are being more irresponsible these days for no apparent reason." "Could be a coincidence," Sokka agreed. But Angela looked at him uneasily. "Or not. I think we'll go have another chat with Shoji, just to be sure," she said, her hand moving towards the pocket where she kept her portable makeup set. "If we're merely making mountains out of molehills, all the better for us. Though, if our opponent forfeited, all the better, too," Sokka declared, smiling broadly. "That way the only wounds I'll sustain today will be from your nails on my back, right?" "You are a serious masochist if you enjoy that," Angela said, smiling too before kissing him chastely one last time. "All right, let's find out what's happening, shall we?" Sokka was somewhat reluctant to go, once Angela had finished reapplying her makeup, as it showed when he pinched Angela's buttock just before she opened the door. She shot him an indignant glare that he answered with a proud smirk. "If you dare do that again after we're in the hallway, I will skewer you," she said. Sokka chuckled. I know," he said, folding his arms across his chest to reassure Angela that he would behave himself now. She shot him a meaningful stare before leading the way to the corridor. A surprising number of spectators were in the corridors too, and they didn't seem pleased. Many seemed to rant amongst themselves, and only a few of them noticed Angela and Sokka were passing through. The vestibule was even more packed, an unpleasant and tense atmosphere hung over the Grand Royal Dome. "What's going on?" Sokka asked, frowning as Angela moved towards Shoji's counter. A lot of people were arguing at the bets counter, where the staff member in charge seemed to struggle with keeping people at bay. "I'm not sure," Angela said, turning towards Shoji. The boy's face was the picture of anxiety, and for once he seemed to find no relief when he spotted Angela and Sokka. Oh, I'm sorry, princess," he said, gritting his teeth. She stepped forward, her brow furrowed. "What are you sorry about? What's going on? What happened with our fight?" she asked. "The fiery nightmare and his sponsor have yet to arrive," Shoji said, trying to sound professional as he spoke. I don't think they'll arrive at all, though." We've had so many forfeits recently, and people aren't happy for it. Yours is the 9th forfeited fight ever since the pyro tornado didn't show up. Angela gazed about herself in the vestibule. Most the spectators crowding the place seemed displeased, and several of them sported blue clothes and wolf masks. A few of them were familiar, the Blue Pack. They came here to watch the fights, and they don't want to go home empty-handed, quite literally in some cases, she concluded, watching as the bets counter grew more crowded still. It's bad enough whenever anyone forfeits, but we usually don't see as many forfeits in such a short time, Shoji said, swallowing hard. Nobody knows what's happening, but it's unsettling. Have you guys looked into it? Saka asked, raising his eyebrows. Have you reached out to the sponsors who aren't showing up? Maybe they. Excuse me. Spoke a small voice behind Saka. He turned around to find a large group of his fans, eyeing him hopefully. Several of them wore the Blue Pack's typical apparel, but only a few faces were familiar for the Gladiator. Will you be able to fight today? The same girl asked Saka. We have new cheers and chants we were hoping to use today to support you. That's great, said Saka, with an awkward grin. But things aren't looking promising. It's possible my opponent won't show up today. A groan of disappointment coursed across the group, and Saka watched them helplessly. Were they going to cause any trouble because he wouldn't fight? There were raised voices by the bets counter already. The last thing they needed was a new source of trouble. Can't someone else fill in for your opponent? A guy complained now. We were looking forward to this all week. I'm sorry, but it's really not something any of us can fix right away, Saka said, scratching his head. Besides, it wasn't a fight against someone that important, you guys should have taken it easy. But we wanted to cheer you on. The first girl exclaimed. We've created new signs and banners everything. Said someone else, and at once, the group of fans lifted said signs. Signs that had a thumbs-up gesture drawn across them. Saka's eyes widened, and his eyebrow twitched in disbelief. Angela watched the scene with disbelieving amusement, guessing the tales of Saka's misunderstood gesture had crossed the ocean rather quickly. We wanted you to see these in the crowd, so you could be boosted into victory. Exclaimed another fan. The others were quick to cheer in agreement as Saka covered his face with his hand. Well, that's very thoughtful of you guys, said Saka, with a forced smile as he looked at his fans again. But, well, other than the obvious issue, you could just, hold these back until my next fight? I'm sure Angela the princess will schedule another one soon. It's a shame that it won't be a surprise anymore, though, said the first girl, sighing dramatically. You deserve as much support as we can provide you with. Exclaimed another guy, one with a wolf mask hanging on the side of his head. No doubt he does, Angela said, surprising the Blue Pack when she spoke to them. And I'm sure he appreciates every bit of support he receives from you guys, no matter in what form. Sure. Saka said, looking at Angela with confusion. Perhaps you should give these new posters of theirs your seal of approval. Angela smirked. Sign them, give them your autograph, all those things important people like yourself are supposed to do. Saka looked at her in disbelief as she smirked proudly. Unsurprisingly, the Blue Pack was stoked with the idea of having their hero autographing their new banners, and they were quick to form a line for Saka to sign their many Blue Wolf goods. You're really something, Angela. Saka grumbled under his breath after signing the first papers he was given, using Shoji's counter, and can brush to do so. Shoji gave him permission for it just before rushing off to speak to his boss in the center of the vestibule. I suppose you can consider this my revenge, the princess declared. He scowled. Revenge for what? He squeaked, as she eyed him skeptically. Maybe you need to backtrack for a couple of minutes and remember just what happened on our way out of the waiting room. Saka huffed and rolled his eyes. Angela feigned innocence again as she rested against the counter, watching as Shoji spoke to his boss. Whatever they were talking about didn't seem to reassure the young man at all. This string of forfeits in the Royal Dome was certainly a cause for concern. I know this whole situation is strange, but it feels out of place for people to react this badly to it, Angela said, frowning. Granted, 9 forfeits in 2 weeks are more than expected, but you'd think people wouldn't be so angry about missing a couple of fights when there are so many others they could watch. Well, in our case, and in the light bearers, we're pretty popular, said Sokka, biting his lip before signing the 4th poster. And ours was the last fight of the day, too. I suppose those who were expecting to place their bets on this fight weren't around for the previous ones. Possibly. Still, were you the most popular fighter of the day? Angela asked, glancing up at the board, where all the daily battles were always written. The first few names didn't ring any bells, but eventually they spotted Scoundrel, someone Sokka had fought once before. Going by the result Shoji had written into the board, Scoundrel had successfully won. It wasn't marked as a forfeit, unlike the 5th fight of the day, between the stealthy feline and Flamestorm. The 6th fight had been held, though, but both Sokka and Angela were frozen cold upon reading who was the winner. That name seemed to cut deep inside them, inside of Sokka most of all. A cold chill rushed through their bodies, for this revelation had ruined their relatively good mood in seconds. What is he doing here? Sokka finally whispered, all thoughts of his fans and his failed fight forgotten by now. His semblance had darkened quickly, filling Angela with a sense of dread. We had to go to the Ring of Ash to fight him back then, why would he? Maybe his sponsor stopped being a cheapskate about traveling. I don't know, Angela answered, looking at him warily. Sokka. It's fine. It doesn't matter, he said, shaking his head and turning towards the next fan. You wanted an autograph or something? Why yes. Please. Angela watched him with unease, hoping now that the fiery nightmare would never arrive. She didn't want Sokka to step into the arena in the unbalanced state he was sure to be in right now, after reading that fighter's name on the board. Well, I've spoken to the chairman, Shoji's voice reached Angela, startling her as the young man sank into his seat. It seems your fight has been ruled a forfeit officially by now. I'm sorry. It's fine, Angela said, surprising him. I didn't have to travel too far to get here, I'm not about to throw a tantrum over this. That's really good to know, said Shoji, smiling a little. But Angela said, turning towards him and speaking softer now. Sokka was talking to his fans now, so she assumed he wouldn't hear her. I want to ask you something. Yes. Said Shoji, eyes wide with curiosity. Since when is the Kinslayer fighting in the Grand Royal Dome? She said, frowning. Is he here to stay? Well, he hasn't changed his preferential arena, Shoji said, surprised by the question. But he is fighting in the dome these days, yes. He's been here for a couple of weeks now. A couple of weeks. Angela repeated, frowning. How often has he fought since? Not too often, just twice, I think, said Shoji, biting his lip as he looked through the records. Is something the matter, though? I know the Blue Wolf lost against him, but... It's nothing, Angela said, shaking her head. Don't worry, I was merely curious. Oh. Well, if that's the case, I figure he's just testing the waters here, said Shoji, shrugging. I'll let you know if he changes arenas for good. Right. And has he carried on with his antics? Angela asked, frowning. I mean, has he kept killing other gladiators? He's tried, Shoji said. He hasn't managed to do so in the Grand Royal Dome, though. He's a strong fighter, and he's won every time, but some opponents aren't as easily killed as the ones from the lowest levels of the ranking. Makes sense, said Angela, biting her lip. And where is he in the ranking now, if I may ask? Well, currently he'd be, said Shoji, rushing down the long scroll. He's the 283rd, but that's bound to change after I add his latest Vict dash. Help. Help me, please. The conversational buzz in the vestibule, and even the raised voices, died out upon the sudden bellow that reached them from the front doors. Angela and Shoji stopped talking immediately, and Sokka's fans jumped away from him as he turned around, almost in a frenzy. His nerves were already on edge after reading Roan's Gladiator alias on the board, and these shouts only made him tenser still. What the? Said one of the fans, shrinking behind him. The man at the doors had the get-up of a fire-bending fighter. Angela frowned and stepped closer, while most people moved away from the man. Sokka followed her quickly and a few staff members of the arena approached as well, Shoji amongst them. "Help me, I couldn't do anything, I couldn't help him, The man was rambling, his eyes out of orbit. Tears were streaming down his cheeks. "What are you talking about?" Azula spoke, her voice authoritarian. "Who needs help?" "Taka, my sponsor, he." "Your sponsor?" Sokka repeated, frowning. "Wait, are you?" "It's the fiery nightmare," Shoji confirmed, nodding promptly. Sokka glanced between the fighter and the young man, astonished. "What happened to your sponsor?" Azula asked forcefully again. The fiery nightmare lowered his head, shoulders shaking again. I don't know, I had to run for my life." "What's that supposed to mean?" Azula asked. "Why would you or your sponsor be in any danger?" "I don't know, but I saw him crumble," exclaimed the man, shivering as he lifted his gaze towards her. "I saw him turn to ash, I saw it and I ran, before it could get me too." "What on earth are you talking about, young man?" the dome's chairman said, all eyes widening now as they gazed at him. "I saw him turning to ashes," the fiery nightmare repeated, sobbing. "I saw my sponsor. I think he's dead. I think he's dead." The words made Azula feel dizzy, as though she weren't standing on stable grounds anymore. Either this man was a very good actor, one who had decided to send the entire Grand Royal Dome into chaos for no reason, or he was telling the truth, no matter how outlandish his story appeared to be so far. Azula glanced at Sokka instinctively, finding he was just as worried and unsettled as she was. All those forfeited matches, too many of them, too frequently, Roan's name on that board, when he had never ventured into the capital before, as far as they knew. And now this, a man who apparently had turned to ashes. If there was any truth to that last story, it meant they were facing many dangers, some of them beyond their understanding. Something bad, something rotten, plagued the Gladiator League and the Grand Royal Dome. And for once, Princess Azula had no idea what to do about it. Chapter 160, The Fire Lord's Shadow 2. He was waiting for a sign, for news of any sort, and dreading their arrival simultaneously. Something was restless within his chest, a burst of rage unquenched since many years ago. It was that side of himself that he had been able to bury deep inside, especially after experiencing unparalleled happiness over the last year. As he sat in the waiting room again, hunched, with his elbows on his knees, Sokka knew he wouldn't find any solace or peace until this matter was dealt with. Not only was he worried for the obvious reasons, someone, or something, was targeting sponsors and potentially killing them. And if anyone so much as dared lay a hand on his sponsor, he would cut off said hand and quite likely execute that person on the spot if they still tried to hurt her. What bothered him the most, though, was the apparent coincidence of Roan's presence in the capital and this sudden incident. Sponsors vanishing, quite likely murdered, just as the Kinslayer was failing to kill gladiators in the ring, from what he had overheard from Shoji and Azula's conversation. If he was simply making a sport out of killing sponsors, the main one he would like to harm, Sokka knew, was Azula herself. Not only was she the Fire Nation's crown princess, but Roan surely saw her as the reason Sokka had been ruined, or corrupted, or whatever he seemed to think had happened to him. Whatever motives he could have to kill sponsors, he would think he was perfectly justified to try to kill Azula. Roan was a man who had murdered his family without remorse, from what Sokka knew. He was so morally corrupt by now that he would likely never understand what was wrong with killing others in a mad quest for revenge. It seemed impossible to conciliate the memory of that sweet-mannered, well-behaved young boy of the past with the madman Sokka had met in the Ring of Ash. So far, he was the only suspect for these crimes. Whatever was happening, whether kidnappings, or murders or whatnot, Roan's presence seemed to match perfectly with the beginning of this presumed crime spree, and considering his track record, he was worth looking into, at the very least. Sokka's seemingly unstoppable train of thought was interrupted when the door swung open. Relief washed inside him when Azula entered the room, even if he knew she wouldn't have good news, going by the look on her face. But knowing she was safe in the midst of this chaos was good enough for now. The domestic forces have started investigating the previous forfeiting gladiators and sponsors, Angela said, stopping before him as Sokka stood up, regarding her with a hand on her shoulder but still frowning. I know this last case suggests sponsors are the targets of these attacks, since the gladiator got away unharmed, but it could have been a mistake by the culprit. True, said Sokka, nodding. I guess the domestic forces ought to confirm whether the other gladiators and sponsors are alive, but it's not looking good, Angela said, gritting her teeth. Sokka frowned. I've asked Shoji if he's seen any of the forfeiting sponsors again, but so far they haven't showed themselves in the dome again. There wasn't any apparent connection between the forfeiting sponsors that he can think of, at least one outside of their recent forfeits. And, well, there's no real evidence to link them with Roan either. Not that we know of, Sokka said, his jaw squared, but he doesn't need much convincing to kill people, from the looks of it. If he'd been frustrated over failing to kill gladiators lately, too, then that's a guess, and I admit it seems to suit him, but I don't think we can assume anything yet, Sokka, not even that they're all dead, Angela said, reaching out to caress his forearm. I know you're worried, and you have every reason to be, but we can't jump to conclusions either. That's how we avoided sending Lo and Lee to an unnecessary prison sentence, and, while Roan has committed unforgivable crimes, we can't assume he's the only person who could be responsible for this either. Is there anyone else who could be behind it? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Do you have any ideas yet? No, of course not, Angela sighed. The investigations are barely beginning, and until there's more information we won't have more suspects. I've ordered the domestic forces to share all their knowledge about this case with me, and they said they would, but we should look into things ourselves, too, said Sokka, frowning. I know we should trust them, and we will, but maybe we can make things somewhat easier by figuring out if Roan has anything to do with this or not. Maybe, said Angela, before looking at Sokka apprehensively. But how would you plan on doing that? By asking him up front, of course, Sokka said. Angela scoffed. What? You really think he'll play innocent if he didn't do it? Going by how he acted in the Ring of Ash, he'd be more than proud to own up to this if he's the one behind it. He'll likely have deluded himself into believing he's doing the world a favor. You mean, by killing Fire Nation sponsors and presumably liberating their gladiators and other slaves? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. I admit, it's a valid theory, but we don't even know for sure that all the sponsors are true-born Fire Nation people, to begin with. Then that's one important thing to look into, Sokka said, nodding promptly. If they're not Fire Nation, Roan would be less suspicious. And then we'd have to start from scratch. No suspects, and no reasonable motives, let alone a known method to carry out these potential murders, Angela said, raising her eyebrows. What that gladiator said, about how it happened. I didn't understand any of it. Did it make sense to you? No, I mean, there's a chance he was just too shaken up to talk properly about what went down, but I don't know, said Sokka, shrugging. I suppose he should be questioned again within a couple of days, maybe he will have calmed down by then. Hopefully, said Angela, breathing deeply and shaking her head. Why on earth is something like this happening now? I know we've had some downtime here and there, but we just got home from a long trip. Why can't we just take a break and have a few months of peace? Because the world is cruel and crazy. And unjust, and much else, Sokka said, shaking his head. They could have targeted actors, or cooks, or military figures, but no, they targeted sponsors. What on earth could make sponsors someone's target? Maybe they had a lot of money, Angela said, shrugging. That's a typical motive for kidnapping or murder, but there's other people who have money, too. I don't know, maybe we should stop pondering this so much until we have more information. Things only look so confusing right now because we're as good as trying to build a massive puzzle with only 5 pieces at our disposal. True, said Sokka, nodding, but the Roan angle needs to be explored. And you want to do the exploring yourself, Angela concluded, looking at him warily. I'm not sure you should do that. You're stronger than you were in the Ring of Ash, and you're more level-headed right now, so surely you could fight him evenly, if he turned violent towards you. But you don't trust me to take care of myself? Sokka asked, with a small smile. Not untrue, but actually, I just don't trust that bastard not to try to hurt you again, Angela said, frowning. You're bad enough, with your lack of self-preservation instincts, but he's a hazard, Sokka. You know it just as well as I do. I won't have my guard down, Sokka reassured her. I'll be armed, and, well, you could come with me, too, but that would make me uneasy just the same. Oh? Why's that? Azula asked. Sokka looked at her skeptically. Azula, you're strong and amazing in every sense of those words, he said, but I love you too much to feel comfortable with the idea of having you in the same room as a murderer, regardless of your talents and skills. Just as it is for you, it's not that I don't trust you, it's him who's the problem. Well, I suppose we can understand each other, at the very least, Azula grumbled, but you're not going alone either way. I will be with you if you do meet Roan, and, well, maybe I could bring a few guards along, too. You'd think he was a one-man army, with all those precautions. Sokka sighed. Azula huffed. He might as well be, she said. He's a gladiator killer, and he tried to kill you. If it were up to me, I'd sooner have him slain than letting him so much as breathe anywhere near you. I know you probably don't want to hear that, and I know you'd never forgive me for hurting your old friend, but... Oh, no, said Sokka, shaking his head, you might think it's weird, but I just thought I'd kill him too if he so much as took a step towards you. Oh? You did? Azula asked, surprised. Sokka shrugged. I mean, it's a relief, in a sense, but I admit I wouldn't want you to kill anyone else, seeing how much you've suffered over that so far. That's very sweet of you, Sokka said, caressing her cheek gently, but I'm rotten enough as it is, when it comes to killing people. I've done it before, I could do it again. But he was your friend, Azula said. Sokka shrugged again. That sure didn't stop him from trying to kill me, did it? He said I'm not going to hunt him down, no, but I'm not holding back if he does anything dangerous. That's final. And you'll protect me from ending up as allegedly rotten as you are, too, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. Your hands are very pretty. It wouldn't be nice for them to be stained with anyone's blood, Sokka said, taking Azula's hands in his own as she looked at him skeptically. What? It sounds like you've just confessed you're happy to do my dirty work, even to the point of playing assassin for me, Azula said, raising her eyebrows. I appreciate the thought, but we're equals, aren't we? You don't need to protect me from these kinds of things, Sokka. Maybe I don't, but you don't need to protect me from them either, and you seem hell-bent on doing just that, he said, smiling at her. Azula grimaced. So, what? We'd kill him together, if he lashes out at either of us. That would be a way to go about things evenly. I suppose, Azula said. Sokka chuckled softly. We can hope it won't come to that, but if it did... If it did, we'd fight together, as the team we always have been, Sokka nodded promptly. Azula sighed. Well, all right. So, we'll be off to question Roan, she said, squeezing Sokka's fingers. How are we going to do that, though? Fair enough, said Sokka, grimacing. Do we know when his next fight will be? Shoji would know, I'd assume, Azula said. Then, once we know, we'll confront him here. Or we could just follow him around, catch him unawares. Sokka suggested, stroking his chin, deep in thought. He might notice we're tailing him, though, said Azula, with a weak grin. I think confronting him in the Royal Dome would be for the best. There will be enough onlookers to make it complicated for him to attack anyone. Then that's how we'll do it, Sokka said, nodding. He made to move towards the ajar door, but Azula's grip on his hands tightened. She pulled him and made him turn around, and he raised an eyebrow with confusion. What? Are you all right? She asked, eyeing him warily. I know this situation is bad, and if Roan's involved it's even worse for you, but I just want to make sure you're not overwhelmed by it all. I guess I'm terrified, Sokka said, with a shrug. Azula grimaced. I'm glad you're so open to sharing your genuine feelings, but that's not very reassuring, she said. Sokka smiled weakly and lifted a hand to cup her cheek. If sponsors are the real targets of this murderer, kidnapper, or whatever it is, he said, then yes, I'm terrified and I admit it openly. I guess you're always facing the fear of losing me, whenever you're stuck with watching me fight dangerous battles, but I usually don't have to worry about you that way. You're the strongest fighter I know, and you'd be devastating to most enemies you met on the battlefield, but, If what that gladiator described was true, whatever this enemy is, we're not up against something ordinary here. And I have no idea how to fight it, I'm sure neither do you, so, yes, I'm terrified. I understand, said Angela, inching closer to him and placing her free hand on his chest, but you won't lose me, if that's what's eating away at you. I'm not going to let my guard down, you know, and I happen to be enjoying my life quite a bit these days to let some obscure threat take it away from me. Good to know. Then I guess you'll understand if I decide I'm not leaving your side until this mess is dealt with, Sokka pouted. Angela laughed. Really? You can't quite do that, not for real, but it's a sweet sentiment, she said, smiling. I wouldn't mind if you could stay by my side at all hours. I'm sure your dad wouldn't think it's fishy if I say it's for your protection, Sokka pouted. Oh, sure, my father will give you his blessing and say you can absolutely stay overnight in my room to keep me safe. That's going to be absolutely fine by the Fire Lord, Angela smirked. Come on, be realistic, silly. You can stay with me all day if you wish, but you can't be with me all through the night at home, at least. Life is cruel indeed, Sokka groaned, pulling her close to him and hugging her tightly. Angela chuckled as he embraced her. Fine, then, but I really will spend every day with you, wherever you go. At least until we've made sure you won't be a potential target of whatever's going on with sponsors. Admittedly, that doesn't sound bad, Angela smirked. Maybe you ought to do that even after we figure out what's going on. Sounds like a plan, Sokka smiled, kissing the top of her head softly. We have to ask Shoji about Roan now, though, said Angela, lifting his hand and kissing his fingers softly. The sooner we know when he'll be here again, the sooner we can plan for the occasion. All right, said Sokka, burying his face in her hair briefly before letting her go. Let's do this. Angela pushed the door open fully and led Sokka towards the stairs, but she froze when she spotted someone standing not too far down the corridor. Yang was hunched slightly, his shoulder against the wall, hands running through his spiky hair. Yang. Angela called him promptly, her voice commanding and stern. Yang nearly jumped at the sound of it. Why yes, princess, he said, turning towards her with a wide but nervous smile. What are you doing standing here for no reason? Angela asked, frowning. Don't you have writing to do, or? I do. I do. But, why, you see, said Yang, scratching his head awkwardly, I have a very bad idea. If you know it's bad, why don't you discard it? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Yang flinched. Because I really want to write this, he said, eyeing them hopefully. For a sharp, dark moment, Angela's entire world seemed to fall off balance. The way Yang was looking at them, the ajar door, even though she hadn't really kissed Sokka just now, what they'd spoken about was compromising enough on its own, wasn't it? Had Yang overheard them? Was he suddenly interested in writing about? I've just never seen a mystery novel that goes quite like this. Yang exclaimed suddenly, startling Angela. I know, it's beyond tactless, but I finally feel inspired again. It's such a strange situation, these disappeared sponsors. I feel like it's a story that should be on the chronicles, you know. Well, it wouldn't hurt to inform the public of what's happening, said Sokka, but Angela shook her head. It would spread panic all over the place, she said. Fire Nation people are already quite superstitious and paranoid. They probably have heaps of theories over why so many gladiators have forfeited as of late, and giving them more reason to freak out about this won't help matters at all. But it'd sell well, Yang said. Angela grimaced. I could write it as fiction, outright fiction. There could be a disclaimer. I could clarify that the story is inspired by real events but not reflecting them in the least. That wouldn't help matters much. Your readers would think you're giving them half-truths, and then they'd start misinterpreting your entire story, Angela grumbled, restarting her way towards the stairs. Her worst fears were reassured, at least for now. Yang seemed to genuinely want to write some mystery novel, then, and not one about forbidden romance. How about if I write multiple versions of this story, then? Yang asked, pouting as he kept up with Angela and Sokka. One version to reassure the public that the domestic forces will capture whoever's responsible for this mess, and one version for myself, where it reads as a mystery novel. Angela frowned, but Sokka seemed to find the idea agreeable. The princess finally shrugged when she was halfway down the stairs. The vestibule was crowded, but no longer by the angry public they'd seen earlier today. Soldiers were questioning staff members, inspecting the dome and reading through all sorts of documents in hopes to find any leads that explained the strange happenings in the dome from the last weeks. Well, if you must write something, I suppose that's the best you could do. She shook her head, moving towards Shoji's counter. Shoji, we need a small favor. Oh, anything. He said, smiling weakly. Would you like to send a new challenge? Or, I'd like to know when the Kinslayer will fight again in the Grand Royal Dome, Azula said, without waiting for Shoji to finish his sentence. The boy's eyes widened. Oh, right, he said, nodding weakly and looking through the Royal Dome's schedule. Well, it's within 5 days, actually. Are you hoping to challenge him too, or? Not at all, Azula said, we just want to come watch. You could say, at any rate, keep us posted if anyone else forfeits or if there's any other news about this mess. I will, for sure, said Shoji, nodding promptly. Have a good night, Shoji, Azula said, turning around and making to leave before noticing Yang was waving awkwardly at her and Sokka. And, you have a good night too, I suppose, Yang. Thank you, he said, beaming. You too, princess. And you, Blue Wolf. Thanks. See you, said Sokka, grinning weakly as he followed Azula towards the doors. Xianlong was waiting outside, but he was marvelously camouflaged at nighttime. His natural colors made it difficult for him to be identifiable in the middle of the city, regardless of the bright lanterns that decorated the streets. We've never stayed this late in the dome, huh? Sokka said, glancing back at the building with unease. Ours was supposed to be the last fight of the day, wasn't it? Azula said, walking down the steps towards Xianlong. If the dome wasn't in such chaos, the place would have closed hours ago. No doubt, said Sokka, sighing as he climbed aboard Xianlong's saddle behind Azula. Don't you think Yang was strange? He always is, but, yes, Azula said, gritting her teeth. Stranger than usual. Almost makes me uneasy about having hired his wife now. You don't think he figured us out, do you? Sokka asked, warily. Azula shrugged as Xianlong took off. I was stupid enough to leave the door open. I thought everyone was in the vestibule, she hissed. I didn't even realize Yang hadn't left the building yet. Don't beat yourself up for it. We didn't do anything that dangerous. Well, not just now. Anyways, Sokka gulped, remembering their wild makeout session from earlier. What we said to each other was dangerous enough as it was, Azula huffed. And the madman is a writer, eager to exploit whatever storylines he may find for his own benefit. I can't just trust he'll keep his mouth shut if he figures out what's going on between us. I'd hope he knows better, said Sokka, frowning, considering what his own life's story was like. We can't take anything for granted, Azula huffed, shaking her head as Xianlong sped towards Sokka's house. Especially not right now. The last thing we need is to be so paranoid about surviving this potential murder spree just to get caught together by the wrong person. True enough, said Sokka, closing his eyes. You still have to work with Hien, though. When are the homeless people moving in? Or, well, when will they stop being homeless? Ugh, curse it, the same day as Roan's fight, Azula groaned, shaking her head. Yep. Life really is unfair, Sokka sighed, dropping his head on her shoulder. Xianlong landed carefully on the backyard, and Sokka jumped off the saddle just as Song showed up at the back door. She seemed happy to see them, although it was apparent she had been worried over Sokka's late return home. That was a long fight, she said, smiling weakly. It's not every day you come back so late from the arena. Yeah, well, there was no fight in the first place, Sokka said, grimacing. Song's eyes widened. Things are a little messy lately. I'll explain over dinner, if that's okay. It's fine, of course, said Song, biting her lip before smiling at Azula. Hope you have a good night, princess. Same to you, Song, said Azula, nodding towards her before leaning towards Sokka. Feel free to drop by the palace tomorrow, but keep our last conversation in mind, too. I will, he said, smiling at her. I'll control myself. It's just, I really do feel like we're better off when we're together, you know? It's not just about being intimate, it's just, threats aren't nearly as dangerous if we face them together. Because we're just that good a team, aren't we? Azula smirked, cupping his cheek and kissing his lips lightly. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Take care of yourself, he said, softly. Angela laughed. You really are that worried, huh? She said, smiling warmly at him. I'll be fine, Gladiator. Go get some rest. He smiled too, but he felt small and helpless as the princess took off on the back of her dragon again. It was no exaggeration, being with her was the best way to feel stronger. And the thought that the menace might be closing in on sponsors, rather than on gladiators, he clenched his fists, the night breeze running through his hair and clothes. He hadn't understood until now just how much he was willing to sacrifice for Angela's sake, but the possibility of being up against Roan again had put most things in perspective for him. He had protected her many times before, and he would do it again this time, at all costs. The house had been occupied by Yin and Yang for 4 days, and they had been peaceful days indeed. But by the time everything had been ready to receive the new tenants, their new home was boisterous and chaotic. It was to be expected, as the 7 new people had just moved into their first proper house in years, and controlling their enthusiasm wasn't at all within their priorities. Lee, you share with me? But I was already unpacking in Yu's room. Unpacking what? Wait, did you bring an empty rice bowl from prison? I call the top bunk. When's dinner? Angela and Sokka arrived amid the enthusiastic exclamations, standing at the front door and staring at the ecstatic homeless people, for whom said name no longer was suitable. Despite herself, Angela smiled a little at the sight of their excitement. Seems like things are finally moving along in the right direction, at least where these guys are concerned, she said. Sokka grinned too. To think they're that happy already and they've only been here for a few minutes, he chuckled, goes to show what a bit of kindness can do for those who have seen none of it for years, huh? I suppose it does. Angela said, nonchalantly as she avoided Sokka's gentle grin. She knew she'd smile like an idiot at him if she dared meet his eyes, and that wasn't something she wanted to do in public. Her most embarrassingly silly smiles were something Sokka would have to keep to himself. Princess. Blue Wolf. Yang exclaimed. Angela grimaced, but Sokka smiled and waved as the writer slid out of a room and rushed towards them. Are there any news about the disappearances so far? Nothing concrete as it is, Angela said, shaking her head. To Yang's disappointment, there's no known link between the victims so far, but it does seem that it's sponsors who are the targets, Sokka said, trying not to show how affected he was by the knowledge. Angela had told him as much 2 days earlier. All the gladiators have been reported alive and well, and very confused regarding the way their sponsors vanished. No bodies have been found, they're just gone. And there have been no witnesses aside from the fiery nightmare. Yang asked, frowning. Then, he was definitely a mistake. The kidnapper or assassin made a big blunder. They didn't manage to take out the fiery nightmare's sponsor when he was alone, or maybe the fiery nightmare walked in at the wrong moment. Sounds like it, said Angela, eyeing Yang carefully. Are you taking this more seriously now, or are you just pondering how you'll write this into your stories? The latter, really, he said, smiling and shrugging. Angela scoffed and looked at him with skepticism. Sokka smiled and shook his head, watching as more of the no longer homeless people stared at the mostly empty bookshelves in the house with utter amazement. He was happily distracted by watching them when Angela spoke to Yang again. I understand, then, that you're just assuming you'll be safe and sound, she said. Both Sokka and Yang looked at her in surprise. What? Said Yang, am I not supposed to be? Well, I know you're a writer, first and foremost, but you're a sponsor too. As am I, she said, raising her eyebrows. The blood seemed to drain from Yang's face at those words. He gulped and stepped back, an awkward grin on his face. Well, that is, yes, I guess I am one. I'll just go right, then. Maybe Hin and I are too busy to be sponsor and gladiator for a few weeks, right? Say what? Hin said, approaching Yang from behind and startling him enough that he yelped upon hearing her voice. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just had a great idea, he said, smiling warmly at her and clasping her hands in his. You'll be fine, and we'll be fine, and nothing's wrong, nope. Not a thing. I'll, go right, then. Right. Said Hien, raising an eyebrow as she watched her husband slink away, his awkward facial expression giving away that he wasn't comfortable in the least with the harsh truth Angela had just reminded him of. You just have to go and do something cruel right after doing something nice, huh? Sokka asked, looking at Angela disapprovingly. She smirked. I know it seemed a little harsh, but he should take this more seriously, she determined. It's a very grave matter, and if he's going to write about it I expect him to not take it for granted. Write about what? Hien asked, looking at them with a raised eyebrow. Is something wrong? Well, some would. You shouldn't worry too much about it, said Sokka, smiling weakly, but, some sponsors have gone missing recently. Yang seemed to think it would make a cool story, though, so. Oh. He's incorrigible, said Hien, sighing and shaking her head. I'm happy he's inspired, but I didn't think it was over something like this. Is there any ransom demand, or? Nothing, Angela said, shaking her head. It's still being looked into. Nobody knows for sure whether they're kidnapped or dead. It's grim to say so, but it's the truth. Goodness, said Hien, gritting her teeth. Well, I'll make sure to keep Yang busy helping me here. Then I'll know where he is, and he won't be in danger of anything like that. A sound plan, said Angela, nodding. Though we don't know yet if there's any motive for this crime. Caution is advised, but I question that whoever is behind this would single out your husband as a potential victim when there are still around 500 sponsors to choose from. Well, that's somewhat reassuring, said Hien, with a weak smile. But what about you? Of all sponsors, you're, well, the most important one. That's why I'm not too worried, Angela said, surprising Sokka. Whoever is doing this was trying to be subtle, even if they failed to keep a low profile after their mishap with their last victim. Targeting me would be a sure-proof way to gain all the attention they seem to be trying to avoid. Heh, I hadn't seen it that way, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows. And sure, it makes sense, but I'm still not going to take your safety for granted. I'm not asking you to, Angela said, smiling a little before looking at Hien again. Either way, we ought to go now. We're off to the dome, and… speaking of which, if you don't mind me asking, said Hien, biting her lip, what will I do when I have fights? Is there anyone I can count on who would look after the group while I head to the dome? That. I guess we haven't discussed that, said Angela, frowning a little. I have a few friends who might be able to help, I suppose. Just for those days, I take it. Yeah, I just don't think they should be left without supervision, said Hien, smiling nervously. Angela frowned. Then you won't stop fighting in the Gladiator League, even with a new job? She asked. Hien breathed deeply. I can't say I want to stop, really. I feel like I've come so far as it is. She said, giving up right now would feel cheap, I guess. I can understand that, Angela mused, smiling a little. Well, I suppose that's how we'll handle things. If you need any support, feel free to send a message to the palace and I'll send whatever help I can offer. Thank you so much, said Hien, bowing deeply towards Angela. The princess nodded. You're quite welcome. All right, then, shall we? Angela said, and Sokka moved to open the front door. Wait. A voice cried out loudly just before they could leave, though. Angela stopped upon hearing it, turning on her heels warily as 5 of the 7 showed up at the top of the stairs. They had been checking the bedrooms, but it seemed they hadn't wanted to let Angela go without seeing her off. Wait, please. One of them exclaimed again, and soon enough, all of them had climbed down to where Angela stood. They looked cleaner than before, better rested, not as thin. Some looked healthier than others, and Angela made a mental note to send a physician to check on them once she had the chance. But the one thing that seemed constant in all 5 of the currently present rescued people was the joyful smiles on their faces. We just wanted to. Started one of them, but the youngest of the group stepped forward. We wanted to thank you. He exclaimed. We've never lived like this. It's amazing. You've helped us so much, we owe you our lives. With that, all of them performed some rather unskilled reverences towards Angela, but she didn't point out their mistakes. If anything, she seemed more touched by these bows than she'd been by any of them in years. I only want you to find a better future for yourselves, she said, lowering her gaze. If you can do that, I'll be satisfied. Until then. You've already gotten us halfway to a better future, that's for sure. Exclaimed the first person again, we will do our best not to let you down. With those words, the whole group bowed again. Angela smiled and nodded, but she shook her head soon enough, hoping to mask that she had indeed been touched by their words and enthusiasm. That had better be the case, she said, urging Sokka to open the door again. I will come by again eventually. Farewell. Yes. Have a great day, princess. Exclaimed another member of the group. Sokka smirked at the sight of such pride in Angela's features. Whatever the day held for them now, he was glad she felt satisfied after doing the right thing by these people. He remembered vividly the days when helping others had seemed utterly pointless to the princess, especially when she doubted they would return the favor. By now she seemed to have found value in using her power and influence to give others a chance at a better life just for the sake of it, and Sokka couldn't be happier for it. What? Angela said, surprising him as she reached Xin Long. The dragon prodded at Sokka with his snout, poking his elbow lightly. What? Sokka said, smiling awkwardly. Angela smirked. You were staring at me with the silliest smile on your face, she said, sliding her leg over her dragon's saddle and sitting carefully on it. It wouldn't bother me, if we weren't in the middle of a frequented street, but... Ah, you don't want me being silly in public, I forgot, said Sokka, smiling as he climbed on the saddle too, right behind her. Excuse me for being a rebel, then, but I'd think you'd be used to it by now. To your tendency of doing whatever you please, whenever you please. Why, of course I am, said Angela, rolling her eyes and smirking at him from over her shoulder. If you'd learned any better, what would we ever argue about anymore? Oh, about nothing important, to be sure, said Sokka, chuckling as Xin Long took off. It would be a short trip, as the Royal Dome wasn't very far, but Xin Long was hell-bent on traveling with them whenever he had the chance to. I'm just proud of you, is all. Said Angela, biting her lip and biting down the urge to caress his thigh or drop against his chest in appreciation. I could get used to hearing that. You'd better, Sokka chuckled. Angela's smile was so heartfelt she knew she'd look far sillier than Sokka had earlier. I told you you'd do wonders for these people, and there you go, I was right. It's a small victory, but a victory either way, and your dad will have to acknowledge it. You can figure out what needs to be done to improve the Fire Nation, and you're better at turning those improvements into a reality than your dad could ever hope to be. Well, now, you bottomless pit of flattery, Angela huffed, shaking her head as they neared the Grand Royal Dome. If you keep saying those sorts of things I'll be blushing for the rest of the week. That'd be a sight to behold, Sokka chuckled, barely containing the urge to embrace her. But whether you blush or not, I'm still happy over how this has turned out so far. And I guess that's bound to be the highlight of the day, too. Yeah, things are just about to get complicated, Angela said, sighing as Xin Long landed on the street. She patted his neck gratefully. We'll be back shortly, I hope, Xin. The dragon nodded enthusiastically as Angela and Sokka climbed off the saddle. The princess ran her hand through Xin Long's mane one more time before leading the way up the steps of the dome. Sokka waved at the creature, watching him set into the sky again as he caught up with Angela. Have you thought of the best way to handle this? Angela asked Sokka. He shrugged. Really? You haven't planned anything? Well, granted, I shouldn't be too surprised, but... I'm not sure what to expect with Roan, Angela. I don't know if there's any point to having a plan in these circumstances, Sokka sighed, as they walked towards Shoji's counter. As bad as the situation was, they would still try to challenge another opponent today. It was the perfect excuse to stage an encounter between themselves and the Kinslayer. But the Grand Royal Dome was unexpectedly quiet today, uncomfortably so. Staff members, public, and most of all sponsors and gladiators, were tense and anxious. No children were in sight, and the usually long lines for bets were smaller than they had ever seen them before. Sokka clenched his fists at the sight of such an empty vestibule, and Angela shook her head. Rumors and gossip spread faster than wildfire in this city, she said. Whoever is behind this is giving the Gladiator League a very bad blow. Another possible motive to explore, then, said Sokka, biting his lip, and another possible motive that would suit Roan just fine. It would. It really would, said Angela, glancing up at the board. Many fights had been cancelled, according to what was written on it. Angela guessed most of them had been called off because of the widespread paranoia that had taken the Gladiator business by storm, but it was also possible that a few of those cancelled fights featured gladiators whose sponsors had been targeted. Princess. Blue Wolf. Shoji exclaimed, smiling widely, I'm so glad to see you again. I suppose those words are truer than ever, in these circumstances, Angela said, her lips pressing into a tight line. Sokka gestured at the board. Were all of them forfeits? He asked. Shoji shook his head. Most were officially cancelled fights. Both sponsors agreed not to go through with the battle. He said. Sokka grimaced. They don't know that they'll be safe by coming here, I guess, said Sokka, sighing. Anyways, we'll send a new challenge, right? Right, Angela said, extending a hand towards Shoji, who offered her the rankings scroll without a second thought. I'd already given some thought to who our next rivals should be, so. Sokka smiled a little, trying to show some enthusiasm, but the Kinslayer's name, written on the board, hung on him like a load of bricks. He would have taken a more active role in choosing his upcoming fight if only his eyes hadn't been set on that particular fight, the one that was taking place right now. You know, you could still go to the stands and watch, said Shoji, shrugging. Sokka raised his eyebrows. I mean, there's nowhere near as many people as there usually are, so. It's okay, I can't say I particularly want to watch him fight, Sokka confessed, sighing again. It's fine, we'll catch up with him afterwards. Hopefully he won't have butchered the opposite gladiator by then. He hasn't killed as many gladiators these days. Shoji mused, but hung his head before long. Then again, that's not something to be proud of, considering what his track record was. Certainly not, Angela said, stopping on her progress across the rankings list as she came across the gladiator she wanted to fight this time around. I think we'll challenge this Ember Bear, then. Unless, of course, their sponsor has forfeited in recent times. Oh, not the Ember Bears, no, said Shoji, shaking his head. All victims have been people who lived in the capital. Ember Bear is from the Southern Colosseum. Anyways, I'll send the challenge as soon as it's filled. Thank you, Angela said, leaning on the desk so she could fill the new challenge form quickly. A few people were climbing down the stairs that led to the stands now, giving away that the current fight was over. Sokka tensed up, focusing on the stairs that led down to the standby rooms. Chances were he'd see Roan himself, or maybe he'd see whoever Roan had been fighting, carried up to the waiting rooms for treatment on a stretcher. Both his hypotheses turned out to be true. It wasn't long before a blood-stained woman was taken upstairs in a rush, and barely a minute later he spotted the dark-skinned warrior, wiping his metal boomerang with a filthy rag, his clear blue eyes as unfeeling as ever. Poorly contained rage surged within Sokka upon the sight of his former friend. He truly hoped whoever he'd been fighting had surviving chances, but he still felt compelled to fight Roan again just to avenge all those he'd stolen life from on his mindless, violent quest. Roan hadn't survived alone for all those years without an acute awareness of his surroundings, though. He frowned visibly upon feeling a searing glare fixed on himself, and he raised his gaze to meet Sokka's. Surprise colored his features, even if just for the briefest instant. Blue Wolf, said Roan, his cold eyes dismissive. Kinslayer. And non-Kinslayer, too, from what I know, Sokka said, raising his eyebrows as he stepped towards Roan and away from Shoji's counter. Sounds like you've been trying to kill more than just Water Tribe people these days. I don't seek to kill Water Tribe. I have a pretty large scar on my back that says otherwise, Sokka snapped. Roan raised an eyebrow. It's hard to think of a blood traitor as Water Tribe. Then I have no idea why you'd take up that name. Nothing says blood traitor louder than killing your own parents, so I guess if I'm not Water Tribe for my crimes, neither are you, Sokka said, shrugging. Roan huffed. Looks like you're sharper today than you were last year, he said. I suppose that's good. She didn't siphon away your wit entirely, even if she must have taken away everything else about you. Oh, not everything. Even if she tried, she can't make me forsake my resentment towards you. Not that she'd want to, but still. Said Sokka, shrugging. Did you kill your opponent? I don't know. Maybe, said Roan. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Were you trying to kill her? He asked, folding his arms over his chest. Roan frowned. If you were, sounds like you didn't really finish the job. Getting sloppy lately. Since when do you speak of murder so casually? Roan said. Sokka shook his head. I speak of failed murder casually. The idea of you trying to kill someone and failing, and then being frustrated about it, somehow brings a smile to my face. Said Sokka, sighing dramatically, that is, until I consider you're getting your kicks out of murdering other people outside the arena, when they're powerless against you. A lot of people are powerless against me within the arena as it is, Roan said, but he looked at Sokka in confusion, but I don't know what you mean. Really? Sokka asked, so you haven't heard of the forfeits spree? Never had a fighter cancel on you all of sudden? No, Roan said, bluntly. Sokka hummed. Well, that's lucky, or unlucky, however you may see it, he said, tapping his forearm with a finger. My last opponent forfeited on me less than a week ago. There's been over 9 forfeits over the last couple of weeks. And it seems sponsors are vanishing, whether murdered, or kidnapped. What would I ever achieve by kidnapping any Fire Nation nobles who do nothing but whine about jewelry and high cuisine? Roan said, rolling his eyes. Goes to show you'd sooner kill them, then, said Sokka, is that what you did? Am I your only suspect? Roan asked, what evidence do you have against me? Circumstantial evidence, only, said Sokka, shrugging somehow. This strange forfeit spree only began when you arrived in town. Seems like an odd coincidence. Maybe I'm being framed, said Roan. Sokka snorted. With your track record, you seriously expect me to believe that? Why would this matter so much to you? Roan huffed, stepping towards Sokka, his eyes growing colder. Why are you trying to defend the hand that restrains you and holds you in a position of submission? Why would you want to find whoever might be killing sponsors? Do you want to bring them to justice, according to Fire Nation laws? I want to stop people from dying unnecessarily, snarled Sokka, that's what I want. Perhaps someone out there wants to stop people from being mercilessly enslaved, Roan said, his voice low. Perhaps someone wants to liberate the slaves who, unlike you, don't want to be submissive fools for the rest of their miserable exist. Sounds like you've cooked up the fanciest theory you could, and in quite a short time span, too, said a voice behind Sokka, interrupting the conversation boldly. Sokka felt cold chills in his body. He didn't want Azula to speak to Roan. He didn't want her anywhere near Roan. He had only brought his weapons today in case Roan grew violent towards Azula, and the look of indignation in the water tribesman's face implied he might just do that right now. But alas, there are no known connections between the victims of these disappearances, Azula finished, raising her eyebrows as she stood a few steps behind Sokka, and that means that they're all from different ethnicities, all different kinds of sponsors. Some of the gladiators were slaves, some weren't. A fair share of them didn't need any liberation, since they were involved in the gladiator business for the spoils, not because they were forced. Therefore, this heroic narrative you cooked up so quickly has no bearing on reality. Doesn't it? Roan said, viciously. Sokka's jaw was squared, and he moved carefully, as to shield Azula from Roan with his own body. Then pardon me, oh, Princess of the Ashmakers, for assuming your lot was getting what was coming. If anything, now I'm disappointed. I have no doubts you are, said Azula, raising her eyebrows before looking at Sokka. Considering that, though. I know he was your only idea for a suspect, but if it were him, he would likely prefer killing Fire Nation sponsors specifically. It hardly makes him an innocent, but at least it would seem this crime spree isn't his doing. You might be right, but he could be playing dumb, said Sokka, glancing at Azula over his shoulder. Even if he's not the executioner, he could have some knowledge he's trying to withhold. Why would I? I'd gladly share whatever I know with you, said Roan, folding his arms over his chest. It sounds like you're running in circles trying to figure out what's happening, and failing embarrassingly. Rubbing your failures in your face would be very satisfactory if I knew more about this than you do. Maybe, but if you gave away any information you had, you might just help us figure out what's happening, and then we won't be failing so badly, said Sokka. Roan raised an eyebrow. Truly? Even after 9 murders? He said. We don't know for sure that they're murders, said Azula, glaring at Roan. He glared right back. I, for one, hope they are. Should be fun to watch this city fall into chaos, he said. Ah, well, if that means you're about to start bringing chaos to the city, indeed, all the better for us, said Azula, With a smirk, I have no charges to pin against you so far, but it would be wonderful to have a good reason to lock you behind bars for the rest of your life. You're a fool if you expect me not to break out from your excuses for jail, said Roan. Angela shrugged. Perhaps you can set the record of first escaped prisoner from the boiling rock, then, she said. I'm certainly curious as to how you'd ever break free from a place like that, but if you'd like to prove your might, by all means. Roan scowled. Angela's defiant stare bore into his own, but the non-bender shook his head before long. What foolishness! He growled. His attempts to ascertain himself over the princess had led him to a pointless debate that, had it carried any longer, might have caught him outright accepting her challenge to be imprisoned just to prove her wrong. He wasn't usually that easily caught in a verbal trap, but the princess had been agile enough to make him feel like an idiot now. Either way, I suppose this isn't going to lead us anywhere, said Angela, glancing up at Sokka again, unless you're that certain he must have something to do with it, but I can't say I'm convinced. I'd rather know for sure that he had nothing to do with it, said Sokka, sighing, and it's hard to say so far. We don't know if he has any associates, or if he's playing dumb. I guess the question is whether he's really just playing. Angela said. Roan grunted and Sokka tensed up again. Angela, he muttered as a warning. She looked at him defiantly. 2 point is, we don't have much else to do today. I'd rather keep an eye on him to be sure he's not hiding anything important from us. Such a nice sentiment, I guess, said Angela, grimacing. She didn't want to spend much time around Roan, if any at all. Sounds like he's bored of you, Ashmaker, said Roan, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Maybe he's finally ready to remember his roots. Yeah, kinslaying was never in my roots, but nice try, said Sokka, giving Roan an ironic thumbs up. Roan scoffed at him, probably aware of how that simple hand gesture had somehow become a symbol for Sokka's gladiator persona. I'm merely worried you're so tired of failing to kill gladiators on the ring these days that you've decided to kill other people for sport when you're bored. It's that simple. Perhaps I ought to, said Roan, and Sokka's eyebrow twitched. And if he just got it in his head to do that because I suggested the idea, all the more reason to keep him under observation, said Sokka, glancing at Angela. She sighed. You just can't do things delicately, can you? Baiting a known murderer into striking again sounds like a brilliant idea, Angela huffed, shaking her head and returning to Shoji's counter suddenly. Sokka watched her with uncertainty until he heard her say, can I ask you for a favor? I need to send a bird to the palace. I worry you that much, Sokka, really? Said Roan. Do you truly believe I have no self-restraint? Do you expect me to think you do after what you did in the north, and after our last encounter? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. Roan sighed. If I wanted to execute sponsors for fun, I would have started with yours, he said, bluntly. It was bait. Sokka knew as much just as Roan had identified it when Angela had set up a trap for him. But it was bait he couldn't help but rise up to. His fists clenched, and his eyes gained the same deadly quality that was permanently found in Roan's own blue gaze. I'll run you through before you can so much as touch her, he said, coldly. Roan raised his eyebrows. And who's the kinslayer now? Roan asked, and now his smirk was much bolder, and all for the defense of an ashmaker. You've certainly stooped low. And just like you, I find no shame in it, Sokka declared. Roan's smile weakened. If defending her makes me a blood traitor, I have no trouble embracing that title. Just as I have none when it comes to being a kinslayer, said Roan, closing his eyes. Disturbing to think we're more similar than I thought. The words gave Sokka pause, but they didn't diminish his resolve. One of his hands hovered close to his whalebone knife, and he was ready to unsheath it as soon as Roan made any moves towards his sponsor. But it was Roan's sponsor who showed up now. The man approached his gladiator after climbing down the stairs, but he stopped cold as soon as he noticed there was a battle of wills and glares being waged between his gladiator and his archenemy. Roan, said the man, swallowing hard, are you okay? When haven't I been? Roan said, scowling. Stop asking superfluous questions. We should go, then, said the sponsor, urging Roan to move. See, come, we shouldn't bother others. I wasn't bothering anyone, said Roan, raising his eyebrows defiantly at Sokka. I was just having a little chat. That's, said the sponsor, Eyeing Sokka warily. I don't think you should have a chat with the Blue Wolf, Roan. Excuse us. Since when do you tell me what to do? Roan hissed, glaring at his sponsor. The man froze. I didn't mean. If I want to stay and chat with Sokka, I'll stay and chat, Roan declared, stepping towards Sokka and closing the distance in an attempt to intimidate him. Sokka wasn't impressed in the least. Well, that'll be helpful, he said, that way I can figure out for sure whether you're involved in this mess or not. What mess? What do you mean? The sponsor asked Sokka. Sokka glanced at the man before answering. There's been a sponsor's disappearance spree in the capital. I think your gladiator could have something to do with it. Does he? It bothered Sokka to realize the man sponsoring Roan looked Earth Kingdom. Had he been a Fire Nation noble, perhaps his disdain and mistreatment of the man would be reasonable enough, within Roan's apparent logic. But this man wasn't even one of his ideological enemies, and yet he treated him so poorly. What? No. Exclaimed the sponsor, that's absurd. Roan may have killed fire-bending gladiators in his career, but he doesn't just kill people at random. Right. He just kills them when he has good reason to, I wager, said Sokka, sarcastically. The sponsor seemed to shrink, somewhat. That's not what I meant. Well, then. Agela's voice came back, startling the three men. A group of Imperial guards will be here any moment. If you're hell-bent on keeping an eye on the Kinslayer, they can do it for you. That's not the best idea, Sokka said, turning to look at Agela warily. We just established Roan kills firebenders, remember? I'd hope my guards aren't as incompetent as to lose on a 5-to-1 combat with a man who's a considerable threat to our safety, said Agela, huffing. If they were, I'd have them fired. I'd hope firing them doesn't take much paperwork. Must be terribly dull, Roan said. I'd advise you to get all those forms ready, though. Oh, then again, why bother? I'll just kill them, spare you the annoyance. And then you'd go straight to the boiling rock. Perfect, said Agela, beaming. See? The ideal course of action. This is getting us nowhere, said Sokka, sighing and looking at Agela hopelessly. She glared at him skeptically. Mind you, you're the one hell-bent on believing he represents a threat, she said, and no doubt he does, but he's not bound to be the one behind this mess. And that worries me a bit more than he does. Underestimating me much? Roan asked. Maybe I ought to cook up worse trouble than whoever's behind this disappearance streak could. Desperate for attention, are we? Said Agela, raising her eyebrows. Roan glared at her fiercely, taking the insult poorly. For someone who likes to act so cold and aloof, it looks like you really do enjoy causing scandals. I guess you killed people just so you could stand out amongst your peers in whatever way you could. Don't you dare speak of what you don't understand, Roan hissed, his voice cold again. Sokka's fingers neared his knife again. Then stop this tough man charade, stop playing at being the bigger problem we ought to deal with, and admit, for once and for all, that you have nothing to do with this and that you won't cause more trouble than you're worth, Agela hissed. I find no amusement in wasting my resources on you. Roan didn't answer. Agela rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest, turning to stare at the door. She knew she could trust Sokka to watch her back as she waited for her men to arrive. Roan was definitely dangerous, but she would hardly be as easy for him to cut down as the gladiators he had killed in the past. And with Sokka ready to jump to her defense, she knew for certain that the Kinslayer wouldn't touch her. The awkward silence held for around 20 minutes, when 5 of Agela's guards showed up at the door, or 4, rather. She scowled, recognizing Renkai's figure. She had requested half her assigned guards to provide support in a small mission, and she had direly hoped her traditional guards would be the ones to do so. Renkai was about as unwelcome as Roan himself. Princess, we're here, said Ruishi, who had taken up the leadership of the group instinctively. Agela nodded towards him. What do you need? This man here has been implying he'd like to commit the kind of crimes that would land him a one-way ticket to the boiling rock, Agela said. I want you lot to make sure he doesn't succeed at that, so. You want us to guard him? Said Ruishi. Rather, I want you to guard the rest of the world from him, said Agela, with a sarcastic smile. As far as I can tell, he's looking for just about any excuse to. Princess. Princess. Is the princess here? We need to speak with her. The loud, desperate voice came from the vestibule's gates, yet again. All eyes in their group turned towards the doors, and they found a group of soldiers standing before them. They bore the uniform of the domestic forces. Angela froze immediately, forgetting what she was commanding her men to do. She stepped forward just in time for the soldier at the doors to rush towards her, followed by a few others. The panic in their eyes didn't suggest they brought good news. What happened? She asked. Did you find something? Or? Another, said the leader of the group, a soldier not much older than Angela herself. There's been another disappearance, just now. There are witnesses, though, and they're being questioned, but you wanted us to inform you if anything happened, and I did indeed. You did well, said Angela, frowning as she pondered her options. The fact that another person had vanished just now meant Roan indeed wasn't directly connected to these disappearances. He couldn't have been, not if he was standing right here, bitterly arguing with Sokka and herself. But if Sokka's theories that he had other allies were true, maybe he could have something to do with it, maybe. It seemed more unlikely every time, but Angela figured she'd give Sokka's theory at least a little credit. But she couldn't simply play nanny to Roan when another disappearance had just happened. She glanced back at Sokka with uncertainty, finding the same apprehension in his eyes. She had to go, and he wanted to stay, to figure out why Roan was in the capital, to know if he was truly going to commit any new crimes outside the arena, and the only way they could do both things was to split up. Even if it was just for a short time, the idea of leaving Sokka to deal with Roan on his own sent shivers of the bad kind down Angela's spine. Sokka knew as much, of course he did. But that didn't stop him from nodding in her direction after holding her gaze for longer than he should have. Long enough for Roan to glare at them begrudgingly, muttering something unintelligible to his sponsor, who jumped in response to his gladiator's words. Go. I'll be fine, Sokka finally said. Angela frowned. If I go, they're staying with you, she said, gesturing at her guards. The 5 men tensed up too. You're not dealing with him by yourself. Well, as long as they don't mind, said Sokka. Ruishi groaned softly. Are you sure about this, princess? He said. Whatever you're off to do sounds dangerous too. There will be other soldiers there. I'll be in good enough company, if that's what concerns you, said Angela, eyeing Ruishi sternly. Keep Sokka safe and don't let the Kinslayer do any slaying, all right? Very well, said Ruishi, acquiescing easier than Angela expected him to. He bowed his head towards her, as did the rest of the guards. Angela's eyes met Sokka's again, and lingered there for a short while. They couldn't speak out loud, couldn't make any significant gestures other than holding each other's gazes for a moment. And just that was enough for her to convey to him that he needed to be careful, that he needed to come back to her, that he couldn't let Roan do any harm, not just to Sokka but to her guards, too. Perhaps she wouldn't suffer too much over Renkai's loss, but she didn't want to have his death on her conscience either way. Sokka's lingering gaze told her she had to be careful too, because whatever was behind these disappearances seemed murkier and more suspicious by the minute. The fact that the culprit hadn't been daunted at all after leaving witnesses, that, in fact, upon being investigated it had become more prominent, sloppier, as if eager to catch the public eye, it scared him. It especially scared him for Angela's sake. She was a sponsor, and if that made her a target for whatever this was. But they couldn't express their innermost fears and concerns right now. All they could do was pursue their respective leads, separating just for one afternoon, and hope things wouldn't turn out for the worst tonight. Angela finally nodded and turned around to join the other soldiers. Sokka watched her leave, uneasy, wary, his fists clenched at the thought of whatever Angela might discover. Hopefully, whatever had happened was long over, and Angela would be safe, but he couldn't be certain of it. He couldn't be. What now? Roan's voice startled him. Sokka frowned at him, as Roan raised his eyebrows questioningly. Will you make us stay in this vestibule forever? Roan asked Sokka. The Blue Wolf sighed. I guess not, he said. I'd say you ought to take us to wherever you're staying at. We'll all be much more comfortable keeping an eye on you and questioning you if we're at an inn, or wherever. And of course, you want comfort, Roan said, rolling his eyes. Perhaps you ought to take me to the palace, then. Must be much more comfortable than my filthy, Lorate inn. I actually kind of miss Filthy and Lorate, Sokka said, with an ironic smirk, so, lead the way, Roan. The Kinslayer knew Sokka wanted to figure out where to look for him, in case he ever needed to track him down. Sokka needed to pin down Roan's frequent locations, to determine if there was any connection between them and the locations of this apparent crime spree that he was so concerned about. Sokka knew Roan wasn't likely to be the culprit, and yet he pressed on and on, either looking for evidence to condemn Roan, or for enough absence of it to finally accept that Roan had nothing to do with it. And, knowing all this, Roan complied. Check the description for the links to the author.